Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I wish to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Your Excellency, Mr. Philemon Young, President of the 79th session of the UNGA. I wish you every success in your important work during this session. Every time when I participate in the General Assembly, I find great pleasure observing this sculpture entitled Consciousness, created by a renowned Mongolian artist and located in the garden of the UN headquarters. This sculpture inspires deep contemplation, reminding us of our responsibilities, awareness, and dignity in the context of humanity's history and our obligations to future generations. This profoundly meaningful work symbolizes the historic moment when countries around the world embraced the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. During my visit this year, the monument stood solemnly, as if urging us to reflect on the goals and commitments we have made for the future generations. Unfortunately, as we approach the time to assess the implementation of these documents, we recognize that our efforts and the progress we have achieved are insufficient. For instance, although we are halfway through the timeline for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, progress on nearly half of the SDG targets remain inadequate, with 35% showing stagnation. In response, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has initiated the Summit for the Future to reassess our realities, revitalize our commitments, and amplify our collective efforts. At the summit held just 2 days ago, we engaged in discussions on policies, objectives, and avenues for cooperation concerning sustainable development, science, technology, innovation, youth, and governance transformation. I'm pleased to note that Mongolia actively participated in the negotiation process for the Pact for the Future, Declaration on Future Generations, and the Global Digital Compact, all of which were discussed and adopted at the summit. The countries of the world, including our own, must work diligently and cooperate to implement these proposed actions. I'm pleased to see that heads of state, government, and their representatives have wholeheartedly supported these commitments and actions, voicing their positions from this esteemed podium. Distinguished delegates, our lives are rapidly evolving and integrated in this age of technological progress and digital advancement. However, tensions, armed conflicts, and wars continue to escalate in many parts of the world, fueled by geopolitical tensions stemming from prejudice, extreme ideologies, mistrust, misunderstanding, and disrespect. Mongolia believes that strengthening multilateral cooperation based on international law and the UN Charter is essential for ensuring international peace and security. Dialogue, mutual understanding, and trust are the foundations for sustainable and peaceful coexistence. To sustain peace, combat climate change, protect public health, reduce economic inequality, and establish justice, the international community must seek optimal solutions and foster innovative cooperation that address the evolving dynamics of our era. This year, presidential and parliamentary elections took place in over 60 countries, with nearly half of the world population exercising their right to vote, making a year of significant choices. In Mongolia, parliamentary elections were also held, and I would like to highlight that both domestic and foreign observers, as well as international organizations, have commended the elections for being successfully conducted within the legal framework. Mongolia has always consistently sought to contribute to the international community's efforts for peace, security, and sustainable development. In this regard, Mongolia has established diplomatic relations with all member states of the United Nations and is dedicated to strengthening and developing friendly relations and cooperation with all countries around the globe. As a nation that consistently pursues to a peaceful, open, independent, and multipolar foreign policy, Mongolia respects the pluralism inherent in the diverse histories, cultures, civilizations, religions, national interests, and development paths of countries around the world. We strive to develop international relations based on multi-pillar principles. Therefore, my country upholds the principles of the UN Charter, particularly the commitment to refrain from using force against the territorial integrity and political independence of any state. In addressing disagreement and conflicts, we call upon countries and nations around the world to prioritize diplomatic dialogue over confrontation, promote unity over hostility, and pursue collective goals rather than divisiveness in order to consistently cooperate in strengthening international peace and security. As Mongols, we have a rich history of valuing and seeking amicable solutions through dialogue. For centuries, Great Mongol Empire engaged through political and diplomatic means in its relations with neighboring, distant, allied, and adversarial nations. This included sending and receiving envoys and ambassadors, concluding agreements, fostering friendship, and negotiating, which are the practices that remain as the cornerstone of Mongolia's current foreign policy. The Gerege serves as a historical evidence of this legacy. It represents the origins of credentials handed to envoys or modern diplomatic passports, having been used by Mongols since the 13th century in their relationship with other nations. The Gerege is displayed as a historic artifact at the United Nations headquarters. In 2000, UN Secretary General Kofi Annan remarked that Gerege is an invaluable heritage gifted by Mongols to the international community, emphasizing that we have a lot to learn from the wisdom of Mongolian ancestors. The principles of maintaining peace and harmonious coexistence championed by our ancestors reflects the progressive ideals that underpin our current collective effort to sustain peace and stability. At present, humanity is alarmed by the deepening global geopolitical tensions, which ignite the fires of war and heighten the nuclear threat. The collective efforts of countries around the world towards non-proliferation, disarmament, and the total elimination of nuclear weapons, as well as the expansion of nuclear weapon-free zones, must not be overlooked. Mongolia has made significant contributions to the elimination of nuclear threats by having its nuclear weapon-free status recognized at the international level. We reaffirm our commitment to continue pursuing and supporting nuclear weapon-free policies and initiatives. Mongolia calls upon all countries to collaborate in ensuring peace and stability, particularly in creating a world free from nuclear threats. We propose the convening of a special gathering on this issue within the framework of the United Nations. Mr. President, Mongolia deeply appreciates the role of UN peacekeepers, the Blue Helmets, who serve tirelessly and make significant contributions to international peace and security. Due to various factors such as international terrorism, brutal acts of extremism, and the growing number of refugees, Blue Helmets are confronted with increasingly complex tasks under more challenging conditions. We must not forget that over 4,370 UN peacekeepers, including military, police, and civilian personnel, have lost their lives in the line of duty. Although Mongolia has a relatively small population, over the past 20 years, more than 20,000 peacekeepers have been deployed to hotspots around the world to contribute to peace and security of humanity. In particular, in alignment with the Women, Peace, and Security agenda of the UN Security Council, we aim to increase women participation in UN peacekeeping operations. Currently, Mongolian female officers made up to 11% of our peacekeepers. To ensure the competence of our peacekeepers, it is crucial to improve their psychological well-being. Therefore, Mongolia initiated and developed a pilot project for supporting peacekeepers and their families, which was submitted to the UN DPKO. Mr. President and distinguished delegates, in recent years, the rapid development of information and communication technologies has significantly impacted the daily life of people and is seen as a factor that may fundamentally reshape the development of civilization in the future. In line with these intensive discussions on information and communication technologies and artificial intelligence have arisen in the international fora and the recently adopted Global Digital Compact is a timely and essential step. Our country aims to keep pace with the development of information technology, placing great importance on UN resolutions, documents, and other international legal frameworks related to this issue, and keenly participating in their discussions. In March of this year, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution calling on member states to ensure the reliability and security of artificial intelligence for the first time, which is a significant step forward. To accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, countries around the world are focusing on policies that promote economic diversification, energy and digital transitions, reduce the negative impacts of climate change, enhance adaptive capacity, and increase access to essential social services, particularly in education and health, while also prioritizing employment and food security. On the other hand, global debt accumulation has reached unprecedented levels, with debt service payments in developing countries exceeding the amounts borrowed, further constraining the budgetary space needed to implement sustainable development goals. Mongolia fully supports the international community's efforts to not only ensure debt sustainability, but also fundamentally reform the international financial architecture under the initiative outlined in the UNSG's report, Our Common Agenda. Distinguished delegates, in the early years of the 21st century, ideological conflicts that divide the world became history, while traditional military threats receded and non-traditional threats such as climate change, pandemics, terrorism, cybercrime, and refugees gained increasing attention. However, this situation has changed drastically in the recent years, with traditional threats resurfacing and negatively impacting international security and sustainable development. In other words, the overlap and expanding scope of traditional and non-traditional threats requires countries around the world to pay special attention and strengthen their collaborative efforts. In particular, global warming and climate change have transcended natural and economic boundaries, exacerbating sensitive social issues and disputes over resources and triggering migration that bring numerous direct and indirect dangers and risks. If this situation continues, humanity will face not just a choice between development or stagnation, but rather a choice between existence and non-existence. Therefore, we must carefully assess the situation and recognize the need for smart solutions based on the advancement of our era, as well as implementation of new technologies, and share good practices while collaborating to overcome challenges posed by climate change. As descendants of nomads, we, Mongols, have preserved and honored our unique cultural heritage and traditions to this day. The origin of our nomadic civilization is, in fact, the philosophy of green development, which emphasizes caring for and protecting nature while responsibly utilizing its benefits. This indicates that we have substantial traditional wisdom and initiatives regarding the future of green development, thus in line with the goals of the Sustainable Development as well as Vision 2050 long-term development policy of Mongolia has successfully been implementing national movements and programs such as Billion Trees, Food Security and Safety, Healthy Mongolia, and Digital Mongolia. These initiatives represent our contributions at both international and regional levels in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm also pleased to announce that Mongolia is actively working to implement the resolution adopted by the UNGA, declaring the 2026 as the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists. Furthermore, we are also preparing to host the 17th conference of the parties to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification in Ulaanbaatar in 2026. I'm confident that the international community and member states will support and collaborate with us in these efforts. Mr. President, Mongolia, as a landlocked country with its unique location on the Central Asian Plateau and extreme weather conditions, has consistently paid particular attention to the issues of countries in similar special situations. We have already collaborated with them to safeguard our interests and make tangible contributions to amplify our voices on the global stage. Mongolia and Austria co-chaired the preparatory committee for the third United Nations Conference on LLDCs for 2023-2024 and successfully facilitated discussions on the draft outcome document among member states. We're pleased that the draft of the action program to be adopted at the upcoming conference in Botswana next December includes innovative content outlining specific goals and measures to guide the development of LLDCs over the next decade. Therefore, we urge all LLDCs, transit countries, and all UN member states and development partners to engage at the highest level in the third conference on LLDCs and to contribute creatively to discussions for the successful implementation of the program of action. Mr. President, at the Fourth World Conference on Women held in Beijing in 1995, it was proclaimed that women's rights are human rights and human rights are women's rights, setting forth the significant goals of eliminating barriers to gender equality on the global stage. We, Mongols, have a long-lasting culture and tradition of honoring and respecting women with a history of Mongol queens and women who played crucial roles in governance and social affairs throughout our nation's history. This rich traditional and cultural heritage have continued to evolve, positioning Mongolia as one of the leaders in promoting gender equality in Asia. In its first constitution, Mongolia became the first country in Asia to guarantee equal rights for women, including the rights to vote and to be elected. This year we celebrate the centennial anniversary of the establishment of the National Organization for Women, the Mongolian Women's Federation. As we approach this historic anniversary, in 2023, we have implemented legal policy reform designed to enhance women participation in both social and political decision-making level. As a result, in the recent parliamentary election, 25.4% of elected members were women, exceeding the average rate of 21.2% in Asia. Moreover, in August this year, our country successfully hosted the World Women's Forum under the theme Towards a Green Future in Ulaanbaatar in collaboration with the United Nations. This forum brought together women leaders and from governments, international organizations, and influential representatives from diverse sectors, social, economic, and cultural, across 5 continents. They proposed numerous creative initiatives to enhance women's role and contributions toward achieving sustainable development goals, including economics, environment, climate change, food security, education, sports, culture, and the arts. I'm pleased to highlight that the Ulaanbaatar Declaration towards a Sustainable Future was adopted as the forum's outcome document. Building on the momentum of the World Women's Forum, Mongolia will continue to actively promote gender equality and the empowerment of women. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, the General Assembly of the United Nations is the most important and honorable podium for amplifying the voice of ideas and aspirations for international peace and security, well-being, and development of humanity. Mongolia has consistently supported the efforts of member states to reform the UN Security Council into a more equitable, accessible, transparent, effective, democratic, and responsible system. We also strongly advocate for further strengthening the United Nations' central role and coordination in global affairs. Our country believes that any international challenges and misunderstandings should be addressed through mutual understanding, trust, respect, and dialogue, and resolved within the framework of international legal norms. Therefore, I call on you, heads of states, governments, and distinguished delegates, to demonstrate exceptional leadership and make meaningful contributions to strengthen trust, mutual respect, and cooperation among the nations of the world in the crucial pursuit of global peace, security, sustainable development, and the well-being of humanity. May the eternal blue sky bless us with peace throughout the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Mongolia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Wavel Ramkalawan, President of the Republic of Seychelles. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like first of all to extend my words of congratulations to Ambassador Yang on your election as President of the General Assembly for this 69th session. I wish also to thank Ambassador Francis for his diligent leadership during the 78th session. Mr. President, as the highest representatives of the peoples of the world, we meet every year in this institution, which promises to deliver peace, progress, and prosperity for all. We must be frank in our assessment of what we are doing for the people that we represent and their interests that we serve. For my people of the Seychelles, we must be critical of our approach to the challenges of today and plan for the challenges of tomorrow. The world is less secure than even just 1 year ago. Where we hoped that existing conflicts could be resolved, we find ourselves in a situation more tense and precarious. Flames stoked by competition and distrust threaten to engulf those who have no part in these conflicts, leaving us gripped by a fearful atmosphere of instability exacerbated by the worry of expanded warfare. We are in danger of losing sight of the values that bring us together, that transcend borders and cultures, that are understood in all languages and present in all ideologies. We must revert to our foundational principles of dialogue and cooperation. Without a stable foundation, we cannot build our vision of a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. Our focus is diverted from the challenges requiring our urgent and undivided attention, challenges affecting the core of people's lives and equally requiring solutions with people at their center. The climate crisis, ending poverty and hunger, ensuring that all have the indisputable right to a decent and dignified life. Our people have entrusted us to work together to find solutions. Mr. President, 79 years ago, the permanent members of the Security Council conferred upon themselves the great responsibility of ensuring international peace and security, to cooperate in good faith to save future generations from transgressions of the past. With this great responsibility comes the expectation that gross violations of the UN Charter be dealt with resolutely and impartially. We place our trust in them to act in the common interest, to prevent conflict and preserve human dignity. The consequences of conflict are felt beyond the direct and intolerable suffering of victims in war zones and those displaced by fighting. In such an interconnected world, we are all subjected to inflationary pressures, elevated commodity and energy prices, and other disruptive effects. Widened and prolonged conflict risks affecting smaller states like Seychelles, trying not to get caught in the crossfire. It is not our intention to lecture the world powers, nor attempt to prescribe solutions to complex issues. We simply wish to remind you of your duty and be reassured that geopolitics will not supersede human rights and international law. Since its formation in 1946, the Security Council has remained largely unchanged. Most of Africa was under colonial rule then. Seychelles joins the call for the UN and the Security Council to deliver the reform being appealed for by so many, with the objective not to hinder its work, but to bring inclusivity and perspective. It is time to correct one of the many injustices to which Africa has been subjected. Permanent membership of the world's primary peacekeeping institution is a necessity. The consideration by the Council of critical issues, such as sea level rise brought by Malta last year, and the broader climate security nexus, has proven that it is capable of reflecting new realities. The proposal of the United States to include a rotating seat for small island developing states is a welcome and progressive one. Mr. President, climate change remains the foremost challenge facing humanity, and failure to address its effects will devastate current and future generations. As a small island state, Seychelles understands what it means to be vulnerable, a vulnerability that cannot be ignored in the future we see for ourselves. We are on the front lines of the climate crisis, which poses irreversible threats to our people, our economy, and our way of life. Rising sea levels, extreme weather events, and the degradation of our oceans are stark reminders of the urgent need for global action on climate change. We have all made commitments, pledges, and promises to achieve large-scale reductions of emissions, to keep the goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees, to boost adaptation, to deal with extreme weather disasters, and build resilience to address future impacts. But words are nothing without deeds, and we have to act urgently, in unity, to make the necessary transition to a more sustainable future. It is a choice, conscious and intentional, to continue down this path and decide that business as usual in pursuit of short-term goals is acceptable. Mr. President, world military expenditure has increased for the 10th consecutive year, reaching $2.5 trillion in 2023. This makes even the highest estimates of the funds, $100 billion needed for loss and damage, seem modest and insignificant. This is a worrying reflection of the world's priorities. It is unfair for SIDS to suffer the consequences of these choices. We simply do not have the means to cope with the disastrous effects of climate change. Here I want to thank those who have contributed to the Loss and Damage Fund. The pledges made following COP28 should not be mere attempts to pacify us who have been calling for remediation. We hope to take it as a token of ongoing commitment and continued action given the expected rise in costs of dealing with climate change. As the Secretary General said yesterday, those who shoulder the blame should foot the bill. The international community cannot hope to advance sustainable development when some race ahead while others are left to struggle. No one should be left behind, lest we forsake future generations to a bleaker world. The obligations outlined in the Paris Agreement are the lifelines that give us a chance if all states did their utmost to adhere to them. Our reliance on fossil fuels is unsustainable and detrimental. We must accelerate energy transition towards renewables and mobilize investment in the technology and infrastructure to give us any prospect of real energy security. Seychelles' focus remains on nature-based solutions to combat climate change while ensuring economic sustainability and environmental preservation. Our blue bonds demonstrate the potential to harness capital markets for financing the sustainable use of marine resources. Mr. President, ambitious and innovative strategies of securing long-term economic development are futile without finance that is accessible and sustainable. The average debt to GDP ratio in seeds exceeds 70%. It is crippling and impedes our development by diverting critical resources away from where they are most needed in infrastructure, education, and healthcare. Our vulnerabilities have been expounded, yet our borrowing costs remain high. Instead of concessions, we are penalized for our vulnerability. It is time to move beyond discussion and implement real reforms in the international financial system to address the preclusion of some vulnerable countries, regardless of income status, from opportunities to meet development needs. We must also recognize the humanitarian consequences of economic policies. Our work in the multilateral system is undermined by unilateral coercive measures that are intended to leave economies crippled and governments unable to advance dignity for their own people. Mr. President, the multilateral system remains our best hope for addressing the challenges we face. As a small state, Seychelles believes in the United Nations, for we fear of a reality with no alternative. In a world more interconnected than ever, multilateralism is the network that links our shared values to achieve the vision that we have for our world, one that is defined by our common interests and not by our differences. We are here to solve problems, not exacerbate them, to listen and not to dismiss. We put our faith in this institution because we must prove to the world that we can work for it, but it is up to us to make it work. In 2023, we adopted the BBNJ agreement, and this year, Seychelles became the 4th state and the first in Africa to ratify it. We urge other countries to hasten its ratification so as not to delay its entry into force. This year's 4th SEEDS conference in Antigua and Barbuda shone a timely light on the challenges that we face in a global economic landscape for which we are ill-equipped to navigate. The Antigua and Barbuda agenda for SEEDS provides the blueprint for action over the next decade, and we call on the international community to commit to its implementation. The MVI resolution adopted here last month also represents a triumph of the multilateral system to consider new approaches to complex and evolving issues. Its data and findings deliver the empirical grounding for what we know to be true, that a single-layered approach to development is no longer accurate nor adequate. a better understanding of precisely these multidimensional vulnerabilities will be crucial for the decisions that we take, and more importantly, those taken on our behalf. The Pact for the Future, just adopted, should rightly usher in a new era of engagement based on mutual interest and mutual respect. We must use it to bridge divisions between nations on critical issues of human rights, gender equality, and the rule of law. One that accelerates the implementation of the SDGs and shapes the international financial system more fairly. One that adapts responses to global crisis in a more coordinated way, and one that restores peace with a promise to preserving it in the future. For Seychelles, the Declaration on Future Generations should signal our commitment to safeguarding the rights of all people who will be born by the end of this century, most of whom in developing countries. People who should not be born into hardship. We must envision a world where survival is not a struggle, a world that ensures everyone's rights to prosperity. Basic rights should not be difficult to provide. Mr. President, I firmly believe that these are the foundations on which our cooperation and progress should be built, the things that our people need the most, and what should guide us to building a world that is more secure and sustainable. Let us strive to be the architects of a world where no one is left behind. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Seychelles. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Peter Pavel, President of the Czech Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a true honor for me to address you today. Much to my regret, since the last time we met here 1 year ago, the world has not become any safer. On the contrary. To start with, let me recall that the United Nations was created to save humanity from the scourge of war and destruction, and to promote peace, justice, and better quality of life for all humankind. Together, we have managed to build a global system of rules and cooperation with the ambition to advance security and human rights instead of conflict and suffering. Fostering economic development instead of overlooking mass destruction. Aligned around the UN Charter, we have subscribed not to repeat the mistakes and disasters of the past. Unfortunately, we still do. The world and its citizens need and deserve an effective UN that can respond quickly when needed and deliver better on our shared global commitments. Without a functioning multilateral system, alternative and exclusive structures would lead to more fragmentation and less predictability. It is our duty as national and global leaders to find common solutions to the most pressing problems before they get out of hand. Finding a compromise is never easy. It requires time and patience. Only if we realize that together we can achieve much more than when antagonized, can we make our nations and the United Nations truly united behind common goals. A comprehensive reform of the UN Security Council is long overdue. Making the Council more effective, inclusive, accountable, and better reflecting today's realities by strengthening the voice of underrepresented regions is crucially needed. In the face of unjust and unprovoked Russian war against Ukraine, we must realize that Security Council membership is not a carte blanche. No one has the right to abuse power and bully other members of the international community without sanctions. Together, we must exercise more pressure on Russia to end its unjust and brutal war. The Peace Summit in Switzerland clearly confirmed that peace in Ukraine must be based on international law and principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. The cynical nature of Russia's policy and its disinterest in genuine peace talks has global consequences. These include impairing nuclear safety, diminishing food and energy security, and damaging rules-based international order. Czechia calls on those who have not yet supported our common effort to evaluate the possibility of signing the joint declaration agreed at the Peace Summit in Switzerland. So far, many with the aspiration to become respected regional or global actors have remained silent. But respect cannot be forced. It can only be earned. Let us not forget that hesitation strengthens the aggressor. If you remain silent to injustice and aggression, soon there will be others waiting in line to see how far they can go in bending international rules as they please. Some of you might think that Russia's actions against Ukraine are just another regional conflict and both sides need to go halfway. But there is no such thing as just a regional conflict. Conflicts in one part of the world cause food insecurity and create refugee waves in other. With globalization, our security and prosperity starts way beyond our own borders. Being fully aware of that, Czechia is committed not only to security of Europe, but also in Middle East, Africa, and elsewhere. I applaud the fact that many nations, including African, spare no effort to achieve and safeguard peace and security in their own regions and far beyond. Czechia will continue to engage with African countries and closely listen to their views and needs. I believe that despite political differences, together we can create mutually beneficial partnerships based on the principle of equality, mutual respect, and without any historical burden or future material demands. Africa is a continent with huge economic potential, which is waiting to be unlocked. We want to see Africa flourish, enhance its capabilities, and create opportunities and jobs for young people. The last topic I want to touch upon is cybersecurity and technology. With progressing digital transformation and our increasing reliance on advanced technology, the gravity and scale of cyber threats are increasing and respect no borders. Cyber espionage and attacks against our hospitals, media, infrastructure, national institutions and businesses aim to destabilize our democratic system and undermine its principles. Just as offline, we cannot allow the cyberspace to become a lawless criminal world. The agreed framework of responsible behavior of states in cyberspace should guide us in our effort to strive for a safer online world. The security of cyberspace will depend on the capacities and effort of all responsible states to enhance their own cyber capabilities. Czechia is taking its commitment to the protection of global cyberspace security very seriously. We will continue providing assistance to our partners in Africa, Asia, and South America so that together we can improve our resilience and to protect our citizens even better. Foreign interference and disinformation continue to present a challenge with a serious impact on democracy, security, and the rules-based international order. With rapid development of new technologies, protection and promotion of human rights continue to be vital for our societies. Emerging technologies will have an undisputable influence on the nature of our future conflicts, but also on peace. It is our duty to ensure that innovations, including artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, biotech, or quantum computing, fully conform to our ethical and human rights standards. Last year, Czechia, together with Mexico, the Maldives, the Netherlands, and South Africa, submitted a resolution on human rights in the context of digital technologies. Furthermore, last month, during the GlobeSec Security Forum, I sat down with top managers of global tech companies at the Prague Geotech Summit. I was glad to hear that they are fully aware of their responsibility and fully committed to contribute to the resilience of democracy. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the challenges we are facing are global, and we can only succeed if we fully commit ourselves to collective action and more cooperation. The quality of our governance will be judged by our actions and whether we leave this world in a better condition for future generations. I would like to thank everyone who is tirelessly working to make our planet a safer and more secure place for all. That is what really matters. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Czech Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Dear leaders, Your Excellencies, today I want to tell you about a day that has already passed and a day that must never come. On the night of March 4th, 2022, I received one of the most terrifying reports since the beginning of a full-scale Russian invasion against Ukraine. The report was about Russian tanks firing directly at the buildings of our Ukrainian nuclear power plant, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest one in Europe, 6 nuclear reactors. The Russian army stormed this facility just as brutally as any other during this war, without thinking about the consequences, possibly disastrous. This was one of the most horrifying moments of the war, when no one could know how Russian strikes on the nuclear facility would end, and everyone in Ukraine was reminded of what Chernobyl means. Now, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant remains occupied by Russian forces, unfortunately, and it's at risk of a nuclear incident. This is the major source of radiation danger in Europe, possibly in the world. That's why in the peace formula I presented, the first point is about nuclear safety. In Ukraine, we know exactly what we are dealing with. And I want to thank you, the General Assembly members, for adopting a resolution in July this year on the safety of nuclear facilities in Ukraine. Most in the world understand what's at stake. The General Assembly demanded that Russian return control of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant to Ukraine. Only then real nuclear security will return to Europe and the world. And now about the day that must never come. Since Russia can't defeat our people's resistance on the battlefield, Putin is looking for other ways to break the Ukrainian spirit. One of his methods is targeting our energy infrastructure. And these are deliberate Russian attacks on our power plants and the entire energy grid. As of today, Russia has destroyed all our thermal power plants and a large part of our hydroelectric capacity. This is how Putin is preparing for winter, hoping to torment millions of Ukrainians, ordinary families, women, children, ordinary towns, ordinary villages. Putin wants to leave them in the dark and cold this winter, forcing Ukraine to suffer and surrender. Just imagine, please, your country with 80% of its energy system gone, with such a destroyed part of the system. What kind of life would that be? Recently, I received yet another alarming report from our intelligence. Now Putin does seem to be planning attacks on our nuclear power plants and their infrastructure, aiming to disconnect the plants from the power grid. With the help of satellites, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, satellites of other countries. Russia is getting images and detailed information about the infrastructure of our nuclear power plants. But what does this really threaten? Any missile or drone strike, any critical incident in the energy system could lead to a nuclear disaster. A day like that must never come. And Moscow needs to understand this, and this depends in part on your determination to put pressure on the aggressor. These are nuclear power plants. They must be safe. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 years ago, in the fall of 2022, I proposed a comprehensive strategy to end the war and to ensure security, and I presented the peace formula at a highly inclusive political platform for world leaders, the G20 summit in Indonesia, representing billions of citizens from all parts of the globe. And it's important for us that all these people can understand us, understand that Ukraine wants to end this war more than anyone in the world. War always poses a threat to many. You all see in the media and read in reports what is happening in Ukraine because of Russia's war. It's something many are imagining happening to themselves. And yes, the smoke from fires in war-torn cities can reach other countries. And if, God forbid, Russia causes a nuclear disaster at one of our nuclear power plants, radiation will not respect state borders. And unfortunately, various nations could feel the devastating effects. Many are concerned, but the deepest understanding of war is always found in the home it destroys. It's the Ukrainian people who feel the full pain of this war. It's Ukrainian children who are learning to distinguish the sounds of different types of artillery and drones because of Russia's war. It's our people who are forcefully separated by occupation because Putin decided he could do whatever he wants. It's our heroic soldiers who are giving their lives to defend our country from invaders trying to steal our land. That's why we say, rightfully so, there can be no just peace without Ukraine. And I thank every leader, every country that supports us in this, that understands us, that sees how Russia, a country more than 20 times larger than Ukraine in territory, still wants even more land, which is insane, and is seizing it day by day while wanting to destroy its neighbor. And Russia found very special bodies for that: North Korea and Iran, telling choice of friends. And now every neighbor of Russia in Europe and Central Asia feels that the war could come to them as well, and just think what kind of losses that would mean for the world. And I thank nearly 100 nations and international organizations that have supported the peace formula. It's truly a global community: Africa, Asia, Europe, Latin America, North America, the Pacific region, all united by the peace formula. And I am glad that the first peace summit was so reminding of the UN General Assembly. Everyone was equal. All nations that participated in the peace summit, large and small, no veto right, no blocking authority, those that have been independent for ages and those that have only recently gained independence, those that have gone through wars themselves, and those accustomed to peace. All were equal. That is what Russia hates the most and cannot control. That's why Russia says the peace formula doesn't suit it. Here at the UN, I've already met with leaders from India, Guatemala, Japan and Italy, Turkey and Finland, Canada, Paraguay, Slovenia, Germany and others, and my meetings will continue. These are different, absolutely, parts of the world and various political waves of life, but they share the same understanding. Peace is needed, and it must be a real, just peace. Unfortunately, at the UN, it's impossible to truly and fairly resolve matters of war and peace because too much depends in the Security Council on the veto power. When the aggressor exercises veto power, the UN is powerless to stop the war, but the peace formula can. Once again, there is no veto power in it. That's why it's the best opportunity for peace. Everyone is equal, and it's effective and comprehensive. When some propose alternatives, half-hearted settlement plans, so-called sets of principles, it not only ignores the interests and suffering of Ukrainians, who are affected by the war the most. It not only ignores reality, but also gives Putin the political space to continue the war and pressure the world to bring more nations under control. Any parallel or alternative attempts to seek peace are, in fact, efforts to achieve a lull instead of an end to the war. As a global initiative, the peace formula has already existed for 2 years, and maybe somebody wants a Nobel Prize for their political biography for frozen truths instead of real peace, but the only prizes Putin will give you in return are more suffering and disasters. We must restore nuclear safety. Energy must stop being used as a weapon. We must ensure food security. We need to bring home all our captured soldiers and civilians forcibly deported to Russia. We must uphold the UN Charter and guarantee our right, Ukraine's right to territorial integrity and sovereignty, just as we do for any other nation. We need to withdraw the Russian occupiers, which will bring an end to the hostilities in Ukraine, and we must hold those responsible for war crimes accountable. We need to prevent ecocide and stop the destruction of nature caused by the war. And we must not allow a second or third phase of this Russian invasion. And we need to make it clear the war is over. This is the peace formula. What part of this could be unacceptable to anyone who upholds the UN Charter. If someone in the world seeks alternatives to any of these points or tries to ignore any of them, it likely means they themselves want to do a part of what Putin is doing. The point they ignore reveals the desire they're hiding. And when the Chinese-Brazilian duo tries to grow into a choir of voices, with someone in Europe, with someone in Africa saying something alternative to a full and just peace, the question arises, what is the true interest? Everyone must understand you will not boost your power at Ukraine's expense. And the world has already been through colonial wars and conspiracies of great powers at the expense of those who are smaller. Every country, including China, Brazil, European nations, African nations, Middle East, all understand why this must remain in the past. And Ukrainians will never accept why anyone in the world believes that such a brutal colonial past, which suits no one today, can be imposed on Ukraine now instead of a normal, peaceful life. I want peace for my people, real peace and just peace. And I'm asking for your support from all nations of the world. We do not divide the world. I ask the same of you, do not divide the world. Be united nations. And that will bring us peace. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Ukraine. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot help but reflect on the significance of this moment, as this will be my final opportunity to address the United Nations General Assembly as I enter the closing months of my presidency. Over the past 8 years, I've had the privilege of speaking on several variations of the essential themes that quite properly dominate the deliberations of this global assembly: the condition of humanity and the state of the planet. Serving the people of Ghana, and by extension those of West Africa, Africa, and the world, has truly been the greatest blessing of my life. Indeed, being here this morning fills me with both pride and humility. Pride in the limited progress we have made together as nations, and humility in recognizing the challenges that still remain. My time as president has been deeply fulfilling, and I'm profoundly grateful for the trust placed in me by my fellow Ghanaians. It has been an honor to serve them and to contribute to advancing peace, security, and development on the global stage. Mr. President, Madam President, I'm here with a heart full of hope, yet mindful of the great challenges that still confront us. As President of the Republic of Ghana and as a citizen of the world, I'm acutely aware of the shared responsibility we carry. Our work here is nothing less than shaping the future of humanity, a future that will affect generations long after we are gone. Leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, reminds us that the decisions we take here will define whether we rise to meet the hopes of billions or continue to let inequalities and injustice persist. We owe it to those who look to this body for leadership to act and not just to talk. The world we live in today is a stark, unfortunate contrast of privilege and hardship. For too long, the voices of those marginalized, those left behind, have been drowned out. They constitute the bulk of humanity. These are the voices of the poor, the displaced, the vulnerable. We cannot, in good conscience, leave them behind. They should be at the center of our discussions and our decisions. Africa, in particular, knows the cost of being left out. Yes, we're a continent rich in potential and resilient in the face of adversity, but we have also been disadvantaged by a global system that has generally treated us as an afterthought. We've been viewed merely as passive recipients of aid rather than as equal partners in global progress. The well-meaning promises of assistance have failed to materialize to bring about the long-term change we so passionately need. Such aid as is offered often comes with strings attached, limiting our ability to shape our own futures. Africa is not a continent of despair. She's full of great possibilities. She's required, however, to chart a new course of development. Our young population is filled with energy, creativity, and ambition. The people of Africa are not asking for handouts. They're demanding opportunities in a new global architecture so they can have access to education, healthcare, and jobs to be able to build better lives for themselves, their families, and their descendants. In Ghana, we've taken bold and decisive steps to ensure that no one is left behind in our national development, and we have shown that it is possible. Our flagship free senior high school policy has benefited 5.7 million young people, many of whom would have been denied the opportunity to learn, to dream, and to succeed. This initiative has transformed the lives of millions, positioning the next generation of Ghanaians to take their place as leaders in the global economy. But this is just the beginning. We need a global commitment to ensure that every child, no matter where they are born, has access to quality education. A world where children are left unprepared for the challenges ahead is not a just world. Beyond education, we've also prioritized health care for our people. Through Agenda 111, my government has embarked on the largest ever healthcare infrastructure project in Ghana's history. This initiative is constructing 111 hospitals across the country, ensuring that even the most remote regions have access to modern healthcare facilities. This is part of our broader goal of ensuring that no one in Ghana is left without the basic right to health. We've also taken significant steps to boost food security and economic growth through the Program for Planting for Food and Jobs. This initiative has improved food production, created jobs, and enhanced incomes for millions of Ghanaians. It is a clear demonstration that with the right policies and investments, we can transform our agricultural sector and ensure that no one goes hungry. In the same vein, our one district, one factory policy is transforming the industrial landscape of the nation, generating the structural transformation of our economy, which is our major strategic objective. And in addition, Ghana has embraced in full the teachings of the Fourth Industrial Revolution and is actively pursuing an agenda of digitalization. Under my administration, we've revolutionized public service delivery by integrating technology into governance. From the introduction of the Ghana Card, which has streamlined identification and access to services, to the digitalization of the country's land registry, These reforms have enhanced transparency, efficiency, and accountability. Digitalization has improved the lives of ordinary Ghanaians and has also laid the groundwork for sustainable economic growth in the digital age. And let us not forget the strides we have made in enhancing the rule of law and governance. Through reforms in the judicial system, strengthening our democratic institutions, and promoting transparency, Ghana continues to be a beacon of good governance in Africa. We have enacted laws and implemented policies that uphold the principles of accountability and ensure that every Ghanaian, regardless of their background, is protected by the rule of law. Madam President, it is impossible to address the challenges of today without speaking of the contradictions that exist within this global institution. We gather here to discuss peace, but wars continue to ravage nations. We speak of justice, yet justice endures. Take the Russian invasion of Ukraine, for instance. Millions of lives have been uprooted. Thousands have lost their lives, and yet the Security Council has struggled to respond decisively, just as it is struggling to make a decisive intervention in the tragic ongoing war in Gaza and the Lebanon. The structure of the Council reflects a world that no longer exists, and its failure to act in times of crisis raises a difficult question. What is the purpose of the Security Council if it cannot intervene when the world needs it most? Reforming the UN Security Council is a matter of fairness and necessity. The current structure, created in 1945, no longer reflects the realities of today's geopolitical and economic landscape. Africa, Latin America, and South Asia remain underrepresented despite their significant influence on global affairs. This lack of representation undermines the legitimacy of the Council's decisions, and the use of veto power by a few permanent members often paralyzes its ability to act effectively during crises. Reform is essential to ensure that the Council is more inclusive, democratic, and responsive to the complex challenges we face today. The world has changed, and the Security Council must change with it to maintain its relevance in promoting global peace and security. For years, I've championed the need to reform the Security Council as per the Ezulwini Consensus, the common African position on UN reform, which calls for Africa to have permanent seats on the Council. It is incomprehensible that a continent of 1.4 billion people has no permanent voice in shaping decisions that affect global peace and security. The time for half measures is over. We need a Security Council that is fit for purpose in today's world. It is heartening, however, that finally the demand for reform has found acceptance by leaders of 2 of the 5 permanent members, President Joe Biden of the United States of America and President Emmanuel Macron of France. Hopefully, the others will soon follow suit. We must also recognize that the fight for peace goes beyond government actions. It is a fight for humanity itself. In Africa, we have often borne the brunt of conflicts, sending our troops to peacekeeping missions with limited support from the global community. While I'm pleased to see the UN now taking steps to finance peacekeeping in Africa, an outcome of Ghana's presidency of the UN Security Council, we must go further. Peacekeeping alone is not enough. We must address the potential causes of conflict, poverty, inequality, and lack of opportunity. True peace comes from investing in education, healthcare, and economic development. However, peace cannot be imposed from the outside. It must be built from within. African nations must take ownership of their security, and the African Union needs to strengthen itself to be able to respond swiftly to threats. Madam President, as I speak today, ongoing developments in West Africa are deeply troubling. Military coups in Mali, Guinea, Burkina Faso, and Niger threaten the democratic progress we have worked so hard to achieve within the ECOWAS community. These coups are stark reminders that democracy is indeed fragile and must be continually nurtured. In Ghana, however, we will remain resolute in our commitment to democracy. As my presidency draws to a close, I want to assure this Assembly that the upcoming 2024 elections in Ghana will be free, fair, and transparent. Ghanaians have demonstrated time and again in the last 3 decades their strong attachment to democracy, which they will not permit to be undermined. The Electoral Commission, supported by Ghana's security services, is well equipped to ensure that the will of the Ghanaian people is respected. Ghana has long been a beacon of democracy in Africa, and we intend to keep it that way. The 2024 elections will be proof of our enduring adherence to the rule of law, transparency, and the principles of democratic accountability that have guided our nation in recent decades. Madam President, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment in history. The decisions we make today will shape the future of our world. We can choose to act with courage, compassion, and a commitment to leave no one behind, or we can choose inaction and allow the suffering of millions and the degradation of the planet to continue. Let me end by reminding us all that the future is not something that simply happens. It is something we create. We have the power in this room to change the course of history. Let us not shy away from that responsibility. Let us act now, and let us act together. I wish you God's blessings in all your current and future deliberations, and I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Ghana. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Rumen Radev, President of the Republic of Bulgaria. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at the outset to congratulate His Excellency Philemon Yang for his elections as the President of the 79th UN General Assembly session. I believe that under his leadership and through his vision, the international community will move forward on the agenda of strengthening the values of the UN Charter, an effort that the humanity now needs the most. Our world faces a range of complex problems, from the unprecedented challenges to the global peace and security, to the escalating climate crisis and the persistent inequalities. We are confronted with a complex array of issues that require our immediate attention and concerted effort. We need to light the spark that ignites change. With this in mind, my country approaches the 79th session of the UN General Assembly with renewed determination to promote multilateral and workable solutions achieved through negotiations and based on the UN Charter. We must follow the path for the sake of the survival of humankind and the future generations. Taking this into consideration, we praise the Pact of the Future as a move towards a vital transformation. It becomes increasingly clear that our success hinges on a firm commitment to upholding multilateralism and the respect for international law, which are the cornerstones of our global order. This order that has been forged in UN by you and your predecessors is now under severe threat. Bulgaria has been always committed to the values of multilateralism and will continue to be, using the accumulated experience from the successful Bulgarian presidency of the UN Economic and Social Council and our current mandate as a constructive member of the Human Rights Council. Excellencies, In 2015, all UN member states adopted with unanimity 17 Sustainable Development Goals, providing a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for the whole planet. Nowadays, they remain more than ever topical and requiring full mobilization of international efforts. However, we must admit that the sheer deterioration of the international peace and security environment in the last years is threatening the fulfillment of our Sustainable Development Agenda, undermining the rules-based international order. Restoring and preserving the peace must not be seen but as the ultimate goal of the international community and is a basic prerequisite for the SDGs fulfillment. It has been 2.5 years since the Russian Federation unleashed a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. From the very beginning, Bulgaria strongly condemns this war, which led to hundreds of thousands of victims, enormous suffering, and destruction. Every single day of this war increases the risk of escalation in intensity and geographical scope, posing a substantial threat to the global peace and security. The side effects of the war are already gravely affecting the economies and social systems of many countries worldwide. That is why the international community should seek ways that lead to de-escalation and dialogue. We should support every diplomatic effort that pursues comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine, in conformity with the United Nations Charter and the international law. Since the last year UN General Debate, we have witnessed a significant increase in instability across the Middle East. The conflict between Israel and Hamas after the Hamas brutal attack on Israel triggered a major deterioration of the security in the region with global projections. We must not forget the consequences which followed: tens of thousands dead and injured civilians in Gaza, the total destruction of vital infrastructure, and mass displacement of people. We call for immediate ceasefire, free access of humanitarian convoys, as well as release of all hostages held by Hamas. We are also deeply concerned about the recent development in Lebanon, bringing a qualitative, new and dangerous dimension in the conflict and increasing the risk of its regional enlargement. We call for refraining from use of force, for wisdom and de-escalation. The spiral of violence and the human suffering must come to an end. The only way to achieve sustainable and lasting peace in this region with its very fragile security landscape is the two-state solution. Amid the ongoing destabilization around different regions, the collective global goal for a world without nuclear threat remains more critical than ever. In line with the new agenda for peace, Bulgaria will maintain its commitment to uphold, protect, and strengthen the multilateral framework for disarmament, non-proliferation, and arms control. We remain dedicated to the universalization and full implementation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, recognizing it as the cornerstone of the global nuclear non-proliferation regime, which serves as the essential foundation for pursuing nuclear disarmament and plays a crucial role in the development of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes. As we address these challenges, prioritizing regional stability becomes vital. My country actively engages in political dialogue with Southeast European countries, driven by the conviction that the region's security, stability, and prosperity are crucial for the broader regional and international resilience. Bulgaria is a strong supporter of the European path of the Western Balkan countries. Our main priorities vis-à-vis the region are fostering good neighborliness, improving connectivity, protection of human rights, and combating ethnic discrimination. However, a serious challenge on this path are the new outbursts of incitements of hatred. Fighting and curbing the aggressive nationalistic rhetoric all over the region and concentrating on positive agenda on strengthening multi-ethnic societies and the rights of the constituent communities will prevent the evocation of the reminiscence of the troubled past of the region. Ladies and gentlemen, progress on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is the greatest investment for the benefit of the present and future generations. Bulgaria keeps on contributing actively to this common effort through the steady implementation of the National Development Programme Bulgarian 2030 and of sustainable projects for development cooperation with partner countries, through supporting projects in education, healthcare, public infrastructure and services, as well as renewable energy solutions. We face a growing number of places around the world where warring dynamics in terms of governance, democracy, and human rights emerge. As a present member of the Human Rights Council, we reaffirm our commitment to this noble cause. Bulgaria has never looked the other way, and this speaks up through our domestic policies, our membership in the Human Rights Council, our work as a co-chair of the Group of Friends of Children and Sustainable Development Goals, Vice President of UNICEF Bureau, member of the Executive Board of UN Women, and through our support for initiatives that empower the General Assembly and aim at accountability. Our advocacy for meaningful participation of civil society, youth and women in decision-making process across the United Nations system and domestically have already yielded results, and our youth delegate program inspires more young people to choose the path of active citizens. Bulgaria advocates for a human rights-based approach to sustainable development and looks forward to the inclusion of all stakeholders at the upcoming World Social Summit. Excellencies, we have focused on the peace among nations, but it is equally important to reconcile with the nature. Climate change is a threat multiplier for the implementation of all sustainable development goals. We urge enhanced action based on the global stocktake, more ambitious climate objectives, including the new finance goal at the 29th session of the United Nations Climate Change Conference. Earlier this year, Bulgaria hosted the 61st session of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which gave impetus to the panel's 7th assessment cycle, including the production of the special report on climate change and cities. Through various panel events, we were able to invigorate the science and science discussion, paying due attention to the climate risks in the Black Sea region, as well as to the urban environment, the role of cities, and the need to adapt to changing climate. Another challenge that brings a lot of opportunities as well is the need for an effective digital governance based on a multi-stakeholder and inclusive approach, aiming for a human-centric digital transformation and a safe and open digital future. In light of growing challenges to the principles of international law and the rules-based order established by the United Nations Charter, Bulgaria remains committed to strengthening the effectiveness and accountability of the United Nations Security Council. We support efforts to enhance transparency and accountability within this body, co-sponsoring the key UN General Assembly resolution on veto use. Bulgaria emphasizes the need for greater effectiveness and prioritizes securing an additional non-permanent seat for the group of Eastern European states in a reformed council. Ladies and gentlemen, let us reaffirm our commitment to addressing these global challenges with firmness and determination. The action we take today will define the future, and with courage and unity, we will rise to meet the opportunities that lie ahead. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Bulgaria. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Chandri Kapesad Santoki, President of the Republic of Suriname. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, Heads of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Madam President, this General Assembly is of historic significance as we embark on a process of recalibrating international relations and establishing a more effective multilateral framework. I therefore extend my heartfelt congratulations to the President on his election to preside over this esteemed body, and allow me to congratulate the outgoing Chair of Trinidad and Tobago on a job well done under difficult circumstances. Madam President, this organization was founded after 2 devastating world wars. Its original purpose remains relevant today to save current and future generations from the disastrous consequences of wars and armed conflicts and foster peace and political stability for sustained prosperity for all. We, however, observe instead that the world is marked by a complex political and security crisis, weakening our global multilateral framework of collective solidarity, international law, and respect for humanitarian law. The conflicts that divide us are not isolated incidents. They are symptoms of deeper systemic challenges, rising inequality, environmental degradation, and breakdown of global trust. The time has come to dare to make bold decisions, revisit our global governance architecture, and to recommit to the original goals of the United Nations. Madam President, with statistics showing that countries are off track on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, while projections estimate that almost 600 million people will continue to live in extreme poverty in 2030, that is incumbent on us to close the gap between aspiration and financing. I wish to emphasize the urgent need for accelerated reforms and coordination within the international financial architecture, especially the international financial institutions. The Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, offers a comprehensive and inclusive framework that goes beyond traditional metrics to capture the true complexity of the vulnerabilities of small islands developing and low-lying coastal states. We urge that the MVI is embedded in the operations of the international financial institutions, especially the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Apart from the MVI, we see other financial obstacles in place that have a major negative impact on our ability to generate development, especially de-risking measures of international banks, which are based on general assessments, do not consider the country's reality and the severe impact on development objectives of the country. This must be addressed head-on if we want to be inclusive rather than exclusive. My country, Suriname, can attest to the importance of urgent need to reform the global financial and political system and to build greater trust in the multilateral system. Because of our ranking, we are not eligible for several global financial instruments to the detriment of my people. Since taking office in July 2020, my government has successfully started a policy of financial economic reforms, including restructuring the debt portfolio supported by an IMF program and international financial institutions. The impact of the various crises and national efforts to reform the economy has not been easy for the population, but we are on the road to recovery now. Macroeconomic stability has been achieved. We established a social safety net and increased several social benefits, all meant to make sure that we did not forget or excluded that part of our population from restoring a healthier economy. Madam President, 2024 statistics reveal that progress in the area of climate action is inadequate, with global greenhouse gas emissions still rising. Despite the need for reductions, climate action can no longer be postponed nor ignored. Soon, we'll meet in Azerbaijan for COP29. Madam President, will we be repeating ourselves with empty promises and pledges, or will we take decisive action to save this planet from extinction? Madam President, Suriname is committed to the Paris Agreement. Suriname has also submitted ambitious nationally determined contributions and has recently started the process of carbon credit trading. Suriname aims to remain a carbon-negative country with a high level of biodiversity and more than 90% forest coverage. With this conscious choice to limit deforestation, we sacrifice economic development for our people. For this, Madam President, we are not compensated while everyone benefits from our decision. Carbon negative and carbon neutral countries must be supported for maintaining that status. We are in favor of a just transition to a carbon-less economy for the coming decades, but we also expect to be allowed to develop our natural resources in an environmentally friendly and balanced manner in compliance with the international standards and practices. In fact, we have already embarked in such a development path by introducing more renewables to our energy grid, utilizing technological innovations to reduce our carbon footprint even further. Madam President, Suriname has had, over the past 100 years, industrial development of bauxite industry, onshore oil production, gold production, as well as agriculture production and other industries. And despite these activities, Suriname is among the 3 carbon-negative countries in the world. At the same time, Suriname is among the 7 most vulnerable countries with respect to the effects of rising sea levels. Madam President, not only have the international pledges for climate financing not materialized in the way pledged, but access to the available resources is an enormous challenge. Simplification of the application and appraisal procedures must be put in place to have the required impact at local level. Regretfully, we also observe that a large part of these funds finds their way in time-consuming and expensive studies, consultancies, and advisory services. In the meantime, the situation on the ground in the affected regions and countries is deteriorating. Often, the requested assistance comes too late. Madam President, to transform the well-being of our communities, we must embrace diversity and work towards social justice and inclusion. That is what responsible leaders do, making sure no one is left out or excluded. We must practice what we preach, Madam President. While the humanitarian and security situation in the Republic of Haiti remains of concern, we are pleased to note also through leadership of the Caribbean community, a roadmap towards free and fair elections has been initiated and a transition government with a clear mandate has been installed. We cannot leave Haiti and its people alone and behind. Haiti fatigue is not an option. We urge the international community to financially and technically support Haiti on its path forward. Suriname will contribute to the MSS with security personnel and remains committed to assist in whatever way we can. We urge and call for a more effective, coordinated, and coherent approach and the transparent sharing of information regarding the different initiatives to serve more effectively the objectives of facilitating peace, security, and prosperity in Haiti and the Haitian people. Madam President, leaving no one behind should also include lifting the long-standing economic embargo against Cuba and its people. Adopting the Pact of the Future represents an opportunity to redirect a new path for humanity to address current challenges while laying the groundwork for sustainable solutions. We need to foster collaboration and strengthen partnership to address the long-term global issues as climate change, social inequality, and access to affordable health care and quality education for all. Small nations need the support for digital transformation, providing the tools and capacity building initiatives needed to fully integrate into the global digital economy. We must, Madam President, utilize technology in a positive and constructive manner to facilitate financial inclusion for all, access to general education and skills training, but also telemedicine and treatment, as well as instant government services. Madam President, 2024 marks the 5th time for me to address the General Assembly. In 2020, I made my maiden address virtually through the optimal use of modern technology. At that time, I remarked that multilateralism came under attack on several occasions. And 4 years onwards, we still have a long way to go. We must work collectively and with a sense of urgency and positive attitudes towards a renewed commitment to a multilateral framework that is more inclusive, more equitable, more accountable, with the ultimate goal to create a better, safer, and more productive planet for our people now and in the future. In conclusion, Madam President, the theme, "Leave No One Behind," is a call to action, but is also a challenge. For smaller countries like Suriname, the global system often continues exclusion, sometimes in new version and new style. As we continue our renewed commitment to building a more just, inclusive, and equitable international system where accountability is important, and together, Madam President, we must ensure that no nation, no community, no individual, no woman, and no children is excluded or left behind from the promise of peace, prosperity, and dignity. Let's live up to the spirit of one for all and all for one. I thank you, and may God bless you all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Suriname. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nikos Christodoulidis, President of the Republic of Cyprus. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I wish to congratulate His Excellency Ambassador Philemon Yang for his election as President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Rest assured, Mr. President, of Cyprus' steadfast support for your mission. Your Excellencies, I humbly stood at this podium for the first time last year. My main premise then was that the UN Charter is not a reality. It is a promise, a sacred pledge that we inherited from our predecessors, from those who had the remarkable courage, the clarity of vision to put pen on paper, vision to action, and to solemnly declare, never again. These great visionaries who had the audacity to build peace upon still burning ashes of war assumes the tremendous responsibility to look beyond the horrors of the past, to learn from history, no matter how painful, and to lay the foundations for a world anchored on peace and stability, respect for international law, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. A world that leaves no one behind, that ensures prosperity and human dignity for all. Burning like a torch lit from those ashes, this promise was passed to us. Their voices are echoed in the halls of this building, which stand as a beacon and a symbol of the only path to the fulfillment of the UN Charter, which each and every state, each and every one of us undertook to uphold: multilateralism and respect for international law, diplomacy, peaceful settlement of disputes, cooperation over use of force and aggression, laying down arms. A world order that does not appease the aggressor, the violator of international legality. Ladies and gentlemen, only a few weeks after last year's General Assembly, on October 7, the world was shocked by the unimaginable, horrendous brutality of the terrorist attack against innocent civilians. No one was spared the blindness and cruelty of terror that Saturday morning. Women raped, children killed and abducted, the elderly witnessing the burning flame of their loved ones, their future extinguished before their eyes. Their screams penetrating the hearts, forever changing the landscape of their lives, penetrating the conscience of humanity. There is never, ever any justification for terror. There is never, ever any justification for such blatant disregard for human life and dignity. No matter where it comes from, no matter whom it concerns us all. When rape is used as a weapon of war against women and girls, when children are abducted, our voice needs to be loud, clear, united, and unequivocal. Those are our daughters. Those are our children, and we failed them. Let me be clear. Ours is a mission for the innocent. Innocents know no country, age, race, nor religion. Human pain and human dignity is equal for all, and it must be upheld always in each and every context. Dear friends, in the immediate aftermath of the October 7 attack, and as the humanitarian situation in Gaza deteriorated, my country, the Republic of Cyprus, acted. We acted on our moral responsibility to help the innocent civilians of Gaza, men, women, children, suffering abhorrent conditions no human should ever endure. As a country that is an integral part of the region, Cyprus built on the long-standing bonds of friendship and trust with our neighbors. Fulfilling our duty as an anchor of stability in the turbulent sea, as the European Union's lighthouse in the Eastern Mediterranean, we delivered the Amalthea Maritime Corridor to the international community, a lifeline of hope and humanity. The Cyprus Humanitarian Corridor is a manifestation of the spirit and the letter of the UN Charter, cooperation and multilateralism, it aptly demonstrates the power of diplomacy, one of our most powerful tools. Cyprus worked closely with regional and international partners, with the United Arab Emirates, the United States, with the concrete support of the European Union, the United Nations, united by a shared vision. These guiding principles are the beacon of our engagement in international relations, the power of diplomacy as a force for good. We have consistently manifested this commitment and will continue to do so. Cyprus has acted time and time again as a regional evacuation hub at time of crisis, a safe bridge, a safe haven for civilians. Dear friends, the Palestinian children that have been orphaned, forced to live in tents with no access to the most basic items of existence, food, shelter, education, safety, are also our children. No child should ever endure such nightmare. They didn't cause this war. They do not deserve it. They suffer in silence. Their cries are haunting our conscience. We have also failed them. The situation in Gaza is a desperate cry for us to act decisively. We must do all that is in our power. We must act as leaders, as states, as international and regional organizations. My country has emphatically stressed the need for the respect of international humanitarian law, the protection of civilians, the rapid, safe, and unhindered flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza, for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. This war must end now. The suffering must stop now. We have also consistently underlined and acted on the imperative of avoiding further escalation and destabilization in our region, and of the vital importance of preventing regional escalation. We are deeply alarmed by the recent developments in our neighboring Lebanon and stress the need for restraint. A step back must be taken from the brink. Excellencies, the wider region of the Eastern Mediterranean and the greater Middle East, our neighborhood, is no doubt a turbulent region faced with a multitude of complex challenges. And yet, this neighborhood is so much more than the prevailing narrative. I will never accept the linear narrative of a region in turmoil. It is a narrative that ignores the complexities, but also the immense promise of the region and its people, the dynamics of opportunity and change that are unfolding. I have seen this journey closely, witnessing the full cooperation in the region, experience firsthand what countries of the region can achieve when they come together behind a common vision for the future, committed to multilateralism, always in respect of international legality. And I'm convinced that the Eastern Mediterranean and the wider Middle East can move decisively beyond the prevailing narrative of being a region in turmoil and become a hub of stability, peace, and cooperation. For the region to fulfill its promise, there has to be a path for lasting peace. There is an urgent need to reinvigorate the Middle East peace process and reach a political settlement in line with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. There is no other path to walk. Out of tragedy and suffering of the last year, let us exert every effort to ensure there is lifeline to peace. There are no shortcuts, no alternatives or substitutes to a lasting peace. There are no frozen conflicts. The vacuum created in the absence of a viable peace becomes a breeding ground for crisis and conflict. We can never be complacent. This is a painful lesson recent history teaches us over and over again. The Russian invasion of Ukraine, a sovereign nation, came as yet another stark reminder of what is at stake if we don't defend and uphold the principles enshrined in the UN Charter, Cyprus strongly condemns any breach of international peace and security effected through military action by any state against the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of another state. My country has stood in an unwavering manner since the first day of the Russian invasion on the right side of the history. Cyprus, my country, itself a victim of invasion and continuing occupation, has steadfastly supported the unity, territorial integrity, and sovereignty of Ukraine. Madam President, Your Excellencies, the torch for peace in Cyprus awaits to be lit. This year, on July 20th, we mourned 50 years since the Turkish invasion of Cyprus. Through use of force, Turkey occupies a sovereign European state. It violates the sovereignty and territorial integrity of an EU member state. 50 years, half a century of continuing Turkish occupation of approximately 37% of the territory of the Republic of Cyprus, of continuous violation of the UN Charter, international law, including international humanitarian and human rights law. 50 years that the displaced stoically await to return to their ancestral homes. 50 years that the mothers of the missing stoically await the remains of their loved ones to lay them to rest in peace. Half a century of blatant disregard of UN Security Council resolutions, resolutions that have also called for the return of the fenced town of Varosha to its lawful inhabitants and its transfer to the administration of the UN. And yet, 50 years of resilience and hope by Cypriots, hope for peace, a burning desire and a deep belief by my people, by all Cypriots, that this cannot be the future of Cyprus. It cannot be the future of our children and of the generations to come. They deserve to live, to thrive in coexistence and co-creation in a reunified country in conditions of viable peace. I'm often asked, dear friends, if I'm optimistic about peace in Cyprus after 50 years. Let me recall the words of Jean Monnet, one of the inspired founders of the European Union, when he proclaimed that this is not the time for blind optimism or paralyzing pessimism. Now is the time to be determined. And so the answer is that I'm determined to work tirelessly and bravely for peace in Cyprus, to reunify my country and its people in a modern, viable European state with no troops of occupation, no foreign guarantees. I'm determined to provide for all Cypriots all rights and fundamental freedoms that other Europeans enjoy. They deserve nothing less. I'm determined not to fail them. To my Turkish Cypriot and Greek Cypriot compatriots, I hear your call for peace. It has not faded over time. It has grown louder, more determined. We look to the UN Secretary General, who understands the imperative of reunification, to fulfill the promise of peace, to deliver on the pledge of the UN Charter. I'm determined to continue exerting all efforts to resume negotiations for a viable solution to the Cyprus issue with the only framework, the relevant UN Security Council resolutions that call for a bizonal, bicommunal federation with political equality as defined by the relevant UN Security Council resolutions and fully in line with EU law, values and principles. Your Excellencies, since the last time I stood before you in this hall, we have exerted every effort to resume the peace process. There is no alternative to the path of peace. I'm committed and I'm ready to sit at the negotiating table today, not tomorrow, today. I have clarity of vision for the future of my country, for the future of our children in a unified, prosperous, viable European state. To Mr. Erdogan, history will judge us. And history is unforgiving in the light it casts on leaders who have an opportunity to deliver peace and instead choose the path of revisionism and disregard for international law. Those who want to lead must lead by example. The voice of morality, Mr. Erdogan, cannot have selective historical amnesia or selective sensitivity to violations to international law. The aggressor, the violator of international law, cannot be the advocate of legality nor point the finger to others. On this podium yesterday, we heard Mr. Erdogan call for the disregard of the UN Charter, the violation of the UN Security Council resolutions and international law, including the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. And my response, the response of the international community, is clear. Illegality stemming from invasion, aggression, and use of force cannot be recognized. International law is not a la carte. Its interpretation does not change depending on who is the violator. It applies equally to all contexts, to all countries. It applies to Turkey, a country that 50 years ago used force in violation of the UN Charter, invaded the sovereign state, and is an occupation force in Cyprus. It is an affront to this plenary to name an invasion a peace operation. Revisionists cannot change reality, not now, not ever. To Mr. Erdogan, I also say, now is the time to deliver on your proclaimed commitment to international law and to peace. No country that believes in the moral superiority of its position refuses to sit on the negotiating table. I adamantly believe that we can carve a new path, one of peace, cooperation, and collaboration. We cannot change geography. It is an opportunity, not a curse. Turkey and Cyprus will always remain neighbors. Let us change the narrative. Let us transform our proximity into a promise. Let us build together a legacy of peace that can be transformative for the whole region. Ladies and gentlemen, in our common agenda, the Secretary General remarked that humanity faces a stark and urgent choice, and break down or break through. I welcome the Secretary General's new agenda for peace and support multilateral efforts towards peace and security. Collective action is urgently needed to address the changing nature of conflicts, including challenges posed by new technologies, the climate emergency, rising inequalities, and backtracking on human rights. Halfway to the deadline, it is alarming that our world is off track to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Despite some glimmers of hope, action, transformative solutions, and comprehensive reforms are urgently needed. The agendas and resolutions are in place. We don't need more words. We need action. Human rights constitute the backbone of the multilateral system, and it is a top priority for Cyprus' foreign policy, guided by our long-lasting commitment to promoting, protecting, and fulfilling all human rights, as well as advancing and strengthening international human rights within the United Nations. Cyprus has announced its first ever candidacy for the Human Rights Council for the period 2025-27, with elections taking place this fall. Our candidature stems from our deep dedication to promoting, protecting, and fulfilling basic human rights for all, as well as advancing and strengthening international human rights within the United Nations system. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is at an inflection point. Our children, the generations to come, are watching, and they will hold us accountable. The decisions we make today, the courage and vision we transform into action, have the potential to change the trajectory of the world. We have an opportunity to come together and through multilateralism, by upholding the primacy of the UN Charter, to build a safer, more secure world. The nature of the challenges we face is such that no country can address it on its own. We need to come together. We, the peoples of the United Nations, determine. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cyprus. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Peter Pellegrini, President of the Slovak Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and privilege to address you from this place. It's the first time for me in my capacity of President of Slovakia. The United Nations organization, which we helped to found with our brotherly Czech nation under Czechoslovakia's flag, has been here for almost 8 decades. We could spend hours discussing its imperfections or flaws. We have a legitimate right to ask how the UN delivers on its core mission, and that is maintaining peace, guaranteeing international law, and protecting human rights. And most importantly, why it fails to do so quite often. Despite all its faults and failures, the UN is the only truly global forum we have. It is the backbone of the world order based on rules and international law. The cornerstone of the world as we know it. The UN is a vital international ecosystem for most countries in the world, including Slovakia. The sovereignty of the majority is, to a great extent, based on our ability to cooperate, show solidarity, and look for points where our often different interests meet. It builds on our readiness to reach a compromise and respect our diversity based on shared universal values, rules, and obligations. Especially in today's uncertain times, it is a powerful pillar of sovereignty, just like its classic features, territorial integrity or independence of action. The way we cooperate tells us a story about us, where we do belong, what do we reach for, and eventually who we are as people, community, humanity. Our joint confidence in the existing system of international relations with the UN as its key element is what separates us from chaos and arbitrariness. In other words, from war and violence. There are countries and entities among us that believe that the absence of rules will be the breeding ground for their future success. They believe that the force is above the law. In reality, however, the collapse of a rules-based system would eventually get back at those who desire it the most today. In Slovakia's immediate vicinity, in Ukraine, a war has been going on for almost 1,000 days already. As a result of Russia's aggression, which violated such basic principles of international law as sovereignty and territorial integrity. It is worth reminding that our neighbor, Ukraine, legitimately defends its country and its people according to international law, including the UN Charter. Every day, this war continues to destroy the lives, the infrastructure, and the future of Ukrainian men and women. And it is of no good to Russia's people either, as they die too, and the war has come to them as well. The escalation grows. It is high time to start looking for a peaceful, sustainable, and just end to this conflict, based on the principles of international law and the UN Charter. Looking at the world's geography for parts of the globe, it might seem like a local and by far not the only serious conflict the world faces today. Let us recall the suffering of the people in Gaza after the horrific terrorist attack by Hamas against Israel and the casualties on both sides. Or the state collapses in Haiti or Sudan, both followed by humanitarian disasters. However, from the international community's point of view, what we see here is an existential struggle for the nature and future of international law and adherence to agreed rules. None of us today can think that the UN can fully prevent all wars and conflicts in Ukraine, the Middle East, Africa, or elsewhere. The reason, however, isn't some kind of alleged dysfunction of the organization and its agencies. It is rather the lack of joint political will in its highest body, the Security Council. On the other hand, it's a fact that the UN was born with powerful and exclusive checks without effective balances. For years, there has been a general understanding that the UN needs a deep reform, and Slovakia stands ready to continue assisting this legitimate effort. We see that we must rather look for effective prevention, management, and eventually solutions to conflicts within local or continental alliances. The role of the UN remains central, but the need for partnership with regional organizations is growing. For us in Europe, it is NATO and the EU. This is the only way for the UN, with its foundations laid in the last century, to withstand the threats and challenges of the current one. I don't find it appropriate or useful to divide the world into a global north or global south, east or west. Much more important is to look at who respects our shared rules and obligations and who doesn't, who is interested in making them stronger and acting by them, and who is rather undermining them or applying double standards. All of us are far from perfect. However, it fills me with hope that those of us who respect our shared values and rules form the vast majority here, and those who despise, systematically ignore, harm, or apply these rules only when it comes in handy are only a few. It's often those who try to take apart not only the rules but also the meaning of words. In the flood of information and misinformation that we face today, we must not renounce the truth. The reverse is still the reverse and not the face. A lie is just a lie, not a fact of an alternate reality. Aggression is no defense. Occupation is no brotherly help, liberation, or some mythical togetherness. Likewise, war remains war, no matter what euphemism they call it. We must not forget that words and those who speak them, including traditional and social media, remain the most powerful weapons, determiners of good and evil. They can both fortify or disrupt unity and trust in our societies and communities. They can promote tolerance or spread hatred. It is of utter importance that we use words by giving them alternate or even opposite meanings. Promoting information integrity should be high on our priority list. The global debate on climate change is a good example proving we can do this. The denying of climate change and its evidence by renewed scientific teams around the world, quite common until recently, is in the face of increasingly destructive climate conditions and disasters, now obscure even in the most marginal opinion groups. Our emissions are already beyond the imaginary line of our Paris commitments, before which we could still significantly slow down what we, humanity, have caused through our activities. Blaming each other won't help either. We'd better do what we can. Let's invest part of our personal and political activity into what is already happening with our climate, mitigating the consequences of hurricanes, floods, and extinguishing fires, both figuratively and unfortunately also literally, is today's urgent climate agenda. Protection of freedom, human rights, and human dignity for everyone, efforts to reduce poverty, strengthening food security, upgrading health, hygiene, and vaccination standards, environmental protection, preservation of ecosystems, and diversity. Here, along with the climate change mitigation, I see a huge area of action for the UN and its specialized agencies too. Practical and well-directed policies, coordination of different national development and assistance programs into regional synergies and successes, as well as comprehensive and expert evaluation of green transition efforts. That is what I expect from the UN of today. I am proud that Slovakia belongs not only in Europe, but also globally to the leaders in compliance with the joint climate commitments. I believe the UN should also pay much more attention to the technological and digital aspects of our lives. Today, it's almost equally important as our physical identities. What I have in mind is no global regulation. That is a task for regional actors. I rather think of the widest possible involvement of new technologies into everything that the UN has been working on. My point is that the whole world should more evenly benefit from technological progress. It should become one of the main engines of social progress and a way to level differences and promote gender equality. All of this is also a part of the basic mission of the UN. Another pressing problem in front of many countries and the entire international community is migration. It is a phenomenon that divides us rather than unites us, an agenda on which elections are won or lost today. However, we should never forget that the most of our ancestors across Europe were refugees too, when they fled before war, poverty, or persecution during Nazism or communism. There is no magic formula for addressing illegal migration. It is, however, clear that many aspects of migration need clear rules, transparent procedures, and effective policies, measures which will help the source, transit, as well as target countries. And it is also legitimate to appropriately address all security risks that in particular the illegal migration brings. But what we need in the first place is a calm, pragmatic, and realistic dialogue leading to the cooperation of all concerned parties, which not only deals with the consequences, but above all with the causes of illegal migration as well as those who aid and profit from it. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Slovakia has a long-term been an active member of the UN. In the spirit of all these issues, priorities, and challenges that I mentioned today, Slovakia is preparing as a candidate for a non-permanent seat in the UN Security Council in 2028 and 2029. Our diplomats and experts are sitting in executive boards of several specialized UN agencies. The roots of Czechoslovak and today's Slovak diplomacy are closely linked with international cooperation. Names like Milan Rastislav Štefánik, Štefan Osusky, Ivan Krno, or Jan Papanek are well known in the diplomatic community, and some of them left a strong footprint here in the UN corridors too. The last one, Jan Papanek, was Czechoslovakia's delegate at the San Francisco conference and was one of the 14 people who formulated the final text of the charter that gave birth to this organization. All these prominent Slovak diplomats had one thing in common. They all were true and convinced multilateralists. And it is to multilateralism that we, to a large extent, owe our modern statehood and identity. It's therefore up to us, the leaders of this world, to stress in communication to our citizens that the building blocks and rules of the international community which we have been lying together for almost 8 decades since 1945, have no sustainable alternative. It is our task to say and repeat that we must not bring them down, but on the contrary, fix and bolster them. Multilateralism, just like the world around us, is complex and has many diverse and often opposing layers. It requires a lot of patience, and it often brings frustration and bitterness. However, it's also the most precious generational wealth that we can rely to our posterity. It's up to us in what condition and how well or ill prepared for the future we will jointly pass it on. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Slovak Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam Deputy President, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, delegates. Namibia congratulates His Excellency Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly. I also extend my appreciation to his successor, His Excellency Dennis Francis, for successfully steering the Assembly through trying times. It was during the 78th session where the relevance of the Assembly's work repeatedly came to the fore through reaffirmations. The theme for this general debate, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, aligns perfectly well with our shared aspiration for effective international cooperation. In this regard, the adoption of the Pact for the Future and its annexes on the 23rd of this month, 2024, is encouraging. Namibia is proud to have served alongside Germany as a co-facilitator of the Summit of the Future. I congratulate all delegates for their commitment that brought the pact to fruition, all of you. Namibia's interest in the Pact for Future is grounded in the understanding that multilateral institutions, including the Security Council of the United Nations, do not represent African needs and aspirations. The institution created in 1945 must better respond to today's challenges. At the core of the Pact is this recognition and the urgency for profound global transformation. At the heart of our quest to rebuild trust in multilateralism is a legitimate demand to be recognized as equal partners. Partners who can be trusted. Partners in the fight against war, against poverty, against global injustices and inequalities. Mr. President, Namibia is particularly concerned about the impact of climate change. Changes in ocean temperature have affected our fish stocks with potential long-term consequences for our livelihoods, ecosystems, and tourism. Namibia and the rest of SADC region are going through an El Nino phenomena which has adversely impacted our food security. In this regard, Namibia has to declare a state of emergency to address the severe effect of drought. As we approach the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration, we are presented with a renewed opportunity to strengthen gender equality. Namibia remains among the top 9 countries globally that have close to 80% of gender gap. In the past 12 months, we have achieved perfect parity in the National Assembly, where 50% of representatives are women. Namibia is preparing for the 8th Presidential and National Assembly elections on 27 November 2024. Political parties, including the ruling party, which I represent, have nominated female candidates. We hope that the United Nations will have a female Secretary General in the near future. Namibia is working to develop a sustainable energy mix to support its ambitious industrialization agenda and to contribute to the world's efforts to combat climate change. We are establishing green industrialization ecosystem for decarbonizing industries that find it difficult to lower their greenhouse emissions. Investment in these key sectors is critical in Namibia. And Namibia is urging developed nations to scale up support for developing countries to facilitate gradual energy transition. Turning to international peace and security, there is an urgent need for this assembly to support the modalities to actualize the adversary opinion rendered by International Court of Justice regarding the ongoing conflict in Gaza. Prolonged occupation does not justify or make acceptance the hardship and injustice endured. This is particularly true for the people of Gaza, who continue to be brutally massacred. As a country that has endured genocide, Namibia believes that Israel, by intent and by action, is committing genocide. Namibia continues to call for a ceasefire and humanitarian assistance to flow unhindered into Gaza. On economic matter, economic hardship continue to affect the sister Republic of Cuba in stark contrast to the ideals of inclusivity and the goals of leaving no one behind. Namibia calls for the end of economic, financial, and commercial blockade against Cuba and calls for removal of Cuba from states that are accused of sponsoring terrorism. Namibia also reiterates its call for the immediate and unconditional lifting of illegal sanctions against our neighbor Zimbabwe, which hinders the country's capacity to achieve sustainable development goals. Further affronts to United Nations Charter, its purpose and principle is the continued disenfranchisement of the people of Western Sahara, who are denied the right to self-determination. The 79th session of the UN General Assembly must do more to change that situation. In conclusion, Namibia is a child of international solidarity midwifed by the United Nations, and therefore remains its firmest of proponents. The United Nations system can be strengthened if we hold hands and work together as bridge builders to illustrate, as illustrated by the Summit of the Future, by choosing the way of collaboration over enmity, peaceful dialogue over war and conflict, and de-escalation instead of escalating things. we can achieve our shared goal of more peaceful, just, and prosperous world. And I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Namibia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohamed Yunus Menfi, President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to congratulate you on your election as President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I wish you and your team all the success. I would also like to express my thanks and appreciation to Mr. Dennis Francis for his excellent stewardship of the previous session. Thanks are also due to His Excellency the Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his continuous effort to promote international peace and security, as well as his good offices to achieve the noble objectives of the United Nations and his role in promoting human rights. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, Libya has suffered for over more than a decade from successive transitional periods tainted with unjustified conflicts and wars among brothers. They were fueled by foreign interference aimed at weakening the state, deepening divisions, and controlling its natural resources, as well as its political and social decision. This necessitates a strong stance today to regain control. Challenges are huge and complex before us. However, we're still trying to reach consensual solutions to unite our words and ranks and gather all parties around one table to find a national solution. However, this institutional division that is a result of the systematic obstruction by some political parties and the subsequent conflict over privileges and prerogatives led to the escalation of this institutional and political crises. It further complicated the political landscape. This started with building parallel bodies, leading to the freezing and cancelling of our commitment to certain political agreements and resolutions of the Security Council, and the use of the resources of the state as a tool for political pressure, and the last of which was also attacking the Libyan prosecution and adjudication. And it is our duty to shoulder our responsibility to ensure the safety of our country and its strength. The comprehensive political solution, including the financial, economic, and security paths, in addition to national interests, is the only way to ensure our stability so that we can hold elections and renew the legitimacy of all institutions, so that the Libyan people can ensure self-determination. We commend all national and international effort aimed at promoting dialogue among different Libyan parties. We firmly believe that the Libyan people have the right to decide their destiny and choose whom to govern it and run its affairs. And this will be achieved when we renew the legitimacy and regain the control that some parties are trying to prevent. Libyans are the most capable to decide on their destiny, and people can choose whom to represent it through the fair elections and referendum to overcome any political stalemate. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Reconciliation Project, under the sponsorship of the Presidential Council, is undergoing a slow process due to the recent developments witnessed in the country, especially that some political parties are trying to obstruct it by all means. We reiterate the need to accelerate this path, to build trust. In this vein, we commend the efforts of the African Union. We call for a Libyan dialogue to ensure a national pact and a comprehensive reconciliation conference. We stress the need for all stakeholders to participate constructively to reach a peaceful settlement based on a Libyan solution away from any foreign dictations or interferences. We cannot reach sustainable solutions without a serious and honest dialogue among Libyans without any foreign interference. This would ensure the unity of our country, its social cohesion and sovereignty. This month coincides with the first anniversary of the destruction of parts of the city of Darna due to Hurricane Danielle. This was an unforgettable and painful event that left behind a lot of destruction and huge human and material losses. However, we also remember the effort of the Libyans who came together to draw a clear lesson on the ability of the Libyan people to overcome the obstacles and crises they face. That's when they decide to solve their problems domestically without any foreign interferences or dictations. We renew our support to the sincere effort for recovery as we pave the way for the reconstruction all over the country. Ladies and gentlemen, the genocide and ethnic cleansing committed by the Israeli occupation against the Palestinian and Lebanese peoples represent a heinous violation of international law. We uphold the principles of accountability, and we should not allow any impunity and ensure accountability. And therefore, Libya joined South Africa's case before the ICJ on the grave violations of the Israeli entity to all international rules and laws. And we must ensure accountability for the mass genocide and violations that the Palestinian people are subjected to. We stress the need to work on addressing the situation and eliminate the specter of a regional war in the region through addressing the situation in Gaza and putting an end to the heinous violations against Palestine. We stress the right of the Palestinian people in self-determination and establishing their independent statehood with Jerusalem as its capital. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, turning to the regional and international affairs, we stress the need for concerted effort to counter illegal migration and terrorism. This represents a huge challenge, not only to Libya, but to many other countries, especially the African countries, the countries in the region, and Libya, for we are a transit country that shoulder huge burden in this vein. We believe that the solution to this matter necessitates concerted effort while taking into account all national legislations, humanitarian aspects, and the protection of migrants' rights. Turning to terrorism, Libya has gravely suffered from this scourge. We succeeded in defeating Daesh thanks to the sacrifice of our people and the effort of the military institution, as well as the support of the international community. We continue to work on promoting domestic security and protecting our borders through the cooperation with the international community. We endeavor to establish security centers to coordinate effort among different national security forces and the neighboring countries. Combating terrorism is not a mere military confrontation. It's a multifaceted phenomenon that requires greater concerted local and international effort and a comprehensive approach that addresses its different dimensions. And despite the efforts of the United Nations in this vein, we believe in need to develop national mechanisms to counter these challenges away from any negative interferences. Ladies and gentlemen, I stress that it's high time to close ranks and build bridges of unity. Let's make our solidarity the cornerstone of our homeland, this generous homeland and people who love life. I assure you that we would not enjoy our wealth if the seeds of strife and discord continue to thrive among us. Our unity is the path to our stability. It's the hope that would carry our children into a better future. I urge you to uphold our national unity and take off the interference that aims at undermining our endeavors. History bears witness to the greatness of this people, the Libyan people, who was a source of inspiration to nations and peoples for decades. They proved that despite all challenges experienced, they always raise up stronger and more resilient and adamant. Libyans will not forget those who stood by them in times of hardship. We will continue to work to build a bright future worthy of the aspirations and hopes of our people. We will spare no sacrifice for its sake. Thank you, and peace and blessings of God be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luis Rodolfo Abinader Corona, President of the Dominican Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelentísimo señor.
Your Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the 79th session of the UN General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, heads of state and government, distinguished heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. I wish, on behalf of the Dominican people, to express my congratulations to Mr. Philemon Yang on his election as President of this Assembly. In turn, I would like to thank him for his work and thank the Secretary General for the successful organization of this 79th session, and in particular for the recently closed Summit of the Future. This ambitious effort stressed the need to bolster international financing to ensure that we can attain the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. It demonstrates the sincere determination to work for a present and future of peace, civic well-being, respect for human rights, and democratic values. I'd like to emphasize that in the Dominican Republic, we have made considerable headway in the SDGs, in poverty reduction, food security, energy sustainability, public safety, and climate action, just to cite a few examples. By way of example, monetary poverty shrank from 25.8% in 2019 to 23% in 2023. This despite the pandemic and the effects of the war. And in the first half of this year, it fell to 18.9%, which is the lowest level in our history. Over the 4 years of our administration, we have more than doubled spending on social protection. Our agricultural policy has been key to guaranteeing food security and maintaining profitability for Dominican farmers. Despite being an island with limited amounts of arable land, we have managed to boost our food self-sufficiency from 88.5% in 2019 to 90.6% in 2023. Indeed, we've established self-sufficiency in this sector to a large extent. Turning to the generation, transmission and distribution of affordable and clean energy, we've made significant strides and important improvements in electric regulations. We are beginning to build 2,000 new megawatts in thermal generation, and we've signed contracts for 1,600 megawatts of renewable energy, with 600 megawatts already in operation and 1,300 in construction. By the end of 2027, for the first time, we will have a surplus generation capacity of over 15%. This will guarantee greater stability, sustainability, and prices for our energy supply. Public safety has also seen a considerable improvement. In 2022, the murder rate in our country stood at 13.2 for every 100,000 inhabitants. In 2023, it fell to 11.5, and in 2024, so far, it stands at 9.9. This figure is below the average for Latin America and the Caribbean, which, according to UN data, is 17.2. We stand steadfast in our commitment to tackle the triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Playing a fundamental role in establishing the Loss and Damage Fund and achieving the target of 30 by 30 in protecting our marine areas. All of these crucial topics warrant our full attention. However, the resurgence of war and unchecked violence mean that we are forced to focus on this regrettable emergency. Since its adoption in 1945, the United Nations Charter has served us well. But after 7 decades, a series of challenges have built up which now threaten to spill over the existing institutional framework, as was stressed by the Secretary-General in his opening statement. There is a widespread consensus that we urgently need a new model of global governance. A model that fosters greater trust and effectiveness in the decisions that emanate from this crucial concert of nations. For the Dominican Republic, commitment to effective and renewed multilateralism is a priority. We believe this approach is needed to guarantee respect for international law and to protect nations from global threats that compromise their security and well-being. Without concerted, principles-based action, the foundations of the international community will continue to erode. Since its formation, the Dominican Republic has been a standard-bearer for peace and the peaceful settlement of conflicts. The loss of thousands of innocent lives of children and the aging is unacceptable. For this reason, we speak up to strongly demand effective protection for our civilian population in line with the norms of international humanitarian law. There is a solid theory that posits that democracies rarely go into war against others. Dominicans are convinced that the promotion of democracy is essential for the building of lasting peace. Democracy cannot be reduced to a system of mechanic procedures, democracy has to be a living reality which positively transforms our citizens' lives. President, we stand at a crucial juncture for democracy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Over the last few decades, we have borne witness to considerable deterioration in the quality of and support for democratic systems. In line with according to the Latino Barometer poll, support for democracy has fallen significantly from between 2010 and 2023, and at the same time authoritarianism increased. Many factors have impacted this decline, including the effects of frequent economic global crises, which have become cyclical since the end of the 1990s. Another factor is also that citizens are not seeing the tangible benefits of democracy and are very concerned by personalism and corruption, which undermine trust in democratic institutions. In light of this, a clear propensity to remain in power stands out, which in the case of Latin America has taken the form of indefinite re-election, which over the last 30 years has eroded democracy. One example of this is the crisis in Venezuela, which combines a concentration of power, persecution of the opposition, and censure of the media. Without due transparency of the electoral process and without necessary documentation, the crisis will further worsen. We continue to insist on the publication of all electoral records and their verification by impartial institutions in respect for the results of the popular will in Venezuela. Without the publication of these documents, a legitimate winner will not be able to be declared. Transfers of power are essential to guaranteeing responsible and genuinely participatory politics. Democracy is based on a founding principle. The loser has to accept their defeat and exercise true, faithful, constructive opposition. Another democratic principle establishes that the winner must not bully nor crush their adversary. Democracy cannot be exercised solely by and for the winners. The majority has to be treated with respect, and the minority has to be included, including equal rights and ensuring that they are treated with equity and justice. On the 19th of May, the Dominican people re-elected me at the first round for a second and final presidential mandate, which led to a qualified majority in both chambers of the Congress. I'm looking ahead to strengthening Dominican democracy, and to this end I presented a constitutional reform to the Dominican Congress, which will comprehensively limit presidential re-elections to 2 consecutive terms and no more. This reform aims to leave a legacy of greater political and social stability to future generations, and aims to establish a general principle that is clear and robust. That power is always transitory and must be there to serve the people. Mr. President, every democracy needs to make a commitment to defending human rights. It is fundamental to protecting dignity and the freedom of every individual, and to provide legitimacy to political power. The Dominican government is profoundly committed to protecting human rights at a national and international level. This commitment is an integral part of our foreign policy. This establishes the promotion and defense of human rights as one of its main pillars. Here there can be no horse trading nor factions, just principles. For this reason, the crisis in Haiti warrants particular attention. For more than 3 years now, the instability in our neighbouring country has put significant pressure on our own security. We have firmly been asking for the involvement of the international community to show its sustained leadership in stabilizing Haiti. This is a strategic need for security in my country and across the whole region. The Dominican state has shouldered a high responsibility in the Haitian crisis, far more than should be expected of it, by providing essential services to a large amount of the population from our neighboring country. In 2023, medical appointments to Haitian immigrants represented 9.9% of the total medical appointments provided in our national health system. In addition, there are currently around 200,000 foreign minors in our Dominican public education system, of which it is thought that 147,000 are Haitian in origin. These figures reflect the supportive commitment shown by the Dominican Republic, but we can't do it alone. After a long struggle for the adoption of various resolutions within the Security Council, we finally began to see a path towards stability with the establishment of the Transitional Presidential Council and the arrival of the Multinational Security Support Mission in Haiti. We take this opportunity to express our thanks to Kenya and to President Ruto, which has provided the majority of the personnel supporting the Haitian National Police. We further thank the United States, which has shouldered most of the financial and logistics burden. Likewise, we thank Jamaica, Bahamas, and El Salvador that have already sent their contributions. Further, we thank CARICOM for its efforts towards dialogue and agreement and consultation in Haiti. The Dominican Republic has made its own contribution by providing emergency health services to the Multinational Security Support Mission. To date, only 400 of the MSS troops have been deployed out of a minimum of 1,000 that are needed to ensure that the force can be effective. We need this to be established so that the free, fair, and transparent elections can be held. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached this point with great sacrifices, but practically 1 year from the holding of elections in Haiti, the conditions are still not in place for us to do so. We cannot allow the efforts that have been made to date to fail. If that were to happen, Haiti's collapse would be imminent, and the consequences of that would affect the entire region. This mission is an exceptional source of hope for the establishment of normality in Haiti. A failure could lead to us needing to take drastic measures to protect our national security. It's unacceptable that at this stage of the game, some of the countries that have had an impact on the Haitian situation or that have committed to resolving it have not fully kept their promises. While my country's national security is implicated, I will not let up in my demands for stability in Haiti. President, the Dominican Republic and the government that I preside will continue cooperating with the international community in a supportive, committed manner to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. The global landscape means that we need to act as a cohesive community with, like a true concert of nations with one common goal and an aligned vision for the future. We'll be judged by history, not only in terms of the speeches that we give in these illustrious halls, but also, more importantly, for the actions that we undertake in practice. We cannot fail our peoples. We cannot fail humanity. We cannot fail the future. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Dominican Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Klaus Werner Ioannis, President of Romania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, we have all gathered here, the world leaders, with the responsibility of a better global vision and the will to make it happen. There is no better and more representative framework than our 79-year-old United Nations, anchored in the UN Charter and the international law.
However insecure the world is today, the answer to our problems will always be more cooperation and more solidarity. Romania will always uphold the international world order with the United Nations at its core. If we want to find the solutions, we need to have a more responsible look at our world, to understand its challenges. Let us remember what brought us here together in the first place: peace as a state of spirit, as a purpose, as a tool. Regrettably, we see around the globe that insecurity, violence, conflicts, and even war have taken a firm grip on our world. Our main challenge is finding the much-needed solutions to restore and safeguard peace. Otherwise, the international order and the international law are ours to lose. When diplomacy is the most difficult tool to use, it is precisely then when we need to use it most. Look at the dire global consequences of the Russian war against Ukraine. It has unleashed the greatest security crisis in Europe in recent history, in breach of the international law and with implications going well beyond Europe. In this context, Romania has extended a strong, multidimensional support for Ukraine and its people, and we are committed to maintain it for as long as it is needed. At the same time, Romania will continue its unwavering support to consolidate the resilience of the Republic of Moldova, the second most affected country by this war. Our security is not regional, it is global. This brutal war has already harmed nations and people across the world. Food security stands proof. My country has a crucial role in facilitating the grain exports from Ukraine through our ports on the Danube and at the Black Sea. A long-term conflict is unacceptable, and we must stay the course. Ukraine needs the resolute support of all UN member states determined to uphold the international law and the United Nations Charter. Romania fully supports the peace initiative of President Zelensky. It is the only approach to ensure a just and lasting peace in full agreement with the UN Charter and the international law. Ladies and gentlemen, protecting all civilians must remain our common objective. Almost a year ago, the heinous attack committed by Hamas against Israeli civilians has shocked the world. Against the spiral of violence that followed, our actions based on Security Council resolutions should prevail. The end of hostilities, a safe release of all hostages, and facilitation of the safe shipment of the humanitarian aid for the civilians in Gaza are imperatives no one can deny. Furthermore, we support all efforts to resume the political process based on the two-state solution, coexisting in peace and security within safe and recognized borders. More broadly, around the world, there are alarming calls to stop blatant violations of human rights under many forms and rooted in different causes. There is a sense of urgency that remains unanswered. Conflict prevention and peacekeeping are essential tools in this regard. At the same time, We must support the cooperation with regional organizations in view of their role in preventing, keeping, and enforcing peace. Distinguished audience, the impact of climate change is a growing threat to our security, and its consequences are already obvious. As these negative events increase, they impact demography, economies, energy, connectivity, and geopolitics. It is vital to further enhance international cooperation and ensure the much-needed civil protection mechanisms. Romania actively participates at the international level in the exercises, projects, and actions to provide emergency response, especially to limit the impact of wildfires. The UN system is essential to mainstream our efforts and to create synergies. We need to accelerate our work to keep the 1.5 degrees target alive. And since climate change is a threat multiplier, Romania supports an integrated approach to the climate and security nexus within the United Nations system. Green transition also includes energy transition, while ensuring energy security as an important development marker. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in an era when we could fully enjoy the opportunities offered by information, innovation, and connections. Nevertheless, instead of harnessing their potential to our common benefit, we see increased distrust and hatred. We see polarization and rise of extremism instead of coexistence and tolerance. Technology misuses, disinformation, and other hybrid tools are at the center of the problem with the aim of undermining our security. In such times, it has become way easier to destroy than to build. But it is now that we need to seek strength in global institutions, principles, and values, all of those which serve to safeguard human dignity. And human dignity cannot be secured without human rights. They are never optional and continue to stand as one of the fundamental pillars of the United Nations system. In this regard, international legal instruments have a crucial role. For example, in digital transition, we see that technology is a global amplifier of trends. It is up to us to decide whether it will contribute to a more effective and accessible public services. We also have to recognize the essential role of civil society, the human rights defenders, and the involvement of youth in advancing human rights. We are also following the situation of gender equality and the fight against gender violence. Romania is a firm supporter of gender equality, which we promote as member of the Human Rights Council and most recently of the Commission on the Status of Women. Distinguished audience, there is no viable alternative to the United Nations and the principles upon which the organization was built, which remain more valid than ever. Our focus is to continue the United Nations reform so that it will be fit to address current challenges and the ones looming, a more effective and more efficient United Nations, a more representative United Nations where trust can be fostered. Romania advocates for an extended Security Council where transparency and accountability are the norm not the exception. A UN more accessible to the public and more meaningful, where youth can have a say on matters affecting them, where the voices of the civil society and other stakeholders are heard. This is why a pact for the future was so urgently required to give fresh shape and purpose to our vision for the next generations. Finally, the United Nations has a continuous aspiration for a better world, from those who dreamed of peace and tolerance to those who will never stop fighting for it. A world where sovereignty, territorial integrity, international law, and human rights are respected, where each country can choose its own path with dignity and free from aggression, where every citizen is safe and free. This is our credo, and this is our call for action. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Romania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée.
President of the United Nations General Assembly, it is an immense honour for me to speak to you today for the first time since the Congolese people vested once again their trust in me, electing me for a second term as President of our nation. Having had the opportunity to speak to you before in the past, I'm particularly moved to be able to do it again at this significant moment for our country. I wish to congratulate Mr. Philemon Yang upon his election as President of this 79th session, and at the same time I wish to pay tribute to your predecessors for their constant commitment at the service of this institution. The theme of this session, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, is a theme that particularly resonates with our aspirations in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mr. President, United Nations Secretary General, heads of state and government, heads of delegation, multilateralism and the respect for a global rules-based system have been the essential pillars that have supported peace, security, health, and prosperity the world over the last 80 years. The United Nations embody these fundamental values and remains an essential actor when it comes to the major challenges that humanity must overcome, whether it comes to guaranteeing security or addressing climate change or fighting against poverty. This reality requires strengthened multilateral cooperation. However, the noble ideals of those that drafted the United Nations Charter, that is, for it to serve as an instrument by which all countries govern their conduct, seems to be ebbing away, and the basis of collective security that it established is shaking. We have a responsibility to pool our efforts and to reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism, which is the key for truly transformational solutions in response to the challenges that we see across our world. As Dag Hammarskjöld, former United Nations Secretary General, whose sacrifice for peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which recalls how grave our mission is, so eloquently said, and I quote, "The goal of the UN is not to take us to heaven, but rather to prevent us from going to hell." At this critical juncture for multilateralism is of the utmost importance. It allows us to respond to common threats, to protect our planet, and to strengthen civil society and human rights. Indeed, we cannot ignore the alarming rise in saber rattling and the indecent resumption of practices of armed aggression and looting of natural resources which affect all continents. The Russia-Ukraine conflict that is ongoing and continues to affect the region is simply yet another manifestation among many others that threaten peace in the world. Yemen, Sudan, Syria, and the terrible tragedy unfolding on the Gaza Strip are part of the list of crises multilateralism needs to address. It is essential to act together to progress towards peace, sustainable development, and human dignity, thereby ensuring a better future for future generations. Let us not leave anybody by the wayside. This is the clear and relevant message that's inspired the theme selected to guide the work of this 79th session of this August Assembly. Mr. President, the Pact for the Future and its annexes, that is the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations that we adopted during the recent Summit of the Future, highlight the importance of active collaboration to achieve a common vision of a peaceful and prosperous future. These documents represent an essential commitment to put an end to conflicts, to tackle extreme poverty and hunger, and to address challenges such as displacement of populations, illegal immigration, food insecurity, pandemics, and the risks associated with new technology. At the same time, the Global Digital Compact is an essential pillar, part of our quest for a prosperous future, and is at the heart of the fourth industrial revolution, where digital technologies have become essential. This digital transition is an unprecedented opportunity to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, in particular for the least developed countries. It seeks to reduce the digital gap and to onboard unconnected populations with digital services with a high social impact. However, in order to address this major challenge inherent to the digital revolution, global reforms are required, involving a reassessment of the international financial architecture and involving adequate financing. For this reason, the Democratic Republic of Congo aspires to attract investment to develop connectivity in Africa and calls for cooperation from multilateral partners and telecommunications operators, with knowledge transfer being key. Indeed, support for the grid development process in our country is a promising solution to link the South and North of Africa, and also to link the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic. This includes the establishment of viable partnerships with the Grant Inga hydroelectric project that seeks to respond to the growing energy demand of our country, which has been increased by the proliferation of connected devices. Furthermore, it's essential to strengthen traceability of strategic minerals, which are essential, and also technological equipment in order to ensure a responsible and sustainable exploitation of our resources. Furthermore, full participation and commitment from youth, both boys and girls, are essential to build a sustainable and inclusive society. This principle is the foundation of the Declaration on Future Generations and underscores our responsibility vis-à-vis future generations and how important it is to make decisions that enable them to flourish. For Africa, youth is a major asset for Africa's future prosperity. Investing in education, in particular in STEM subjects, that's science, technology, engineering and mathematics, and creating conducive environments for innovation are crucial. It is essential to deal with the disconnect between a fast-growing young population and the job market by providing the skills that they require to join the job market. Mr. President, the situation in the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo is particularly concerning. The resurgence of the M23 terrorist group, supported by Rwanda, has caused an unprecedented humanitarian crisis with close to 7 million internally displaced persons. This aggression is a major violation of our national sovereignty. We call upon the international community to firmly condemn these actions and to impose targeted sanctions against Rwanda for its destabilising and damaging role. We demand an immediate and unconditional withdrawal of Rwandan troops from our territory. While recent diplomatic initiatives such as the Luanda talks may be encouraging, they should certainly not overshadow how urgent it is to engage in this essential action. The Democratic Republic of Congo is actively committed to entrenching lasting peace in the east of the country and to promote economic development and the well-being of the so long-suffering communities experiencing this armed conflict. Nevertheless, we are not closing any door to any opportunity that would bring peace while maintaining our sovereignty and our territorial integrity. In this regard, we are resolutely committed to implementing the roadmap adopted as part of the Luanda process, and I fully support that promotes high-level dialogue seeking to re-establish trust between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda, while minimising the risk of the current security crisis descending into a regional conflict. Furthermore, my country remains open to any other initiative by our partners that would contribute to achieving this noble goal of peace. The Democratic Republic of Congo reaffirms our firm will to ensure lasting peace. Under my leadership, we are steadfast in our commitment to pursue the implementation of the Programme for Disarmament, Demobilisation and Community Recovery and Stabilisation, the PDDRCS, which is a key part of our national strategy to disarm, demobilise and reintegrate combatants by providing them viable economic opportunities that are also sustainable, while at the same time stabilising the regions affected by conflict. By ensuring a post-MONUSCO transition, we are also prioritising the repatriation of foreign combatants. The PDDRCS is a crucial tool for peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I invite our partners and our friends to support it. Furthermore, thousands of victims of the genocide for economic gain in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in short, the Genocost, continue to suffer from the devastating consequences of a past marked by violence and impunity. Recognising and addressing the effects of this tragedy is crucial to enable the recovery and reconstruction of the affected communities. Beyond immediate humanitarian aid, a long-term approach focused on justice, reconciliation and sustainable development is essential to allow the victims to recover and to return to a decent life. Therefore, the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo decided to make the 2nd of August National Day, the Genocost Day, which is dedicated to the victims of the odious crimes perpetrated by rebels supported by multinational corporations and states in the region. This is a national day of coming together, and it allows us to confront our painful past so that we can move forward. It's essential to strengthen the historic conscience of our country and to affirm the determination of our nation to prevent such barbarous acts from repeating. President, terrorism is a serious threat to international peace and security, and it affects all the regions of the world. Having raged in Asia, in Western Europe and in North America, this scourge now seems to be entrenching itself in Africa. As a member of the Global Coalition Against the Islamic State, the DRC urges the United Nations to ramp up its efforts to implement the recommendations of this organisation, in particular when it comes to the Akaba process. Terrorism, which is raging in the east of our country, is closely linked to the looting and illegal exploitation of our natural resources. These criminal activities are nourishing insecurity and financing armed groups, exacerbating conflicts in the Great Lakes region. It is therefore essential for the United Nations to envisage severe sanctions against those responsible for these economic crimes in order to break this vicious circle and to foster peace, sustainable development and human dignity for future generations.
President, according to the most recent voluntary national review report for the SDGs, the Democratic Republic of the Congo has made significant progress towards several of the SDG targets, thanks to major reforms and interventions. Since 2019, the government has had in place ambitious reforms to ensure free basic education, which has allowed more than 4 million children to attend school. Moreover, several measures have been taken to strengthen social protection, to introduce universal health coverage, and to promote gender equality, as well as fostering and supporting the development of infrastructure and rapid industrialization via, inter alia, the creation of special economic zones. Despite this progress, the Global Report on the Sustainable Development Goals underscores that at the current tempo, the Democratic Republic of the Congo will not be able to achieve the SDGs by 2030 due to persisting inequality and vulnerability, which are exacerbated by armed conflict. When faced with this challenge, a roadmap has been developed. This covers all the specific actions, interventions and reforms needed. The aim being to accelerate progress and tackle the issues set forth in the 2030 Agenda, with some measures underway already to make sure that the DRC will be in line with these SDGs by 2030. For this to work, the Democratic Republic of the Congo needs an annual investment of around $32 billion. It is therefore indispensable to strengthen partnerships for sustainable investment and to promote peace in order to support stable socio-economic development. To add to the list of global responses to climate challenges and the promotion of renewable energy, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, having already reaffirmed its commitment to ambitious climate action, wishes to underscore the crucial importance of financial and technical support, increased support, so its efforts can also therefore increase to achieve the goals set out in the Paris Agreement. Rich as we are in biodiversity and natural resources, the Democratic Republic of the Congo has taken on the role as a key player in the fight against climate change. Initiatives that are already underway to reduce greenhouse gas emissions cover 4 strategic sectors. These are agriculture, forestry, energy, and waste management. Structural reforms are also in place at the moment to reverse deforestation and to improve access to clean energy. This is the proof of the determination of our government to preserve natural resources and to support a green transition. Now, in terms of showcasing our tropical forests, Bali in November 2022 saw a watershed moment. This was the adoption of the Joint Declaration on Cooperation on Tropical Forests and Climate Action. This declaration was signed by Brazil, Indonesia, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This significant step forward demonstrates the collective political will that there is to use forests as a tool for sustainable development. The Trilateral Cooperation Alliance for Tropical Forests, which was created in Bali, will provide a framework to address biodiversity-related challenges and will also propose solutions for carbon credit markets, all the while ensuring full respect for the rights of indigenous peoples. Moreover, within the framework of environmental and global warming-related issues, it is also important to underscore the holding of the second summit of the biggest tropical forest basins in the world. These are the Amazon, the Congo, and the Borneo Mekong. This was held from the 26th to the 28th of October 2023 in Brazzaville in the Republic of the Congo. This African initiative, which was spearheaded by President Denis Sassou Nguesso, aims to implement, as part of the UN Decade for the Restoration of Ecosystems, create the first global coalition dedicated to the restoration of 350 million hectares of land and water ecosystems. These forests are a crucial bulwark against climate change. When faced with these problems that have been clearly identified and we have solutions within reach, it is therefore crucial to act in a concrete fashion. The Amazonian, Congolese and Borneo Mekong basins are home to more than 80% of the tropical forests and play a crucial role in the fight against climate change. And they also provide vital ecosystem services. It is therefore imperative that the improvement of social-economic conditions played by local communities, they who play a key role in forest conservation, that their interests be given top billing in global governance. For its part, the Democratic Republic of the Congo has created judicial instruments and institutional tools that seek to strengthen its position on the global carbon markets. while we still remain open to partnerships in line with the Paris Agreement and our domestic laws. The growing awareness of the challenges linked to climate instability and the depletion of natural resources, which are often the origin of armed conflicts, this underscores the need to act on these issues. It is therefore crucial to recognise the link between climate change, environmental degradation, and security in order to foster proactive action to mitigate these risks through sustainable practices. In this connection, we would call on the Security Council to create international mechanisms that include questions of climate security in their discussions. President, faced with a major energy challenge, the world indeed is facing a major energy challenge. Systems that are based on fossil fuels are responsible for significant greenhouse gas emissions, and thus they exacerbate climate change. Without resolute efforts to promote renewable energy, we risk facing even more grave crises. For example, extreme weather, conflicts linked to natural resources, and we are seeing some of this already. The Democratic Republic of the Congo has abundant resources, including essential ores and minerals such as cobalt, lithium, nickel, and graphite, to name but a few. These could facilitate a sustainable energy transition. We would appeal for international cooperation to develop the necessary technology and infrastructure for this. Our vision is to transform the exploitation of our resources into a tool for inclusive and sustainable development, all the while improving education, health, and infrastructure. Social inclusion is at the heart of our strategy, as it guarantees the equitable distribution of the benefits of progress. As we invest in the fight against climate change and as we contribute to the SDGs, the Democratic Republic of the Congo is ready to play a key role in the transformation of global energy systems. Together, we can build a future where energy is clean, sustainable, and accessible for all. President, I would also like to touch on the crucial question of gender equality. Although equal participation of men and women in political life is something that is internationally recognized, in practice there is still a chasm between legal equality and the reality in how power is held. Women's concerns deserve to be integrated in the major decisions that affect our society. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, we are determined to change mentalities, to overcome the social barriers that are hampering women from prospering. It is also crucial to involve men in this process so we can transform social trends and we can showcase their role in women's success. On a national level, the Congolese constitution enshrines parity. Thus, the government has also created a strategy to fight gender-based violence, a strategy that is focused on prevention, protection, and also reparation for victims. This strategy is reflected in our National Fund for Reparation of Victims of Conflict-Related Sexual Violence and Crimes Against Peace and Security, which goes by FONAREV. The current legislation seeks to guarantee this level of protection. Here I wish to underscore significant progress that's been made in terms of women's participation in decision-making, with the appointment for the first time in our history of a woman as Prime Minister and Head of Government. We're also seeing increased presence of women in governmental bodies, as well as in the judicial system and the parliament, as illustrated by the appointment of women as the first President of the Council of State and the head of the Central Bank of the Congo. President of the United Nations General Assembly, United Nations Secretary General, heads of state and government, heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. As we leverage this momentum, it is crucial that the international community, under the aegis of the United Nations, continue to support the processes underway and reinvent themselves when faced with the challenges of the current world. To retain the trust of the international community, the United Nations must prove how it is able to adapt to contemporary changes and overcome these in an effective and responsible way. It is crucial to breathe new life into multilateralism through targeted reforms of the United Nations Charter on key issues such as the Security Council, the veto, Chapter 7, and the use of force. Nevertheless, that won't be enough. Coordination and cooperation between the different institutions and agencies of the United Nations must also be improved. Numerous global issues are often dealt with redundantly in different fora, sometimes taking contradictory angles, while other problems remain completely sidelined. And each international bureaucracy seeks to justify its own existence. In this connection, while we commend the support of the United States, I would reiterate with strength on behalf of all African countries the request for 2 permanent seats at the Security Council for African countries. As the main decision-making body within the United Nations, this organ must include African representatives amongst its permanent members, with all of the associated prerogatives, particularly the veto. This is to guarantee fair geographic representation. This is a question of justice. Justice for a continent whose role in international affairs is ever growing. We, Africans, are determined to see this through. Finally, I wish to conclude by recalling that following more than 3 decades of absence from the Security Council, the Democratic Republic of the Congo is once again submitting its candidacy, supported by the African Union and by the Southern African Development Community, SADC, for the post of an elected member for the 2026-2027 period. This will be during the elections which will be held in New York in June 2025. The Democratic Republic of the Congo has already filled this function between 1982 and 1983, and 1990 and 1991. And during these 2 periods, we worked to promote peace, security, and stability in Africa and around the world. Once elected, the Democratic Republic of the Congo plans on playing a proactive role within the Security Council and participate in the revitalization of the UN Charter and contributing in a constructive way to the debates and actions related to this. My country, therefore, requests the support of all member states as we come up to these elections. At a time when multilateralism is being so sorely tested, the Democratic Republic of the Congo reaffirms its tireless commitment to the international community. And it is ready to shoulder with honour and responsibility the mission to forge a future where peace and cooperation prevail over conflict and division. Nelson Mandela said, and I quote, "None of us acting alone can achieve success." End of quote. Thus, we are reaching out to each and every one of you, long-standing partners and new allies alike, to together write this new crucial chapter of our collective history. Together, let's make our world a place where every nation, big or small, can prosper in dignity and security. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Umaro Sissoco Embalo, President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to offer my congratulations to Mr. Philemon Yang of the Republic of Cameroon on his election as President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I wish him much success in a very complex international context. I also congratulate his predecessor, Mr. Denis Francis, for the results achieved during his term. To Secretary General Antonio Guterres, I express our acknowledgement of his deep commitment to the service of our common ideals and goals in a very difficult international landscape. The world faces grave challenges. The obligation to follow the principles and deliver on the promises of the United Nations Charter is the burden that each one of us carries. We witness devastating wars, the intensification of regional tensions, and other grave threats to international peace and security. Hundreds of millions of people continue to live in extreme poverty, without the basic means of subsistence, without hope for a better future, without human dignity. It's becoming even more urgent to implement reforms in global economic and financial governance, to make it more just, inclusive and equitable. This is the only way to build adequate responses to the challenges that humanity faces. We must fight more efficiently against poverty and social exclusion through concrete actions. Specifically, we must strive to finance development programs, reduce inequalities, protect the environment, and mitigate the effects of climate change. Mr. President, 8 decades after the establishment of the UN in 1945, we live today in a totally different world. We continue to call for reform of the United Nations Security Council, which must consider the interests of Africa under the terms of the Ezulwini Consensus and the Sirte Declarations of Heads of State and Government of the African Union. We must reform the international financial architecture in order to promote greater inclusion, particularly in Africa, and to consider the African continent's role and contribution to the world economy. In this context, we welcome the Summit of the Future. We hope that the Compact for the Future can drive collective efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, of the African Union. As a member of the Global Working Group on Social Protection for Nutrition, Human Capital and Local Economic Development of the Group of 7+, G7+, we will work together with the other distinguished members on eradicating hunger and progressively achieving all Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Mr. President, the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, we are committed to fostering dialogue, national reconciliation, consolidation of democracy and the rule of law, as well as our country's sustainable development. Despite the negative impact of the challenging world economic and financial situation, the economy of Guinea-Bissau continues to grow as a result of sound public policies. The practice of accountability has provided greater transparency in the state's economic and financial management. We have adopted measures that, though difficult, were shown to be necessary to drive the private sector and to create a more solid foundation for an economy that is dynamic and inclusive. We are promoting greater participation of women and youth entrepreneurs. We are investing on building and improvement of basic infrastructure, such as roads and other projects. We declared war on corruption and organized crime. We were able to restore trust in our relations with international financial institutions and other bilateral and multilateral partners. We continue to place faith in strengthening Guinea-Bissau's bonds of friendship and cooperation with the world. We remain steadfast on the policy of peace building and peaceful resolution of conflicts in West Africa and in the world in general. It was to this end that in recent months I made visits of friendship and work to Russia, Ukraine, Israel and Palestine. In this context, I reiterate my call for an end to the unjust and very harmful embargo that our brothers and sisters in Cuba have been subjected for decades. Mr. President, distinguished heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, I recently had the honor of serving Africa as President of the Alliance of African Leaders for Malaria. We made significant progress in a very difficult world environment. We endeavored to garner support to replenish the global fund. We worked with the private sector to promote the production of drugs and nets to combat malaria. We encouraged the transfer of technologies to African companies. We launched End Malaria Councils and funds and supported youth movements against malaria. Despite all the progress achieved, challenges persist. In the next 3 years, ALMA will run a $1.5 billion deficit. Global warming and rains associated with climate change are expanding. The geographic reach of mosquitoes, thus exposing more than 170 million people to the threat of malaria in the African continent. I take this opportunity to congratulate the Executive Secretariat of ALMA for their remarkable service. I also thank all of ALMA's partners for their crucial support in the fight against malaria during my term in office. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would like, on behalf of the population of Republic of Guinea-Bissau and my own, I would like to reaffirm our determination to continue to contribute to strengthening the friendship among countries and peoples, to promote international cooperation, multilateralism, the peaceful resolution of conflicts, the end of wars and suffering of innocent populations, to world peace in the world. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Jose Maria Pereira Neves, President of the Republic of Cabo Verde. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelências,
Excellencies, numerous armed conflicts continue to ravage various regions of the world with devastating impacts on the populations, particularly in the Middle East, where the potential for escalation and risk of spreading are all too evident. Innocent lives are lost daily in an unrelenting and merciless cycle of violence. We urge all parties involved, alongside the international community and relevant organizations, to spare no effort to put an end to these conflicts, to commit to dialogue and uphold the values enshrined in the United Nations Charter, international law, and humanitarian law, thus allowing the gradual return to normalcy and the possibility of building a future free from the present-day destruction and indiscriminate death. Excellencies, at the national level, we remain committed to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, the 2030 Agenda, and the African Union Agenda 2063. We are also focused on implementing policies toward ensuring universal access to quality education and healthcare, and on fully integrating the youth into all spheres of social, economic, and political life, ensuring that future generations are equipped with the tools they need to tackle global challenges. This year, we proudly received a certification from the World Health Organization as a malaria-free country, a comforting and encouraging testament to our commitment to health and healthcare as a fundamental right for all. While many nations, especially in Africa, are still grappling with this terrible disease, we have a unique opportunity to eradicate preventable and treatable ailments. Ailments that have long plagued humanity, causing suffering, hindering progress, and trapping millions in poverty. To achieve this goal, I call on the upcoming IDA 21 Global Fund restructuring meeting to be held in Paris next month to prioritize funding through a dedicated budget line aimed at eliminating diseases, microbial pathogens, and antimicrobial resistance also pose significant threats to global health. Thus, understanding and managing microbial activity is crucial for addressing challenges related to disease control, food security, environmental conservation, and climate change. In this troubled and challenging international landscape, where multiple crises continue to impact people and the planet, I reaffirm Cabo Verde's firm commitment to being an active and constructive member of the United Nations and tirelessly championing the universal values contained in its charter. Among these crises, climate change disproportionately affects vulnerable nations, especially small island developing states, SIDS. We look to COP29 to yield urgent and tangible progress on key climate issues, particularly as a deadline for significant emissions reductions approaches. Our people, especially communities in small island developing states, seek bolder commitments, namely from high-emission countries, and swift implementation of climate policies and funding mechanisms that are not only ambitious, but also equitable and effective. The rising sea levels, also caused by climate change, require immediate and special attention. The challenge is multidimensional and extends far beyond island and coastal populations. It affects all continents and regions, leaving no one immune to this catastrophe in the making. We therefore welcome today's high-level meeting on addressing the existential threats posed by sea level rise. Last year, on the sidelines of the 78th General Assembly, the agreement on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction was opened for signature, representing an international milestone in the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction, that is, in the high seas, which constitute about 60% of the world's oceans. And I am proud to say that Cabo Verde, my country, signed this agreement on its first day and is currently finalizing the ratification process. I call on all nations who have not yet done so to also sign and ratify this important instrument for the conservation of life in our oceans. As an ocean nation, Cabo Verde has a tiny land territory in comparison to the immensity of its maritime territory. Therefore, I did not hesitate to accept UNESCO's honorable invitation to become patron of the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science Alliance for Sustainable Development for 2021-2023. As an ocean nation, heavily dependent on marine resources, our role in the Ocean Decade focuses on local and global actions to promote sustainable ocean management. We have been focused on the importance of sustainable ocean management, particularly for small island developing states that are very vulnerable to climate change and the degradation of marine ecosystems. For 3 consecutive years, we have hosted international ocean conferences to foster partnerships between governments, the private sector, scientists, and civil society to advance ocean science and create innovative solutions to ocean challenges. Thus, it is important to bring together key stakeholders in order to boost collaborative solutions for the oceans, help develop research capacities to study the impact of climate change, ocean acidification, and promote knowledge sharing and technology transfer to improve ocean monitoring and observation systems. The 4th United Nations Conference on Small Island Developing States, SIDS, was successfully held last month of May. However, to ensure greater resilience and sustainability of small island developing states, we must urgently begin implementing the Antigua and Barbuda Plan of Action. Cabo Verde remains committed to playing an active role within the SIDS community, and in the first quarter of 2025, we will host a high-level meeting for the Atlantic, Indian, and South China Sea regions aimed at establishing a coordination mechanism for the subregion. At the SIDS-4 conference, we also expressed our readiness to host the 5th United Nations Conference on SIDS in 2034. As a small island developing state, we face substantial challenges that affect our macroeconomic systems. Even if we dedicated our entire state budget to sustainable development and climate action, it would still fall short of the necessary funding targets. In most small island developing states, this situation is exacerbated by a significant lack of capacity to navigate new financial tools. While reforms to the global financial architecture evolve slowly, there is an urgent need to accelerate development processes. We must swiftly and significantly scale up technical assistance and capacity building efforts in financing sustainable development to ensure that the global south is not left behind. We here welcome the recent approval of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, which is crucial, particularly for SIDS and other vulnerable groups, as it provides a comprehensive and differentiated way of assessing our development needs and challenges, thus enabling a broader and more accurate understanding of how various factors influence the development of countries. In my capacity as the African Union champion for natural and cultural heritage, and in line with the policies of the government of Cabo Verde, I have been tirelessly advocating for the protection, promotion, and sustainable management of Africa's rich natural and cultural heritage, which is highly vulnerable to climate change. It is essential that we continue to raise awareness on the need to safeguard our ecosystems, historical landmarks, traditional knowledge, and intangible cultural practices. It is thus urgent for us to promote African identity through the promotion of African languages, traditional arts, and all the plurality of cultural expressions, reinforcing the continent's diverse cultural history and its contributions to global culture and human heritage is vital. The restitution of cultural assets, such as artifacts, works of art, and sacred objects, which are an integral part of the cultural identity, history, and traditions of the communities from which they originate, is of vital importance not only for Africa, but for many other regions of the world. Their removal has disrupted cultural continuity, and their return would allow preserving their cultural and spiritual integrity as they are returned to their original environments, thus allowing local communities to reconnect with their heritage, fostering cultural pride, and preserving their identities for future generations. I am pleased to announce that in 2025, we will host a high-level meeting in Cabo Verde focused on Atlantic Creoleness, or the Atlantic dimension of Creole, bringing together scholars of Creole languages, artists, writers, filmmakers, men and women of culture, and world leaders. They will represent the plurality of geographical spaces, of affirmation of Atlantic dimension of Creole, a construction of which Africans and their descendants were an integral part of. This meeting in 2025 aims to enhance initiatives like the Slave Route Project and the Decade of People of African Descent, as well as the United Nations Conference on Racism held in Durban in 2001. Our intention is to debate and praise Creole, the dimension of Creole, as a complex and very rich reality, the result of human relationships woven between peoples of the various peri-Atlantic continents during the ocean navigations that began in the 15th century. From these encounters, new forms of culture and organization of society emerged and lasted over time, representing a particularly fruitful moment of social and cultural innovation. These will be, therefore, intense days of academic and scientific reflection, but also of artistic demonstration, cultural exchange, and reconnection, from the performing arts to Creole cuisine, to handicrafts, to music. There will also be, of course, days of strategic political debate among decision makers on the dialogue between peoples and cultures and on the peace and the future of humanity. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cabo Verde. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Iris Samara Castro Sarmiento, President of the Republic of Honduras. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente,
President of the General Assembly, United Nations Secretary General, distinguished presidents, prime ministers, and dignitaries representing the countries of this great assembly of the United Nations. I speak to you from this rostrum as President of Honduras, as the representative of a people who have resisted oppression, exploitation, and structural violence imposed against us for centuries. Today, I am threatened by the same forces of capital that 15 years ago perpetrated a coup d'etat against President Manuel Zelaya. I called out this new conspiracy in the streets during the huge gatherings of people that took place on the 14th and 15th of September, our country's Independence Day. I'm being threatened because I have brought in structural changes to the economic model, and because I have called out the unfair taxation regime that perpetuates inequalities, that gives to the most powerful and that exploits the poorest. Our sovereignty is the fundamental basis and undeniable principle of international relations. However, in Honduras, they continue to impose colonial practices, interference, economic, media, and political domination against us. Supranational powers and some multinational corporations are the result of corrupt public-private elites that have no other goal than to increase their capital. Globalization has failed in its mission to bring prosperity to people. Its results lay bare the concentration of wealth in the most rich countries and among the elites, whilst at the same time the working class is cast aside and forced to migrate in order to survive. At this assembly, the majority of leaders from Latin America and the Caribbean have called out global capitalism as the main factor responsible for the destruction of natural resources and as the oppressor of the conditions of life of humanity. Accumulation of economic gain prevails above human interest, and the role of international financial bodies with their loans with conditions attached to them and fiscal and financial income are things that only aggravate the situation of poverty and dependency of our countries. Neoliberal privatization policies continue to weaken people's access to services, like services of water and energy, health services, education, work, social security, free trade agreements imposed against our peoples undermine our sovereignty and remove the ability of our producers to compete on an equal footing, causing the cost of living to increase on a daily basis. Peace, justice, freedom, and democracy remain foundational values of our country. Therefore, we cannot accept them being held hostage by the 10 most powerful families in Honduras, who are the ones that have grabbed our main economic resources and that are refusing to accept the changes that I'm bringing in. We need to strengthen our democratic system through popular consultations and through the real, direct and effective participation of our people. The International Model Cities Project, the ZEDE project, that was selling off chunks of our country as a loot, really, for multinational capital, and that was something that was supported by stakeholders in the previous narco regime, has been cancelled definitively by my social democratic government. Today, I wish to express my gratitude to the Supreme Court of Justice for its historic ruling, and also to the National Congress for their support. I have called out the International Centre for Settlement of Investment Disputes, the ICSID, because it is an unfair system of arbitration where private interests prevail above the interests of nation states. Over the last 2 years and 8 months, I have brought in a structural reform to return to a single treasury account for our country, cancelling a scheme of corruption that was built around the setting up of trusts that were used to loot the resources of the state. Thanks to us dismantling the scheme of corruption, I am now able to help boys and girls, children, in all of the schools of Honduras. And now, thanks to that, they receive a school lunch, free of charge school enrolment, and we are also bringing new projects to communities that live in extreme poverty. We are increasing production of grain in the first and second sowing, with more than 1.5 million technological grants being given to producers who now are receiving seeds and fertilizer free of charge. Furthermore, we are providing mortgages for homes and farming credits at the lowest interest rates we've ever seen in the history of Honduras. And we are also setting up rural community banks. We are rescuing the National Electric Energy Company, the Honduran Agricultural Market Institute, and the National Body for Basic Products, the Banasupro. All of these institutions I just mentioned were privatized and were abandoned for the 12 years of the narco-dictatorship. Today, we are benefiting more than 800,000 families who now receive free energy, and we are subsidizing the cost of fuel in order to benefit all of the consumers of Honduras with the lowest prices in Central America. There's a reduction of 10 lempiras for each gallon of fuel sold. Investment in infrastructure is at its highest level in the history of our country. We've recovered the public sector with the historic approval of projects to build 8 hospitals, to repair thousands of schools, 3 national airports, the building of motorways, bridges, intermunicipal paths, multi-sport centres for the whole of the country. And we have also refurbished the 2 largest national stadia. I must also mention the biggest project, and the most ambitious project in the history of Honduras, which is the plan to build a railway between the 2 oceans. It will go from Puerto Castilla on the Atlantic coast to Puerto de Amapala on the Pacific Ocean. Over the last 2 years and 8 months, we have reduced poverty by 12%. And with the plan to deal with crime, confirmed by the Secretary for Security with the cooperation of the armed forces, we're seeing an historic reduction of 15 points in the murder rate, which is the largest reduction that we've seen over the last 20 years. My Zero Deforestation program for 2030 has achieved historic results in the conservation of protected areas of Honduras's forests and rivers. The use of public funds in the state single account in an honest and patriotic way is being done in order to benefit the people of Honduras. People of the world, I wish to raise my voice to speak out regarding the murder of Juan Lopez, a social leader and politician who constantly called out the exploitative, extractive model. I absolutely condemn this vile murder. I have ordered the use of the full force of law enforcement and the justice system in order to investigate, to identify, capture, and to prosecute the intellectual and material perpetrators of this crime. I extend my solidarity to his family, to his colleagues, and to his friends. I am the pro tempore president of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC, with 33 different countries there. As president of Honduras, my first action was to call out and condemn the genocide against the Palestinian people. Already, more than 40,000 innocent people have been murdered by bombing, and in response to that, some countries have remained silent. I also must raise my voice and call for an end to this genocide. Lebanon must not become another Gaza Strip. We demand an immediate ceasefire in Lebanon. The Haitian people are calling for our cooperation and solidarity as an organisation of countries in the Latin America and the Caribbean. Haiti is the first motherland to have been freed from colonialism, and it deserves our full attention. And so, in the next few days, I will convene the presidents that make up CELAC to show our commitment to Haiti. This General Assembly, for more than 30 years, with an overwhelming majority, has rejected the inhumane embargo imposed against the people of Cuba. This terrible embargo begun in 1960, and since 1992, this General Assembly has sent out more than 30 resolutions calling for the United States to put an end to this cruel embargo. I also call for an end to the unfair blockade imposed against the kindred peoples of Nicaragua and Venezuela. We also call for Cuba to be removed from the list of terrorist countries. Yesterday, I delivered to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, the agreement that formalises the UN support to fight against corruption and impunity. I thank this Assembly who approved our request to create this mechanism in order to combat public and private corruption. As Berta Cáceres, our martyr, said, she was a brave woman and a defender of our natural resources and of our indigenous peoples. Let us wake up, humanity. We still have time. May this be the appeal and the motto of our generation. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Honduras. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai, Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Philemon Yagan, President of the 79th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Ambassadors, Heads of Delegations, and esteemed delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to address the 79th regular session of the United Nations General Assembly for the first time as President on behalf of the government and people of Liberia after a smooth back-to-back democratic transition. Liberia congratulates His Excellency Philemon Yagan on his election as President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. You can be assured of Liberia's support as you steer the affairs of the General Assembly. I extol His Excellency Dennis Francis for his astute leadership during his presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly and commend his determination to inspire and rekindle hope globally. I deeply thank Secretary General Antonio Guterres for the remarkable and visionary leadership he continues to provide in pursuit of our collective mandate. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the summer of 1945, Liberia joined other nations in San Francisco as one of the original signatories to the United Nations Charter. On that fatal day, the world, having suffered the scourge of war, was full of hope and determined to reverse the past. Nearly 80 years on, and reflecting on the preamble of the United Nations Charter, which declares our commitment to promote social progress and better standard of life and larger freedom, we ask the question, has our reaffirmation of faith in the dignity and worth of human person made 8 decades ago had been realized? We must admit that the world has changed and the frontiers that we now embrace are different. In it, greed, insensitivity to the poor, the international drug epidemic, money laundering, dynamics of climate change, and the impact of social media must compel us to rethink our approach to global peace and security. Our beloved United Nations must undergo the institutional and philosophical reflections required to respond to the new age. As we assemble under this theme, unity in diversity for advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for everyone, everywhere, it is important to recognize the shared values and collective efforts that come from our unity with diversity. We must acknowledge these as essential for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and the inherent dignity of every human being worldwide. By doing so, we can build a better world where no one is left behind. Like many nations gathered at this assembly, Liberia recommits to the Sustainable Development Goals. Since the end of the country's conflict, we have strived to follow a development path that will lead to building a capable state. 12 years ago, we dared to dream of a future within the realm of possibility, harboring core national aspirations to transform the future. Named Liberia Rising or Vision 2030, it has been the driving force behind all of our planning efforts. The building of blocks and the tenets of Vision 2030 are significantly aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. Our government's arrest agenda is a comprehensive approach developed to address the economic and social needs of millions of Liberians, especially the youth, who account for 60% of our population. With emphasis on agriculture, roads, infrastructure, development, justice, and the rule of law, education, sanitation, health, and tourism, the agenda had mainstreamed the SDGs as is designed to take Liberia to the finish line of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. The fight against poverty, the promotion of human dignity, a steadfast commitment. Despite our progress, poverty remains a significant challenge, with over half of our population living below the poverty line. The Sustainable Development Goals aim to eradicate poverty in all forms by 2030, ensure social protection for the poor and vulnerable, improve the access to essential services. Liberia is dedicated to assessing the levels and the causes of poverty and implementing strategies to reduce it and promote shared prosperity. My government also acknowledges pressing need to address maternal and newborn mortality by implementing robust monitoring and evaluation of health services in the country to accelerate the reduction of maternal and newborn mortality. We are particularly blessed and pleased with the United Nations HC Joint Mission to Liberia this year, which concluded a commitment to combat the high burden of increasing newborn deaths. We welcome the United Nations General Assembly's decision to declare July 25th as the International Day of Women and Girls of African Descent this year. This significant milestone acknowledges that women and girls of African descent have unique opportunities, but they also have challenges that the global fight against slavery and racism is necessary to achieve gender equality. Liberia credits its credentials by producing the first woman president of the United Nations General Assembly, Angie Brooks Randall, and first female president of Africa, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Liberia has witnessed and continues to witness the immense contribution of women and girls of African descent in politics, culture, and every area of societal development. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Liberia has enjoyed uninterrupted peace for almost 2 decades, following the 14 years of civil conflict. During this time, we have held 4 democratic elections, with last year's election marking the 4th since the return to democratic order in 2006. In January this year, Liberia achieved a historic milestone by peacefully transitioning from one democratic government to the other. This progress is significant because before the 2018 transition, the last democratic transition occurred in 1944, about 74 years earlier. We are gradually fostering and solidifying our democratic culture ensuring that democracy is here to stay in Liberia. Now it is time for our people to reap the democratic dividends. The rule of law is fundamental for peace, justice, strong institution, and dignity for human person. Liberia is taking significant strides towards openness, transparency, and accountability by empowering and supporting transparent institutions. Our government is committed to implementing audit recommendations by the General Audit Commission to restore public and donors' confidence in the governance system and improve regional and international cooperation. In addition, the country has taken a major step in confronting its conflict past to ensure accountability and justice for crimes and other human rights violations committed during the war and promote healing and national reconciliation. A significant development in our transitional justice process was the signing on May 2, 2024, of the Executive Order 131 to create the Office of Establishment of War and Economic Crime Court for Liberia, a key recommendation from the Truth and Reconciliation process in Liberia. Our actions align with the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, joint follow-up on impunity and past human rights violations. As we embark on the process and acknowledge the enormity of the task, my government seeks the support of the United Nations, partners, stakeholders in the pursuit of justice for victims, peace, and reconciliation. Liberia is facing a drug crisis that is affecting our youth and jeopardizing the country's future. This epidemic, driven by international criminal enterprises and their networks, poses a severe threat. In response, we have not only declared the drug epidemic a health emergency and a national security threat, but we have also been taking steps to address this issue by establishing a dedicated national body to tackle drug abuse in Liberia. I urge international community to join Liberia in addressing this escalating drug crisis. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the world is facing numerous crises, including global threats such as disease, security, and climate change, as well as food and resource shortages. Our vulnerabilities are evident, and we need to use a collective knowledge to find solutions that will preserve the planet for future generations. Climate change is undeniably real, and its threat to our environment and the way of life is becoming increasingly apparent. We must take urgent action to address this threat, including cooperative effort to implement Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement. Liberia, as the most forested country in West Africa, with over half of the land covered by forests, plays a vital role in biodiversity and environmental sustainability. As a result, our country is taking important steps to lead conversation on climate action. My government has called on our legislators and stakeholders to begin looking at the Paris Agreement, particularly under Article 6, to help advance actions towards establishing Liberia's nationally determined contribution to combat climate change. While we take these actions, we are mindful of the need to build capacity and invest in critical areas of our economy, such as using alternative financing for investment in the blue and green economy and technological transfer to support these climate actions. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, The goals we set for ourselves and the future are better served on the foundation of peace and security. Having enjoyed peace for over 2 decades following a long-running conflict, we aim to promote peace and stability at home, in the region, and globally. The threat of conflict to our shared world underscores the importance of collaborative efforts to foster regional and global stability and peace. Therefore, we support all the UN's effort to address peace and security issues worldwide. Liberia is concerned about escalating security challenges in the West African region, including terrorism and economic and political instability. These pose significant threat to regional peace. So we urge full dialogue and cooperation among West African nations to address these issues effectively. Meanwhile, Liberia firmly stands with the rest of West Africa in the resolve to maintain our 50-year-old Regional Economic Commission, ECOWAS, intact. We oppose efforts to disintegrate our union and will not accept the region being used for proxy conflicts. We look at the AU and the UN to support us in keeping the regional body united. Similarly, at a global level, we call for an immediate ceasefire in the Middle East to provide civilians an essential humanitarian relief. We urge both Israel and the Palestinians to engage in negotiations towards lasting peace, including a two-state solution. Additionally, we see the ongoing conflict in the Ukraine as a threat to global peace and security. Therefore, there is an urgent need for a peaceful resolution that also respects Ukraine's territorial integrity. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this year's Assembly is a pivotal moment for Liberia's bid to ascend to the African non-permanent seat of the Nations Security Council 2026. We have proudly announced our candidacy. We look forward to the support of the member states to vote Liberia overwhelmingly to the seat of the Security Council. We can work with Council members to promote peace, justice, and security. Liberia is dedicated to promoting sustainable growth and ensuring human dignity for all. Liberia is prepared to work together with the United Nations and global allies and international community to accomplish the sustainable development goals, establish a fair, peaceful, and sustainable world. The commitment to unity is deeply ingrained in Liberia's history as a founding member of the United Nations and a post-war international institution, as well as regional and sub-regional organizations. It also affirms our strong belief in multilateralism and international rules and based world built on shared values and principles are crucial to the future. The future of a more peaceful, prosperous, sustainable world must be all-encompassing, fair, and dignified for everyone worldwide. One United Nations, one world. Thank you, and thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Liberia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mokwitisi Eric Keabetswe Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to start by extending my congratulations to you on your election as President of the General Assembly at its 79th session. You can be assured of Botswana's full support as you steer the work of this august House. Mr. President, this Assembly continues to meet on the backdrop of an age of multiple and interconnected crises which were triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic and geopolitical tensions between major powers. These crises have been further compounded by the Israel-Hamas war, which erupted shortly after we concluded last year's high-level week. The attacks on innocent civilians on both sides are unacceptable and thus stand condemned. In the same vein, we wish to express our deep concern of the situation in the Gaza Strip, where the war has resulted in catastrophic humanitarian crises and unprecedented fatalities for civilians, children, and humanitarian workers. I should also register Botswana's concern regarding the loss of lives of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees in the Northeast, UNRWA personnel. I take this opportunity to pay tribute to UNRWA personnel and all humanitarian workers and their commitment to deliver aid, save lives, and alleviate suffering in Gaza and elsewhere. We owe them a debt of gratitude, and they deserve our full protection. Botswana also abhors attacks on UNRWA installations and condemns disinformation and misinformation campaigns against this life-saving General Assembly mandated agency. Botswana firmly supports the work of UNRWA, which entails providing humanitarian and development assistance and protection to Palestine refugees pending the just resolution of the question of the Palestinian question. In this regard, Botswana is proud to be among the countries that joined the Statement of Shared Commitments on UNRWA, which reaffirms support for the agency, its mandate, its staff, and highlights its indispensable role during this difficult time. Mr. President, we wish to reiterate the centrality of the two-state solution in resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the attainment of a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace. We therefore urge parties to commit to a political process that will pave the way for the realization of the two-state solution in which Palestine and Israel live side by side in peace and security based on the pre-1967 borders. Mr. President, the war in Ukraine also rages on, with no indication of an end in sight. We continue to underscore the need to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine in line with the United Nations Charter and international law. We also call on parties to give diplomacy and dialogue a chance and to seek a peaceful resolution. In Africa, the guns still have not gone silent. We continue to grapple with armed conflict, terrorism, and potentially explosive geopolitical tensions. We commend the African Union, sub-regional bodies, as well as the UN for their efforts in addressing these challenges. In this vein, we welcome the adoption of United Nations Security Council Resolution 2719 of 2023 on the provision of support by the United Nations to AU-led peace support operations on a case-by-case basis and look forward to its operationalization. Mr. President, I must add that this time of escalated armed conflicts, violent crime, and humanitarian crisis requires intensified efforts and more vigilance to protect human rights, advance humanitarian action, and promote the accountability in line with the UN Charter, international law, international humanitarian law, as well as relevant principles such as the responsibility to protect, or R2P. Mr. President, it is evident that peace is under strain across the world. It needs to be revitalized. However, that task can not only be left to multilateral and regional bodies. Governments have a responsibility to create conditions that enable peace to thrive within their countries. Key steps that governments should take include, among others, building effective institutions, committing to good governance, protection of human rights, and upholding democratic values. As many are aware, Botswana has a long track record of commitment to these democratic principles. The implementation of recommendations from our recently concluded constitutional review process, as well as our upcoming general elections on the 30th of October 2024, provide opportunities to deepen our democracy and strengthen our good governance credentials. Mr. President, regrettably, while on the one hand, the scourge of war rages on the other hand, the promises of sustainable development is in great peril. It is deeply concerning that with only 6 years before the 2030 deadline, sustainable development goals are way off track. We learned from the latest Sustainable Development Goals report that only 17% of the goals are on track, while the rest range from moderate progress to stagnation and even regression. There's a lot of work to do. We must take inspiration from and build on the success achieved in the reduction in global child mortality, prevention of HIV infections, attaining girls' parity with boys in education, increased access to energy and the internet, while also scaling up action and investments in areas which are lagging far behind, particularly poverty eradication. The levels of extreme poverty remain disturbingly high, but we cannot attain sustainable development without eradicating poverty in all its forms and manifestations. Poverty eradication is a sine qua non of sustainable development. A comprehensive approach will be required to move the needle in the fight against poverty. We therefore endorse the call for comprehensive social protection systems and inclusive economic policies. Pro-poor policies should also be complemented and reinforced by policies which spur inclusive economic growth and create sustainable employment. Policy interventions that aim to leave no one behind ought to be matched by adequate SDG financing. In this vein, my delegation reiterates the call for predictable, sustainable, and sufficient development finance to developing countries from all funding sources. In addition to livelihood issues, progress should also be accelerated in addressing other forms of inequality within countries, especially gender inequality. Meaningful action is needed to empower women and girls in areas where they are left behind and to combat harmful cultural practices and gender-based violence. Mr. President, extreme weather events and related natural disasters continue to remind us of the severity of climate crisis and the urgency of mitigation and adaptation. In our sub-region, Southern Africa, the El Niño phenomena induced drought and floods, which resulted in devastating consequences on livelihoods and a humanitarian situation that affected over 61 million people. I take this opportunity to reiterate the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC, regional humanitarian appeal of at least $5.5 billion aimed at augmenting domestic resources of the affected member states, including efforts to resource mobilization from national, regional, and international partners in response to the impacts of El Niño-induced drought and floods. I cannot overemphasize the need for adequate climate finance for effective climate action. We continue to remind developed countries of their annual $100 billion commitment in climate finance for developing countries until 2025 and call for a more ambitious goal thereafter. Mr. President, efforts at attaining sustainable development ought to be redoubled in countries in special situations, in particular small island developing states, SIDS, least developing countries, LDCs, and landlocked developing countries, LLDCs, which are disproportionately affected by development challenges. Botswana, as an LDC and current chair of the group of LLDCs at the UN, is deeply concerned by enormity of challenges faced by LLDCs in their effort to implement the 2030 Agenda and its SDGs. With no direct territorial access to the sea, LLDCs struggle with international trade, connectivity, and economic development. Our countries are cut off from the global marketplace and without the means to develop adequate transport and logistics infrastructure, and inevitably face significant challenges in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The forthcoming third United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries, LLDCs 3, from 10th to 13th December in 2024 in Gaborone, Botswana, under the theme Driving Progress Through Partnerships, will provide an opportunity to effectively address these challenges in an ambitious, action-oriented and forward-looking program of action. I therefore invite transit countries, development partners and other stakeholders to join us in the beautiful and vibrant Gaborone as we shape the future for our 32 member countries. Mr. President, as you rightly observe, it is only when we act together that we can effectively deliver meaningful progress for people, planet, prosperity, and peace while leaving no one behind. Without a doubt, the United Nations-led multilateral system remains an indispensable platform for the effective global action that this moment demands. It is therefore of paramount importance that the multilateral framework remains fit for purpose. The onus is on us as member states to ensure that our intergovernmental processes enable rather than stifle effective multinational action and international cooperation. We must not allow the current geopolitical tensions and great power rivalries to get in the way of progress. Our shared values, norms, and interests, as expressed in the UN Charter, the 2030 Agenda, and other relevant frameworks, should remain the North Star that guides our engagements. The spirit of consensus and solidarity ought to be at the front and center of our actions. Mr. President, allow me to conclude by reaffirming Botswana's commitment to working constructively on all agenda items before the General Assembly during this session. This session offers opportunities to turbocharge action for peace, sustainable development, and human rights for the benefit of present and future generations. Let us seize the moment. I thank you. Good afternoon.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Botswana. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président.
President of the General Assembly, heads of state and government, ministers, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. I'm speaking here on behalf of a country who will never forget what nations are capable of doing when they are united. Freedom. And France has just paid tribute indeed this year to the peoples of America, Europe, Africa, Asia, and Oceania, who allowed us to liberate ourselves from the Nazi grip. Progress and peace also. France, with its peoples, have created a community of free states, sovereign states, able to engage with each other and to understand what is essential. Also, hope. Much like we've seen in recent times during the Paralympic and Olympic Games that France hosted this year, with beauty, enthusiasm, and the support of the peoples. However, despite this, the Olympic truce that we wanted here did not come to life. However, the danger of words without action and impotent diplomacy are before us every day. However, our organization is facing the biggest convergence of crisis possibly ever after its 8 decades of existence. And the feeling of a loss of control is growing when faced with wars, with climate change, increasing inequality, injustice. And every day humanity seems to be more fragmented at a time when the circumstances would require us to find common responses, strong, effective responses. To these two words, United Nations, need to embody hope once again. And what must we do for this? We need to find this essential bedrock of this, and that's what I wanted to touch on briefly. Above all, first and foremost, we need to restore the terms of trust and respect between peoples. And here I can see them often trampled in our debates. To do this, we need to pay equal attention to those who are suffering. As I mentioned here 2 years ago, in fact, let's stave off the possibility of having a double standards. One life is equal to another. The civilian protection is an imperative norm and must remain our North Star at a time when this year we are marking the 75th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions. And let's not let the idea take root for a moment that those who died in Ukraine are from the north, that those who have died in Gaza are from the south, and those who die in the conflicts in Sudan in the Great Lakes region or in Myanmar would be those who've consequences, who are alone and ignored. Let's regain control and restore this confidence and trust, which means that we should look for peace everywhere and not accept any differences at a time, or indifference at a time when human lives are at stake. Let's not accept any difference when difference being made when territorial integrity and the sovereignty of states is at stake either. These conflicts today call into question our very capacity to ensure that our UN Charter is respected. And when I see some people want to propose peace by asking for capitulation, it's surprising. We can't even, how can we could support any idea like this? I would like to reiterate here how the protection of civilians, of all humanitarian workers, of all of those who are working to defend our common values is crucial in each and every one of these conflicts. Next, we must provide a common response to the great challenges, the two wars that are affecting Europe and the Middle East. Russia, indeed, is waging a war in Ukraine for territorial conquest, scorning the most fundamental principles of international life. They are guilty of violating the law, ethics and honour. Nothing that they're doing is in line with the common interest of nations, nor the specific responsibilities that they shoulder within this organisation. The fate of Ukraine is a question of peace and security in Europe and around the world. Because who could still believe that they are protected from their bigger neighbours, the violent neighbours, those avid ones? If we let Russia win this as if nothing happened, no one could do that. It is therefore in our common interest and the common interest of nations that Ukraine be restored in its legitimate rights as soon as possible and that just and lasting peace be built. France will continue to do everything in its power so that Ukraine can hold strong, be out of danger and obtain justice. France will continue to provide it with the equipment that is necessary for its defence, and with its allies and partners that are closest to them, France will support the remarkable resistance of the Ukrainian people and will commit to their lasting security. Let us look for peace. France will join its forces with all of those sincere partners to build solid peace in Ukraine, for Ukraine and for Europe. I know that for many of us, the key issues are elsewhere. There's a long list of forgotten wars, unjust victories, badly negotiated resolutions, or perhaps resolutions that are never implemented. I am not forgetting any of them, even if I can't list them all here. President Tshisekedi, who spoke earlier at this tribune, said that the situation in the Great Lanes, and I will go back to him and President Kagame in a few days, we'll cover that. That is of concern to us as well. And in Armenia, Prime Minister, which France stands strongly shoulder to shoulder with the pressure from Azerbaijan and territorial intentions, the international community must be there so that peace negotiations are successful and so that the internationally recognised borders are preserved. But I know that for a lot of the people here, the essential issue beyond these wars is together, and it's also for us together here in Gaza, where the fate of the Palestinian people is currently present and heavy over all of our debates. On this topic, on such a topic complex topic, I'd like to say clearly France's position from day one. We condemn strongly the terrorist attack, which was terrible and unprecedented, carried out by Hamas against Israel on the 7th of October. Terrorism is unacceptable, whatever the causes may be, and here we mourn the victims of the Hamas's attack on the 7th of October. They include 48 French citizens. I express my compassion, friendship, to all of those families who have lost children, parents, friends on the 7th of October. We ask also once again and solemnly for the hostages to be released. Amongst them, there are also several French compatriots too. And here I wish to commend the efforts of the United States of America, Egypt and Qatar to achieve this. This remains a priority for us all. Israel, when faced with this terrorist attack, has a legitimate right to protect their own people and to deny Hamas the means of attacking them again. And no one here could have suffered something like the 2nd of October without there being consequences. However, the war that Israel is waging in Gaza has gone on too long. The tens of thousands of civilian victims in Palestine cannot be justified. There is no explanation possible for this. There are too many innocent people who have died, and we mourn them too. And those people who have died are an outrage for humanity and a dangerous source of hatred, resentment, which threatens and will threaten everyone's security, including that of Israel tomorrow. So this war needs to stop, and a ceasefire needs to happen as soon as possible, at the same time as the hostages are released. And humanitarian assistance needs to arrive en masse in Gaza. This is a position that we have held since October 2023, where the resolutions with many of us. Let's hold the first humanitarian. We held a humanitarian conference for Gaza in November 2023 in Gaza. It's now a question of political will, given the destruction of the military capacity of Hamas, and it is imperative that a new page is turned in Gaza for the guns to be silent, for humanitarian workers to return, and for civilians to finally be protected. France will participate in any initiatives that will save lives and would allow for everyone's safety to be protected. The deployment of an international mission must open the way for the implementation of the two-state solution. It is up to the Security Council to take a position on this. And also, without further ado, the necessary provisions need to be taken to preserve the link between Gaza and the West Bank, to restore Palestinian Authority in its functions, and also to ensure the reconstruction of the territory, and to once again make life possible, quite simply. France will ensure everything can be done so that Palestinian people can finally have a state side by side with Israel. The conditions for just and lasting peace are well known. We just need to open the way for this, and the path towards this must be as short as possible. France will therefore is committed to the two-state solution and will renew its action so finally it can benefit the people and meet their legitimate aspirations. A Palestinian state should be created, given all the necessary security guarantees for Israel. So we should build the reciprocal recognition and common security guarantees for all in the region. And we'll be working on this over the next weeks with Israelis and Palestinians, with all our regional and international partners as well. And at this time, at the moment, the main risk is that of an escalation. I expend my brotherly thoughts to Lebanon and the Lebanese people. Hezbollah, for too long, has been running an untenable risk of dragging Lebanon into a war. Israel cannot, without consequence, just expand its operations to Lebanon. France demands that everyone respect their obligations along the blue line. We will therefore act to ensure a diplomatic voice can be heard, a voice that is indispensable for sparing civilians and preventing a regional conflagration. We cannot have a war in Lebanon. There cannot be a war in Lebanon. This is why we urge Israel to cease this escalation in Lebanon, and we urge Hezbollah to cease the missile launches to Israel. We urge all of those who provide them with the means to do so to stop doing so. We have asked for the Security Council to meet today, indeed, to this end. And I welcome this. And the French minister at this end of the week will head to Lebanon themselves. It's the same unity that we must show when faced with the great regional challenges and the global challenges before us, because beyond the conflicts that we are seeing, that I've just mentioned, we need together to continue to ensure that sovereignty is respected, everyone's sovereignty. Regional and international solutions need to be built to tackle these challenges. And this is the idea behind the relationship we wish to have with Africa, a new partnership. And that is for what for the last 2 years we've been doing, working to do. France has done a lot over recent years for the African continent. France has done a lot over the last few decades, but more specifically in the Sahel, where the French army have fought successfully against terrorism, side by side with regional and international partners. However, the military coups d'etats in the region have meant that we had to take the necessary conclusions. But Europe and Africa have a shared destiny, which demands a broad partnership, a partnership for peace and security, of which the terms need to be renewed, more training, more equipment, more mutual respect. Also, there's partnerships that is underpinned by economic, energy, sport aspects, as well as cultural, memory aspects. And that's what with Benin, Senegal, Cameroon, Algeria, Morocco, and many other countries. This is what we have been patiently building over recent years, and something we will continue to do. So this is the same philosophy that for the last 6 years we've been embodying in order to build a partnership with the Indo-Pacific region, where France has an ambition to contribute to the respect for international law, without which there will be no prosperity. In this region, which has seen over recent years much development, a lot of people try to trample on rules and impose their wills by force. France is proposing an alternative, not to replace anything, but to give states in the region once again the possibility to choose their partners on a project-by-project basis. French territories in the Indo-Pacific have unique expertise in the fight against climate change, protection of biodiversity, the development of clean energy, or the fight against cross-border threats. And our vocation is this in the region, and it is to cooperate with all on the environment. As you've understood, this partner-based logic is one that seeks to build new balances, to refuse that the world be fragmented, where old rule books are thrown aside. We respect each other. We build the paths towards peace and stability. So beyond that, the challenge that we have is, of course, affected by the conflicts that I mentioned. But we must not lose sight of our multilateral agenda because of all of this, nor should we lose the effectiveness that we've committed to. And having gone through the pandemic, which reminded us so blatantly of the importance of some of these common challenges, we should not forget that we need to bear all of this in mind. And so I believe profoundly that effective multilateralism has never been as necessary as today. It must give results. It must give results for development, fight against inequality, education, healthcare, climate, biodiversity, and technology. On each of these individual pillars, we need unity. And we need also to do everything we can to avoid a divide between the North and the South. And that's exactly the philosophy that we have developed in the Paris Pact for People and Planet that more than 60 states have already joined. Firstly, we need to ensure that never we will push a state to choose between these objectives. Why would the states of the North teach lessons to the states of the South and try and explain to them that they should respect climate and therefore renounce on very economic opportunities? This is something we didn't do 20, 30 years ago. It would be unacceptable. Therefore, we need to build an agenda that allows, at the same time, progress to be made in the fight against inequality and for social development, for education, for climate and biodiversity, and global health. then solutions need to be made, and these solutions need to be based on the proposals of the states themselves. And this is what we, for example, started to do with our partnerships for a just energy transition. Not having one size fits all solution for all from capitals where we go to inspect countries and ask them to all follow exactly the same recipe. Each country has their own path. That is the key to sovereignty. Now, then we need a public financing arranging and also leveraging the private sector too. And that meant that this is what allowed us 3 years ago to properly support the IMF's special drawing rights and to obtain the reallocation of more than 100 billion special drawing rights for the benefit of the countries who need that most urgently, particularly in Africa. This was a silent revolution, but it was crucial. And this is why, with this pact, we were here with his members here on the effective authority of President Macky Sall and with the support of the United Nations, of the OECD, and organisations concerned. This is why we wish to pursue these reforms and carry out far-reaching reform of multilateral banks, of our financial institutions. We launched this objective for shared financing, bringing together development banks from across the world, including those whose agendas aren't quite aligned. We need to work on this common financing agenda so that we can meet the objectives that I mentioned. And we together, and I hope in the months to come, as soon as then, we will be able to carry out this reform of the World Bank and the IMF, firstly to renew its membership. These institutions were built at a time when many of you weren't independent. So the structure of capital needs to be restructured to make it stronger. The World Bank and the IMF were only conceived, balanced, calibrated at a time when the challenges were very different, when the global economy wasn't as big, where the population was completely different. So we need to lift these absurd taboos of blockages caused sometimes by the biggest countries, which are prevent others from receiving money because they could be diluted. We need to give the capacity to act to these institutions so that they can then fund that countries of the South need. And this reform is of imperious necessity for our credibility as a whole. And I'm saying to all of the richest countries and those who are around us on the table, if you decide not to do that, well, you'll see in the next few years, you'll see an alternative order emerge. They will forget your agenda. If you decide not to do this, and then we will be accused of cynicism and hegemony, and perhaps not wrongly. This reform of financial multilateralism is indispensable to address these challenges. We also need to pursue our climate biodiversity agendas too. We have upcoming COPs, very important, all of them, and France will play its part, particularly with Costa Rica convening for the United Nations an important meeting for oceans in Nice in June 2025. Here we'll have the UN Oceans Conference, and we will continue work on this. And I hope that a lot of you here will be able to ratify what we've managed to achieve over recent years, particularly the Treaty on the Protection of the High Seas. This is crucial. And we're also continuing to make progress on the question of water. That's also indispensable with the new One Planet Summit on water. This is alongside Kazakhstan and Saudi Arabia. I won't go into detail, of course, on all of the topics that are necessary, but I do wish to recall that how pressing an issue artificial intelligence is. It's important for all states here to coordinate on this. We need to foster innovation, of course. We need to ensure that the innovation and artificial intelligence need to make sure it's accessible to all peoples and countries of the planet, and so it doesn't fuel more division and inequality. But we also need all of this to be developed within an ethical, democratic framework created by the peoples of the planet that is resolute. We cannot let some people, a few private actors who are on the cutting edge of this innovation at the moment, think about the future of this for our peoples. This is why France, in February 2025, will convene the next Action Summit for Artificial Intelligence. But I'm sure you've understood the aim is to build this common framework, and I welcome the work that's been done and coordinated by the Secretary General and the Global Digital Compact, which is built using the best of expertise, and it enshrines this philosophy which we subscribe to totally. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm aware, of course, that I've forgotten so many difficult situations, from Venezuela to the heart of Africa, and so many other tensions in Oceania. I want to talk about our institutions. I hear a lot of people say that what we need to do to the UN is just throw it in the bin. There's no point in it. We can't resolve conflicts. Why do we have it? So here, let's show a constructive kind of impatience. And we can't just be satisfied with not being able to resolve things. But we know who's responsible. While we have a Security Council that is blocked reciprocally according to each other's interests, while that's still the case, we won't be able to make progress. Is there a better system? I don't think so. So let's make the UN more efficient. Firstly, perhaps making them more representative. And that's why France, as I reiterate here, is in favour of the Security Council being expanded. Germany, Japan, India, Brazil should be permanent members, much like two countries that Africa will decide to represent them. These new elected members will also need to be accepted. But the reform of the composition of the Security Council is not sufficient alone to make it more effective. And so I wish this reform also how it should also change the working methods to limit the right of veto in case of mass crimes, and also to focus on operational effective decisions that peacekeeping needs and maintaining international peace and security needs, rather. This is why we need to be brave and audacious and to do so. And with the current permanent members, this is something we should be doing. Almost 25 years after the Millennium Summit, it is now high time to be more effective, to act better on the ground for states and for civil society. And then beyond the United Nations, we must also mark a new era in each of our multilateral institutions, as I just mentioned. These are the few words I wanted to share with you, ladies and gentlemen, today. At a grave time of our world order, here where so many conflicts seem unresolvable, I will say that France will continue to carry this voice that is loyal to its values, that is demanding, that refuses to oversimplify the context, and that France will continue to defend the simple values principles that we've always defended. Human dignity, the respect for the principles of the Charter, and beyond conflicts and the current news cycle, we continue to build with you a fairer and more effective international order. This is what we will continue to advocate for alongside our friends and our allies. But also, we should be free to say no sometimes. We should sometimes be able to refuse the cynicism of the time, or some things that seem obvious but are not. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the French Republic. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 10th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will begin at 3 p.m. The meeting is adjourned.
The 10th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Denis Bechirovich, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear President of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a special honor for me to address the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly as the Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Allow me, Mr. President, to wish you every success in the complex and challenging times of today. Also, I congratulate former President Mr. Denis Francis for successfully presiding over the 78th UN General Assembly session. Esteemed President, it is a great honor to serve the invincible state of Bosnia and Herzegovina, one of the oldest countries of Europe. We are proud that Bosnia has been mentioned in historical sources for 1,075 years now. For centuries, my country has demonstrated resilience, courage, and strength of unity in diversity. Bosnia and Herzegovina was not created in Dayton in 1995, but rather the Dayton Peace Agreement confirmed the continuity of the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina. These are unquestionable historical and legal facts. Bosnia and Herzegovina has made great progress since the end of the war in 1995. We rebuilt the country destroyed by the war. We united the defense system, the judiciary, the tax system, and numerous other institutions. Today, Bosnia and Herzegovina is at the doorstep of European Union and NATO. Bosnia and Herzegovina is actively working to become a NATO and the EU member. These are our strategic foreign policy goals, which were unanimously defined by the state authorities of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Ladies and gentlemen, the entire world is facing numerous challenges and threats. Unfortunately, we live in a world of injustice, insecurity, and intolerance. Never in history has a human had more power and at the same time felt as insecure as he does today. In the past 2 years, we faced new difficult challenges, especially security-related ones. The strengthening of authoritarian populism, the aggression against Ukraine, and the suffering of Gaza have brought humanity into a deep crisis full of uncertainty and fear. The world is seriously threatened by poverty, disease, natural disasters, wars, and injustice. It is estimated that one person dies of hunger every 4 seconds. The fact that millions of children in the world live in extreme poverty is particularly sad. A reasonable question arises: why have we allowed an incomparably greater investments in weapons than in eradicating poverty? It's time for everyone to realize that human lives are more important than guns. Otherwise, I fear that we are collectively headed for a global catastrophe. Regarding climate change, Bosnia and Herzegovina is fully aware of the global situation and is determined to contribute to the global efforts. We are committed to the transition to renewable energy sources and reduction of harmful gas emissions. Terrorism is a serious threat. Countering this threat requires joint and dedicated efforts. The world must have a consensus on fight against terrorism. Bosnia and Herzegovina continues to show a determined commitment to the fight against terrorism. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot solve the problems of modern humanity without addressing the causes. The course of history is not something we can stop. However, we can influence its flow. Therefore, I suggest we now focus on preserving the role of the United Nations as the global center of coordination and cooperation, the importance of the UN Charter reaffirming, strengthening the multilateral system in accordance with international law, intensifying the UN reform process, common work to strengthen the credibility of the United Nations, effective implementation of the Agenda 2030 and its sustainable development goals, rebuilding trust and cooperation among nations on key global issues, giving a chance to mutual trust, inclusiveness, and a democratic vision of leadership, and strengthening preventive diplomacy in times of geopolitical fragmentation of the world. Together, we should open the space for creative global cooperation instead of geopolitics of rivalry and conflict in the 21st century. Conflicts and destruction are not in our civilization's core. We should be building a culture of dialogue, cooperation, and peace. Peace and stability have no alternative. Ladies and gentlemen, humanity is once again facing severe moral and political crisis. UN's response to Ukraine and Gaza was inadequate as it was during the aggression in Bosnia and Herzegovina from 1992 to 1995. The Russian aggression on Ukraine is a flagrant example of violation of the UN Charter and international law. That is why we reiterate our firm condemnation of Russian aggression and the support to the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. The suffering and hardship of Palestinian children and civilians is terrifying. Gaza is a heavy defeat of collective humanity in the 21st century. All human lives are equally valuable. Civilized people must fight for the human rights of all, regardless of their racial, religious, ethnic, or other affiliation. Bosnia and Herzegovina is the only European country where genocide was committed after the Second World War. This was ruled by the highest courts of the United Nations. Judgments on genocide committed against Bosniaks have legal, historical, civilizational, and moral significance. Unfortunately, the ideology, politics, and media that fostered the genocide are once again threatening Bosnia and Herzegovina. I would like to especially thank the UN General Assembly for adopting the resolution on May 23rd for establishing July 11th as the International Day of Reflection and Commemoration of the 1995 genocide in Srebrenica. The adopted resolution is a highly moral and civilized act and is just as important for the UN as it is for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Let's preserve the truth about the genocides in Srebrenica and Rwanda for the sake of the past, present, and most importantly, the future. Despite all the injustices, Bosnia and Herzegovina remains firmly committed to the regional cooperation, as that is one of our main strategic foreign policy goals. Bosnia and Herzegovina is a peaceful country committed to strengthening regional cooperation. That is why we actively participate in numerous regional initiatives. For the peaceful future of the Western Balkans, it is crucial that all countries acknowledge there is to be no changes of states' borders. Those who try to do differently risk a dangerous destabilization of the region with unforeseeable consequences. Ladies and gentlemen, here at the podium of the UN General Assembly, I want to publicly warn the global audience that once again the leadership of Republic of Serbia is threatening the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The greater state aspirations of Serbia toward the territories of other countries in the region are the essential reason why Bosnia and Herzegovina and the Western Balkans are exposed to new dangers. One evidence of this is the destructive declaration by the so-called All-Serb Assembly adopted in Belgrade on June 8 this year. It is not just a declarative act, but a dangerous greater state program document that threatens the Dayton Peace Agreement and the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The content of this declaration directly contradicts the democratic and civilized well-established procedures, international and national law, the fundamental principles of the European Union, and the principles that are the foundation of relations between the UN members. This declaration is a threat to regional peace and to the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, as the chairman of the presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, I want to emphasize that I am proud of my heroic and dignified homeland, Bosnia and Herzegovina. My country achieved a civilizational and moral victory in the previous decades, despite genocide, the crimes against humanity, and activities of joint criminal enterprises. People in my country want peace and cooperation. We stand for humanity and solidarity. Bosnia and Herzegovina is a global story of hope, courage, and unity. We will protect Bosnia and Herzegovina and its unity in diversity. In this way, we also contribute to global unity. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alexander Stubb, President of the Republic of Finland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, The UN was founded 79 years ago. At the time, we were in many ways standing at a crossroads. The world had been torn apart by 2 world wars. Something had to be done to contain the belligerence of nation states. We needed common institutions and rules. The mission of the United Nations was actually quite simple: to end war and promote peace, to promote justice and a better life for the entire world. And for most of its history, it's been able to do exactly that. I come from Finland. We're a small country in the northeastern corner of Europe. We're a peace-loving nation. Our recovery from World War II and our rise from one of the poorest countries in Europe to one of the wealthiest and safest and, yes, happiest countries in the world is closely linked to the success of the United Nations. Our ability to demonstrate dignity, act with respect, promote compromise has played a critical role in our success story. We are a free and open society. We understand the value of this institution as we've first-hand experience of what it can bestow on a country and its citizens at its best. I think that today, in many ways, we're again standing at a crossroads, and I have to admit that I'm worried. Divisions between countries and blocs are widening. Our shared understanding of the world has dwindled, and it's been replaced by narratives that fuel controversy, conflict, and hatred. The number of ongoing conflicts is the highest since the Cold War, and the number of states involved in them is on the rise, especially in 3 hotspots: Palestine, Ukraine, and Sudan. Human suffering has long since reached a point that should be unacceptable in this room. The paradox, of course, is that many countries are rejecting multilateral cooperation precisely at a time when we need it more than ever. In my speech today, I will focus on 3 points, and I'll try to be as concrete and constructive as possible. First, on what unites rather than divides us. Second, on how to end the current wars. Third, on how to reform the UN and to reflect the world that we live in today. By adopting the Pact on the Future on Monday here, I think we proved that the UN works. And I have to say that my address here today is to all of us collectively, not to anyone individually. I'm not into blame games or whataboutism. We're all responsible. We are all a part of the problem as well as the solution. So, first, let us focus on what unites rather than divides us. When the Cold War ended, many of us, myself included, believed in the thesis of the end of history, namely that most of the world's roughly 200 nation states would revert towards some kind of form of peace, prosperity, and harmonious coexistence. There was a strong belief that freedom, democracy, and globalization would win the day, that technological development, free trade, open information would automatically lead to global development and stability for all. But it did not. The problem was that we forgot the dark sides of mankind, including power, actually need to be contained in international institutions like the UN. We assumed too much and did too little. The things that were supposed to bring us together, like trade, interdependence, and information, are now tearing us apart. We must turn the tide and focus on how we can find common solutions to common global problems. Now, the biggest challenges in the world, climate change, technology, sustainable development, and conflict, are precisely the ones that we must work on together. We need the UN more than ever. We must get back to the trajectory where our common challenges drive cooperation instead of conflict. We must
look for win-win solutions for all rather than zero-sum games benefiting the few. To mitigate and adapt climate change and to halt biodiversity, we need to work together. Our future depends on our response to these challenges in very concrete terms. We cannot respond to the very tangible concerns of small islands, developing states, only by planning. We need results. If we do not solve the climate challenge, the crises that follow become unsolvable. The same goes for technology. Some 30 years ago, we thought that digitalization, artificial intelligence, robotization, and biotechnology would automatically deliver a better world for us. That technology would be a force for good only. We forgot that all disruptive technologies work in both directions, good and bad. So in many ways, we're slipping away from the Sustainable Development Goals. Global poverty is on the increase. When basic needs from nutrition to security are not met, it is impossible to focus on the vision for the future. We've made progress on many accounts, but we need to make sure that the fundamental rights that we have all agreed on together apply to everyone at all levels, regions, nations, peoples, and individuals. We need to ensure that the rights of women and girls are respected. The rights of gender and sexual minorities need to be protected globally. No matter which region we come from then, our rhetoric and actions are often inconsistent. We say one thing and then we do another. Right now, we are at a stage where we must do what we say and work together. So let us focus on what unites us rather than separates us. My second point is about conflict. When the UN was founded, the underlying idea was never again. Never again should anyone experience the horror that our predecessors went through in the first half of the 20th century. The founders of the United Nations promised to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. They, at least partially, succeeded. But are we, the new generation, succeeding? The simple answer is no. Only this year and last year, hundreds of thousands of people have been killed. More than 10,000 children in Gaza. Child abduction is being used as a weapon of war in Ukraine. Millions of people worldwide have been forced to leave their homes. Malnutrition and disease are on the increase. Current wars highlight a glaring contradiction. Critical decisions about war and peace are made by a tiny number of people, often driven by a cynical need to hold on to power. The global majority, who have the interest in peace, do not have enough power in the international system to keep them in check. This is true in Ukraine and Palestine, as well as Sudan. In Ukraine, a just peace, based on President Zelensky's 10-point peace plan, is clearly in the interest of the global community. The war continues because Russian leaders are not willing to end it. While Russia is doing its best to blame others for its own aggression, we systematically revert to the principles of international law and the UN Charter. Neither Russia nor any other country has a historical right to anyone else's region or people. The core of the UN Charter is respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. Finland condemns, in the strongest possible terms, the Russian aggression in Ukraine. Finland equally condemns the attempts to manipulate the global information space to destroy the principles that have sustained world peace for decades. I call on President Putin to end this war and end it now. In Palestine, we must ask ourselves whose interests are driving the war. Peace meets the interests of the global majority and the Palestinians and the Israelis. A ceasefire, a two-state solution, and regional security arrangements would ensure stability as well as economic and societal development across the region. International law holds the key to a solution that would keep both Palestinians and Israelis safe. After the most recent tragedies, there's no other direction but forward, and we must find a solution. There are no more excuses. This war needs to end, and it needs to end now. In Sudan, regardless of which of the groups who are fighting will finally win the war, the victims of that war will be the civilians and the transition to civilian rule built by them. The civilian rule behind which the entire international community has promised to stand, and the civilians for whom we promise to seek a better future. In Sudan, we have failed to apply the principle of African solutions to African problems. Instead, Sudan is becoming an arena for regional and international rivalry. Our shared goal is to build a Sudan that would be an equal partner for all of us in security, trade, and in the multilateral fora. And it is moving further and further away from it. No one benefits from this development in the long term. I call, therefore, upon the UN to take the center stage in conflict resolution and prevention once again. Peace mediation cannot be transactional. It has to be centered in the United Nations. International law, the UN Charter, and the territorial integrity and sovereignty of states must prevail. My third and final point is that we need the UN more than ever, and without far-reaching reform, I'm afraid it will be sidelined. It all begins with agency, with a feeling that we all have a say. Whether it's about climate change, technology, sustainable development, or conflict, the same challenge remains. The current international institutions do not reflect global realities. The majority of the world is not properly represented in the global institutions, and their interests are not met. This must change. Ending wars would benefit most of us, if not all of us, but currently we do not have the mechanisms to drive the interests of the global majority. Many countries do not feel they have a say in global institutions, and as a result, the institutions are losing their legitimacy. Shortcomings in multilateral institutions encourage many to seek solutions outside traditional international institutions. Alliances, whether based on interest or values or both, are creating a transactional world of disorder where size and power benefits a minority rather than the majority. The cold truth is that we cannot postpone reform any longer, and in many ways history is on our shoulders, just as it was with those who founded the United Nations in 1945. If our goal is to focus on what unites us rather than divides us, we need far-reaching reform of the UN Security Council. So let me try that reform then and see what you think. Finland, three-point proposal today is very concrete. Some might say overly optimistic, but I do feel we have to begin somewhere. So here we go. First proposal, all major continents need to be represented in the UN Security Council at all times. It is unacceptable that there is no permanent representation from Latin America and Africa, and that China alone represents Asia in the Security Council. We therefore propose that the number of permanent members be increased by 5. More concretely, 2 from Asia, 2 from Africa, and 1 from Latin America. The total number of permanent members would thus be 10. That, combined with 10 elected members, would ensure that the Security Council would hold roughly 10% of the UN's members at any given time. My part of the world, Europe, should think hard about how best to divide its existing 2 seats. Second, no single state should have veto power. I fully understand that the veto was necessary in the aftermath of World War II. But in today's world, it has too often incapacitated the Security Council and halted decision-making here in New York. The UN agencies are not subject to national vetoes and are working effectively precisely because no single member can prevent them from doing so. My third and final proposal is that if a permanent or elected member of the Security Council violates the UN Charter, its voting rights should be suspended. This decision should ultimately be taken by the General Assembly, and there should be no room for double standards in the United Nations. So, ladies and gentlemen, despite all of our challenges, I want to end on an optimistic note. My optimism stems from an innate belief that when humans are faced with a binary choice, we often end up doing the right thing. Our choice today is simple. We can continue towards a multipolar world of disorder, or we can start getting serious about solving our common problems through multilateral institutions and a reformed United Nations. As my mentor and great friend of the UN, the late President Martti Ahtisaari, said in his acceptance speech for the Nobel Peace Prize in 2008, and I quote, "Peace is a question of will. All conflicts can be settled, and there are no excuses for allowing them to be eternal." End of quote. Let us keep Martti's words in mind and start working towards peace. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Finland. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, if it is, we all agree on ending and preventing wars. If it is, we all agree that the Security Council requires reform. If it is, we all agree that the international financial system is unfair and unjust to the developing world. And if it is, we all believe in climate, food, and energy security, then what is stopping us from acting? We will all be doomed in the court of conscience for knowing what is right while ignoring what is wrong. Madam President, of the myriad of challenges confronting our world, climate change threatens our very existence, adversely affecting development across all countries. Rising sea levels and temperatures, severe natural disasters, and shifting and extreme weather patterns disrupt agriculture and food security, threaten water supply, and displace communities. These impacts are particularly devastating for small island developing states. Each year, we make the annual pilgrimage to COP, filled with hope for tangible outcomes. And each year, we are regaled and renewed unkept promises are the order of the day. This cycle of hope, followed by disappointment, cannot continue if the Sustainable Development Goals are to be met. We must break free from this pattern of empty pledges. We must unequivocally and immediately fulfill all pledges for the sake of our planet and the future of all its inhabitants. Let me tell you about my country, Guyana, a country that is 83,000 square miles, 86% of which is tropical forests. Guyana has the second highest percentage forest cover on Earth and one of the lowest deforestation rate. Our forest stores 19.5 gigatons of carbon and sequesters more than 153 million tons annually. According to WWF, Guyana is one of the world's most important countries for biodiversity density. It straddles two of the richest biodiversity zones, the Guyana Shield and the Amazon. As a country, we are dedicated to the preservation of this vital global asset. I especially salute the indigenous peoples of Guyana, the Amerindians, who are the foremost stewards of this great natural heritage. We recognize their leadership, and 15% of all revenues earned from carbon sales are directly transferred to our indigenous communities. Madam President, even with our newfound natural resource, oil and gas, it would require less than 20% of sequestered carbon to offset our emissions at maximum output. We have preserved our biodiversity and know its value. We believe it is only fair and just that this global asset be monetized in a fair carbon market. Today, I am pleased to announce the launch of a Global Biodiversity Alliance. We will convene the first Global Biodiversity Alliance Summit in 2025, which will focus on creating a market for biodiversity credits, scaling biodiversity conservation debt swaps, accelerating biodiversity bonds, establishing a blueprint for biodiversity taxonomies, and promoting nature-positive action. We do not make this announcement by mere words. Guyana is also committed to doubling its protected areas by December 2025 and achieving the global biodiversity target of 30% by 2030. These are real solutions that Guyana is putting forward to address the global problem of biodiversity loss. We do not lecture, we lead by example without arrogance. Madam President, according to the UN Food Security and Nutrition Report, in 2023, an estimated 28.9% of the global population, 2.3 billion people, were moderately or severely food insecure. The primary causes were conflict and insecurity, extreme weather events, including those related to El Nino and climate change and economic shocks. To effectively address food insecurity, we must take more concerted action to address its root causes, reducing conflict, mitigating climate change, and enhancing food production and trade in food commodities. By prioritizing peace and climate action, we can create environments where food systems, crops, and livelihoods are not threatened by conflict and weather extremes. In turn, enhancing food production and ensuring fair and efficient trade in food commodities can reduce food insecurity. So too can the full involvement of women and youth. In Guyana's National Agricultural Strategy and Policy, at least 35% of our agro-businesses will be owned by women and 60% by young people. While I've spoken of food insecurity, the global malnutrition rates are also alarming and must be addressed. Nutritious, safe, and sufficient food are crucial to a healthy population. Madam President, the United Nations must continue to be a beacon of hope amidst a turbulent global environment. The theme of this year's assembly, and I quote, "Leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations," end of quote, resonates with the vision set out in the United Nations Charter. This vision demands decisive action and enlightened multilateralism. Today, we find ourselves in a world where the quest for peace is met with a defiant echo of conflict, where the promise of sustainable development is eclipsed by the dangerous specter of climate change and food insecurity, and where the dignity of millions of people is trampled upon with impunity. In Ukraine, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of a nation are being violated. Yet, decisive action by the United Nations Security Council remains fettered by the veto. Justice demands that we defend the territorial integrity of all states, large, small, powerful, and weak. Equally concerning is the conflict in Sudan, which rages on with devastating consequences for the people of that country, including famine and mass displacement. This conflict will continue to undermine efforts to achieve lasting peace and sustainable development. This assembly must also condemn the continued oppression and persecution by the Taliban of women and girls in Afghanistan, who face not just lack of access to education and restrictions on their movements, but now even their voices cannot be heard in public. Closer to my home, CARICOM has been actively supporting a Haitian-led process for the restoration of democracy, peace, and stability in Haiti. We welcome the deployment of the UN-authorized multinational security support mission led by Kenya as a crucial step towards stabilizing the security situation. We call on the international community to urgently scale up financing for the MSS and secure its renewed authorization so that the mission can succeed. We must also address the dire humanitarian situation where almost half of Haiti's population suffer from acute hunger, mass displacement, and women and girls are enduring brutal violence, including sexual violence. Guyana is leading CARICOM's effort in mobilizing humanitarian effort and support for Haiti. Excellencies, I'll be reaching out to you for your support. We must stay the course with our Haitian brothers and sisters in their quest for durable peace and sustainable development. The people of Haiti deserve nothing less. Madam President, peace, stability, and safety are no more imperiled than in Gaza. Guyana reiterates its strong condemnation of the October 7 attacks by Hamas on Israel. However, the collective punishment of an entire population, including the indiscriminate slaughter of civilians, most of whom are women and children, has long gone beyond the realm of self-defense. As the world watches on helplessly, Israel continues to flout its international obligations, including the orders of the ICJ and successive Security Council resolutions. Instead, the right of self-defense is being used as a weapon of mass extermination, stoking legitimate fears of genocide. No state, large or small, should feel comfortable and safe when such atrocities are allowed to continue with impunity. The war in Gaza must end now. We reiterate our demand for an immediate ceasefire and the release of all hostages and Palestinians illegally detained. Madam President, for more than 75 years, the Palestinian people have been denied their right of self-determination. We must advance the two-state solution, as this remains the only viable option for a future where Palestinians and Israelis live in peace and security. Turning to our brothers and sisters in Cuba, their right to development continues to be stymied by the economic embargo. Guyana renews its call for revocation of the embargo and the removal of Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. Madam President, the United Nations has a special responsibility for the security of small states. Small states look to multilateralism and the rule of international law to protect them from foreign aggression. Guyana is a small state that has had to contend with aggression from the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela for all 58 years of our nationhood. International law and its strict application have been our armor and our shield in our determination to protect ourselves from this aggression. We remind this August Assembly that the border between Guyana and Venezuela was fully, finally, and perfectly settled in an 1899 award by an international tribunal. Venezuela was fully represented in that tribunal, whose award it proclaimed in its own Congress and welcomed for more than 6 decades. Before reopening the issue on the eve of Guyana's independence, claiming 2/3 of our territory. This controversy, initiated by Venezuela, was submitted by Guyana to the International Court of Justice in accordance with a decision of the United Nations Secretary General and consistent with our position to settle this matter by legal and peaceful means. In 2023, in light of intensified acts of aggression by Venezuela, the ICJ issued provisional measures stating that, and I quote, pending a final decision in the case, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela shall refrain from taking any action which would modify the situation that currently prevails in the territory in dispute, whereby the Cooperative Republic of Guyana administers and exercises control over the area, end of quote. After years of refusing to participate in the proceedings of the ICJ and stating that it does not recognize the jurisdiction of the court, the Venezuelan government has now submitted a counter memorial to Guyana's submission. We welcome Venezuela's decision to participate in the court's proceedings and express the hope that Venezuela will accept the decision of the court, as Guyana has long pledged to do. I reaffirm Guyana's unwavering commitment to a peaceful resolution of this long-standing controversy in full conformity with international law and the principles set forth in the United Nations Charter. Madam President, peace, development, and human rights are pillars of the United Nations. We all aspire for a form of multilateralism that is equitable, inclusive, and ensures that no one is left behind. Women's participation in leadership in private and public sectors are integral to this. There is a growing movement in the developing world calling for the democratization of global political and economic relations. The disproportionate concentration of power favors a few powerful nations, whilst marginalizing the voices and concern of the broader international community. Developing countries are justly demanding more inclusive and representative decision-making processes in institutions and organs such as the UN Security Council, the World Bank, and the IMF. The World Trade Organization must also be reformed to ensure fairer trade for developing countries. These reforms must go beyond fair representation and ensure that the policies and practices of these institutions align with the developmental needs and aspirations of all countries. In the emerging global order, we must ensure the United Nations remains at the forefront of global governance. If multilateralism is to trump unilateralism, the UN's role as the world's foremost multilateral organization is pivotal. With the necessary resources and resolve, the UN can ensure a future of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity. The future we seek, a future where no one is left behind, demands courageous action. The UN must fulfill its role as the custodian of greater global peace, the foremost promoter of sustainable development, and an unflinching protector of human rights, human dignity, and international law. And since the UN is all of us, this body of nations, this is a collective responsibility for us all. Let us not be found wanting. Let us act together for the advancement of peace, for the achievement of sustainable development, and the preservation of human dignity, now and for generations to come. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency José Raúl Molina Quintero, President of the Republic of Panama. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Muy buenas tardes.
A very good afternoon, Madam President, honorable heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. Just over 2 months ago, I assumed the presidency of the Republic of Panama. Over the next 5 years of my mandate, I will have to face down on behalf of all Panamanians major challenges, several of which affect not only my country, but the hemisphere as a whole. Our privileged geographical position has made us a bridge between and a meeting point for the Americas. We had the first railway to connect the Atlantic and the Pacific on our continent, the first customs office of the continent, and the first in Tierra Firme, the first Spanish city in the form of Tierra Firme. Our canal and our airport hub have made us strategic partners for all countries of the world. As things stand, our canal serves 180 maritime routes. These connect 1,920 ports in 170 countries. And that means that we are a major value add for products from throughout the world. Cognizant of our importance as a meeting point, our doors have always been open to all nationalities who, fair and square and playing cleanly, wish to harness the competitive advantages we have as our shield states, a country pro mundi y beneficio for the world. But today, Panama is facing a colossal problem as a result of its strategic location. Illegal immigration through the Darien Gap, which is being used as a gateway by hundreds of thousands of migrants and has been for some time. Migrants that are fleeing the grave political, economic, and social problems they face and seeking the so-called American dream. I know that territory very well because just over a decade ago, when I was Panama's Minister for Security, I led the forces who took back the Darien Gap from the narco guerrilla. Today, it is a source of great pain to witness the social tragedy that is this treacherous journey, a journey embarked upon by women, children, and elderly persons who begin an inhumane crossing over rivers, jungles, and inhospitable corners. They face myriad risks to their very security in so doing. This movement of people is led by criminal organizations with bases in neighboring countries, organizations that receive dirty money to make a profit from the hope and needs of thousands of human beings. I fully understand how hard it is to decide to migrate to escape the poverty and oppression that one may experience in their place of origin. The vast majority of people wish to live, develop, and progress in the land where they were born. Let me say it again, causes are well known, but alone we cannot tackle them. We are already facing too many social and financial problems as a nation. We do not have the resources or the material possibilities to solve the migration crisis alone. Illegal migration through Panama is part of a colossal global problem, and it must be in the United Nations where this problem is front and center of an agenda. We are proud of being a country which connects myriad global trade routes, but we will not agree to be used as a transit point for illegal immigrants, because that brings with it social, human and environmental costs for our territory. Panama is today paying a high environmental cost as a result of that illegal flow of persons. They are causing severe damage to our biodiversity. I want to say to you that there is a huge difference between analysing this problem from within forests such as this in the midst of Manhattan. There's a great difference between that and being a first-hand witness of the drama that I have been. Seeing children being orphaned by the harshness of a crossing through the jungle would wreak havoc and tear apart the soul of the coldest analyst who was to study these questions from the comfort of an office. These aren't standalone problems for the Darien Gap, or to give you another example, for the Mediterranean. What we're talking about is a complex system of organized crime that is making profit from human misfortune. In 2023, the Darien Gap saw the entry of more than 500,000 illegal immigrants. That accounts for, or is equivalent to, 12% of Panama's total population. If the same thing had happened in the United States, that would have meant the entry of 40 million illegal immigrants in 1 year. In other words, a number 20 times higher than that seen today. Another example, Italy. They also have a grave migrant problem. Last year, indeed, around 150,000 people entered the country illegally. If we were to scale this up to Panamanian proportions, we'd be talking about the entry of 7 million people illegally to this European country. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm asking you is to really take stock of the magnitude of what's happened, because our sense is that we don't have the international support that we need to face a situation which is so distressing from a humanitarian point of view, so costly from a financial perspective, so perilous for our security, and so alarming if you look at the environmental devastation which it leaves in its wake. And it's precisely this environmental destruction that I want to talk about now. Darien is one of the largest neotropical forests in the world. When 500,000 people pass through it and leave tons of waste over the years, some of which is highly polluting, such as batteries and plastic waste, that has serious environmental consequences. Moreover, and it's painful to say the following, decomposing bodies are left by the side of the road or in rivers. Not everyone survives this horrific 20-day odyssey through the jungle. It falls to Panama to address a problem which is not our own, but we do what we can with the resources that we have. No one could visualize, far less would they accept, 500,000 people leaving rubbish and waste without any type of planning or proper management in the Black Forest in Germany or in the Yellowstone National Park here in the United States. 500,000 souls, irregular migrants, moving without documents or oversight. Perhaps the reason for the lack of outrage at a global level at the devastation of our Darien region, the major green lung of the region, is because it is in an inhospitable corner of the border between Panama and Colombia. I do understand that part of the responsibility for this situation falls on the shoulders of previous governments in our country that did not show the resolve or the strength necessary to place this issue on the global agenda. But that has all changed. This president will speak out about this problem and will use every international forum to demand a shared effort to halt the flow of illegal migration. Madam President, in Panama today, we have the new border of the United States because Darien is the corridor traveled by those who seek in this country a better life. Panama has always been on the side of peace and the progress of nations. Today needs the help and support of those countries that it has historically supported in this and other fora. We need concrete cooperation and full frontal cooperation to avoid our territory being used as the beginning of a dream which often is one trumped up by criminal organizations linked to drug trafficking and trafficking persons. Political instability is one cause of mass migration. When there are grave institutional crises that exist over time, their immediate consequence is the fleeing of their citizens. Venezuela is a specific example of the above. It is for that reason that I now want to talk about our regional political situation, which incidentally is the major driver of the migration crisis we're experiencing. The increasing breakdown of the Venezuela's institutional system has led to a stampede of 8 million Venezuelans, according to data back from the UN Refugee Agency. Behind this figure is a genuine migration tragedy. International organizations haven't provided a resolute or credible response to this problem throughout the years. Recent events in Venezuela have further tarnished the country's already dishonored institutions. Let us be clear. Awarding oneself a triumph without publishing vote counts is like wanting to win a trial without presenting any evidence. Wanting to win without publishing vote tallies is like losing and not accepting the results. In fact, the current regime has lost the support of its staunchest defenders in the region, or, in the very best of scenarios, it has received fragile and tenuous support expressed only as silence. It is resoundingly clear that the current regime will not leave power, nor will it recognize its defeat. As such, I call upon the appropriate organizations to take resolute actions against the manifestly anti-democratic behaviors and attitudes seen. I want to emphasize here that this is not an ideological issue. We're not talking about a simple difference in schools of thought. What we're talking about is strictly heeding the people's will that is the mother of all wills. Panama is open to dialogue with the rest of countries, any country in which there is respect for the political and representational system arising from every country's national constitutions. I'm bringing up the Venezuelan issue here because it's very difficult for me to talk about health and the environment when 8 million of our neighbors have been forced to flee their home, fleeing the poverty, besetting a country that should have been an economic power. How can we talk about regional sustainable development as we witness this interminable political crisis face the whole continent? I can't look at everything through a rose-tinted lens in my speech when what we have is the spilt crimson blood of immigrants risking their lives in our jungle pursuing a dream of liberty. As they move through the Darien Gap, they contaminate the region, leaving a trail of destruction and desolation in their wake, and it's up to us to pick up, repair, and pay for all of that. If you really care about sustainable development, I ask you as member states to staunchly defend the environment and establish precise mechanisms to redress the damage that has occurred in the Darien Gap. I'm talking not only about the environmental damage, but I'm also asking you to tackle the causes that led to that led to this migration, such as the self-proclaimed triumph of the current Venezuelan regime. As a third point, I want to talk about the unjust discriminatory lists that my country has been placed upon, lists that are cobbled together by tyrannies and which put us together with tyrannies that have committed the worst atrocities. We are put on lists with countries that don't open their doors to the world, that don't respect democracy, that foster terrorism. We don't agree to being part of these lists that are drawn up by the private interests of nations that themselves can't succeed in being competitive or attractive to their fellow citizens. Panama will not allow this affront, far less after all the efforts we've made. We've made significant reforms to our financial and legal systems in recent years to meet the most stringent standards of transparency and prevention of money laundering and other organised crime. But that hasn't been enough. Our nation has demonstrated its readiness to work with international organisations, and we've signed many tax information exchange treaties with myriad countries. That wasn't enough either. As a consequence, the measures that we've been forced to take whilst waved in front of us has been the false promise of being delisted. These measures have been catastrophic for our economies. And yet we still haven't been able to get ourselves removed from these reckless lists. Panama is not a tax haven, nothing like it. The people that are tax havens are those other jurisdictions allied with the countries that promote these lists. Those countries are analysed and measured by different standards to those used for my country. It's quite paradoxical, but the nations that approved Panama's inclusion on these lists use our canal. They participate in public tenders, they make money from consultancy services, and they lobby their businesses to get juicy contracts in our country. This president has taken the firm decision to not allow the businesses of countries that endorse these lists to participate in international tenders. Neither will those very same countries benefit from our vote in international fora. At the same time they point their finger at us, they've enjoyed benefits and have not suffered any restrictive measures. The aim of their bias is to ensure that despicable stigma continues to hover over Panama that is a responsible country when it comes to financial fair play. I want the best for my beloved Panama. I didn't accede to the presidency to make other countries feel good. I did so to meet my country's demands. Talking of lists, I want to tell you that Panama is one of the countries in the world that is carbon negative. In other words, we remove more carbon dioxide from the atmosphere than the CO2 we emit. But this glittering status has brought us no benefit whatsoever. Vast swathes, of our territory is protected, and that brings with it major challenges in terms of achieving genuine development. Today, countries that utterly destroyed their biodiversity for the sake of development force other developing countries to abide by standards of environmental care that they dismissed. This produces an imbalance in terms of opportunities for progress. On the one hand, we're forced to maintain our forests in a primary state, and on the other hand, fingers are pointed to us and we're placed on lists which make it difficult for investment to arrive and which stymie the development of a globally competitive financial system. We do not accept the rules of this game. I want to reiterate the message I delivered when I assumed the presidency. I said there and I'll say now, Panama is an ally of good causes, and we will no longer allow fingers to be pointed at us unjustly in such a way that harms our economic capacity, our prestige, and in a way that besmirches the very image of our country. I'd like to say to you what an honour it is for the Panamanian people to become non-permanent members of the Security Council, as we will do in January this year. That will be the 6th time in history. That accolade is the fruit of sustained work over time. We've been given that seat because of our country's work to fight against terrorism, to fight trafficking in persons, and to fight drug trafficking. Panama contributes to peace and concord between peoples. I am sorry for hammering home this point again and again and again, but all of this is completely impossible to reconcile with the aforementioned list. We can't accept that a country whose conduct is unimpeachable and a country that works in favour of peace, freedom and international security be lumped together and tarred with the same brush with those who do quite the opposite. We're placed on arbitrary lists that don't tally with reality. All of that is genuinely unacceptable. We'll continue fighting peacefully and doggedly to put an end to this unnecessary and discriminatory harassment at the hands of countries that would never abide by the same conditions we are forced to. To conclude, I'd like to say that we'll continue building a country that is at the service of humankind. We'll care for our biodiversity. In the face of adversity, we'll defend our democracy in spite of concrete threats today hovering over our region. Panama will continue connecting global trade, fighting for freedom, being a part of the world, and calling for the respect that we give and the respect that we deserve as an upstanding nation. We are a noble working people, and we'll fight every day to make this world a better place to live. Distinguished members of this organization, Madam President, on behalf of Panama and all of the Panamanian people, many thanks for this opportunity.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Panama. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Faure Essazimna Nasingbe, President of the Togolese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président,
President, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The history of the United Nations is one of trust in collective responses to the most serious crises. But each of us today sees that today we are at a crossroads. On the one hand, our multilateral model and our aging institutions are no longer able to tackle new challenges which are admittedly of an unprecedented complexity. On the other hand, our discussions, just as our multilateral commitments in recent years, often are not accompanied by action. That is why there is real reason to be concerned as we look to the future. Concerned for the future of our planet, which is ravaged by complex crises. Concerned for the future of our youth, given the challenges that young people will inherit. And of course, I refer first and foremost to environmental challenges. And finally, concerned about the future of our institutions, which are not adapted to current realities and which no longer fulfill their promises. We have no choice. We cannot persist with our systems that no longer deliver on their promises and no longer reflect the realities of our world. We must begin a profound transformation. That is why I stand before you today with a clear conviction and vision for the future. My conviction is that another way is possible, a way forward where international cooperation is revitalized, is more inclusive and more respectful. And my vision is one of Africa that fully assumes its role as a strategic partner in building new rules for global governance. My first observation is that my country, Togo, looks to the future with hope and determination. In Togo, we are working on a type of development that will be sustainable but also equitable and inclusive. We know that in order to achieve this, we must build a strong, visionary state that ensures protection. We are doing this as a nation because this is our responsibility towards current and future generations. This requires large-scale investment in our education and healthcare systems. This requires reducing the digital divide. And this also requires a commitment to an environmental transition, as well as action in favor of gender equality. My second observation is that today, looking to the future means looking to Africa. Our continent is no longer just a developing region. It is also the future driver of global growth, because it is Africa that is home and will continue to be home for a long time to the majority of global youth. That is where the strongest development potential resides for emerging markets related to technological innovation and entrepreneurship. It is in Africa that the blue and green economies open up considerable opportunities for sustainable development. Our continent has a wealth of natural resources. When properly leveraged, they can transform Africa into a global hub for clean, renewable energy. And it is also in Africa that we must test out new partnership models that we require, specifically between the private and public sector. My third observation is that addressing the challenges of our times requires effective multilateral cooperation. Challenges in the food security and environmental realms go beyond what each country can address individually and alone. More and more, we are dealing with fundamentally asymmetric crises. These crises quickly and harshly affect regions of the world that are not directly responsible for the causes of those crises. That is why I reiterate my deep conviction. First, given these global threats, the only way to ensure a better future for current and future generations is to take collective and coordinated action, action by states. And this action, this collective action, must be carried out as part of revitalized global political frameworks. This is in particular true for our efforts when it comes to climate adaptation and resilience. Africa is a region that is one of the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Even though Africa as a continent contributes the least to greenhouse gas emissions, the harmful impact of climate change seen in Africa in terms of food security and the migration challenges that this causes cannot be underestimated. If we do nothing, the issue of the environment will lead to major waves of migration towards the north, which is clearly something that is a common concern. But this need for collective action is also true when it comes to the challenge of peace and security. And that challenge is also a burden that can no longer be carried by Africans alone. In Western Africa, we face the persistent threat of terrorism. In my view, the answer to this requires a combination of inclusive dialogue, security reform, and economic development initiatives that would address and eradicate the root causes of violence. But we cannot tackle all of these challenges alone. Multilateral cooperation is necessary in order to face this collective threat. We all know that development, the climate transition, and security have all become issues that need to be tackled in a multilateral manner. But to do this, we must first refashion our model for international cooperation. And this brings me to my last observation. We cannot strengthen international cooperation without a new model for partnerships that is more equitable and more respectful towards African states. We urgently need to rethink our model of multilateralism in order to rebalance efforts in the context of international cooperation. And in that context, our continent, Africa, deserves particular attention. First of all, there needs to be more respect, dignity for African states on the international stage. It is time to recognize that we are strategic actors in our own right, capable of making a major contribution to global efforts towards peace, sustainable development, and human dignity. Respect for human dignity is not only a principle that must guide our daily actions within our borders. The respect for and dignity of our peoples must be recognized through their representation and the elevation of their voice, which must be heard and respected in international fora. And finally, we require a new model of international cooperation that is more broadly based on localization. Externally imposed so-called universal solutions can, it is true, have some advantages, but they do not always work. Despite the efforts made in recent years, international aid often remains disconnected from the needs and the capacities of the populations that receive this aid. Localization must be a major commitment to recognize local expertise while allowing states to play their rightful role in defining priorities and implementing programs. Togo is resolved to play a leading role in this transformation, and I call on all international stakeholders to support a more equitable and respectful cooperation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa is ready. It is ready to play its rightful role on the international stage, but it seeks to be respected, listened to, and supported in its efforts in an equitable way. Together, let us work on building a world where each nation and each individual can live in dignity, in harmony with others and with our planet. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Togolese Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, President of the Republic of Senegal. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the General Assembly, Heads of State and Government, Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. At the outset, I wish to take this opportunity to once again pay tribute to the memory of my fellow countryman, Amadou Tango, who has just left us. Former Director General of UNESCO. Until 1998, he was an eminent statesman and a staunch Pan-African defender of independence. I wish to congratulate Mr. Philemon Yang on his election to the presidency of this United Nations General Assembly. I also congratulate his predecessor for the contribution he made to the implementation of our common agenda. Through you, I convey my wishes for your every success when it comes to discharging your mandate. We see the unwavering commitment of our Secretary General Antonio Guterres, his efforts to promote peace, human dignity, and multilateralism are now more than ever before necessary. Senegal once again expresses its full support for his mandate in these times of global turbulence. As I take the floor before you today, I speak with the conviction, the deep conviction, that we are united in diversity. Indeed, unity in diversity is the key to guaranteeing sustainable development and human dignity for all, everywhere in the world. The theme of this session that will guide our discussion invites us to rethink our collective responsibility and to guarantee that the fundamental principles of the United Nations set more than around 8 decades ago contribute to upholding the promise of a fairer and more equitable world. Ladies and gentlemen, ours is a troubled world, a world in which the principles of the United Nations Charter, which talk about equality, justice, and the respect for human rights, are every day put to the test. Conflicts are spreading, inequalities are widening, and climate crises are rendering millions of people throughout the world even more vulnerable than they were before. Moreover, we are witnessing a worrying trend to call into question multilateralism at a time when humankind needs it more than ever before. The world must stare the truth in the eye. The ideals that we swore to defend are being trampled upon in all 4 corners of the globe, whether we're talking about Gaza, Tel Aviv, Dakar, or elsewhere. All human beings are equal in dignity, dignity which transcends borders, cultures, and religious affiliation. It is incumbent upon us all to ensure that this dignity be protected and respected for all human beings, regardless of who they are. This duty is the very essence of the United Nations. However, every day we see international law as the very foundations of international peace is violated. Resolutions adopted by this General Assembly are treated with flagrant disregard. We have repeated violence. The principles of the UN Charter are kicked to the corner, and we see the undermining of this very house of peace. Never before the foundations of the United Nations have been as shaky as they are now. We're seeing violence, fear, and uncertainty being sown. If we wish to vanquish the spectre of war and usher in a better world, well, it's high time to change our paradigms. It's high time to put human beings at the heart of our international agenda, as we're invited to do by the theme of this session. President, ladies and gentlemen, we no longer wish to stand idly by and watch the tragedy in the Sahel play out. Terrorist groups there are sowing terrorism. They're pillaging, they're killing innocent civilians. This region was once stable, and now it is in the grips of daily violence. At the same time, the United Nations, specifically the Security Council, it remains inactive all too often. Moreover, we can't allow the Sahel to become the theatre of foreign rivalries, clashes between which do nothing other than destabilize the region. Here, I must remind you that the peace and security of Africa are inextricably linked with global peace. It is vital that the Security Council better play its role as a guarantor of international peace and security. Once again, let me say that Senegal is deeply concerned by the tragic situation playing out in Palestine. Entire generations have grown up in Palestine in the shadow of oppression. They are deprived of their fundamental right to a viable state. Senegal, as President of the chair of the Committee on the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People calls for an immediate, lasting ceasefire. We reiterate our support for the two-state solution, with East Jerusalem as the capital of Palestine, in accordance with the relevant resolutions of the United Nations. This war spares no woman, no child. It does not spare vital infrastructure and is an open wound on the international conscience. It's vital that international humanitarian law be restored in all conflict zones. It's vital that the United Nations fully play its role as mediator and guarantor of peace. Ladies and gentlemen, peace is not simply the absence of war. Peace is also every human being having the possibility of living in dignity, the possibility to feed themselves, have accommodation, get an education, and to receive healthcare. And yet, today, more than 750 million people are going hungry, and 1 million every day live in abject poverty. These figures are drawing the world ever further away from achieving the SDGs set for 2030. We can no longer allow mechanisms for global governance continue to reproduce these inequalities. It's high time to do away with a dog-eat-dog world and to build a new global contract based on solidarity and cooperation. This social contract must include major reforms to address political, economic, and the environmental challenges of our age. Firstly, it's vital that we safeguard and strengthen multilateralism as the unique framework within which we can achieve and protect international peace and security. Doing that involves an urgent reform of global institutions, namely the Security Council, the IMF, the World Bank, so that these institutions become more inclusive and reflect the economic and geopolitical realities of our time. The African continent in particular must have a more meaningful place in these decision-making bodies. Secondly, it's high time to repair the economic injustices which hinder the development of many countries in the global south: illegal trade, tax evasion, illicit financial flows, and abusive tax systems harm developing countries, namely in Africa. These injustices must be corrected in order to allow all countries to fully participate in global trade and to benefit from economic growth. Third, it is vital that we resolutely work to tackle climate change. We must do that by respecting the principle of common but differentiated responsibility. The industrialized country historically responsible for mass greenhouse gas emissions must step up their efforts to finance a just and equitable energy transition which does not penalize developing nations. We must, as an absolute imperative, protect our planet without sacrificing the rights of the most vulnerable nations to continue their development. Fourthly, we must thwart any attempts to impose unilateral ways of existing and civilizational models. Since its independence, Senegal has staunchly defended the equal dignity of cultures and civilizations. This diversity must continue to be the cornerstone of the peaceful coexistence between peoples. No nation should impose on others its practices or its values as universal. The respect for difference is the very foundation of peace and stability throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Senegal is staunchly committed on this path. We've chosen to build a state wholly focused on sustainable development with ambitious initiatives in terms of clean energy, food sovereignty, and transparent governance. However, we know that to be successful in those endeavors, we need collective action and international solidarity. No country, however powerful it may be, can alone address the challenges threatening humankind. As such, we must act together, united in our diversity, to usher in a future in which human dignity is protected, where justice prevails, and where prosperity is shared. It is through cooperation and mutual respect that we will overcome the crises shaking the very foundations of our world. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Senegal. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Sylvanie Berton, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mabrika Mabrika, I greet you in the language of my Kalinago people, the first people of the Caribbean, of whom I am proud to call my ancestors. I proudly bring you warmest greetings from the citizens of the nature island of the Caribbean and the homeland of Olympian gold medalist Thea Lafont Gadson, the Commonwealth of Dominica. It is an extraordinary honor to address this august body in my capacity as the first female president of the Commonwealth of Dominica and as the first president of indigenous descent. Madam President, our organization was born out of the need to enable dialogue and facilitate cooperation among its members to avoid international conflict. Over time, however, our understanding of human development's contribution to peace building and civilization has improved to the point where cooperation to enhance the human condition now lies at the core of our organization's work. Madam President, progress in many spheres of human endeavor is not equitable, and deliberate action is required to ensure that the most vulnerable among us, namely women, boys, girls, the physically challenged, and senior citizens, are brought from the shadows of neglect and into the light of opportunity. In essence, Excellencies, though we are a small nation, subject to the many challenges of growth and development, we insist that we continue to be our brother's keeper and join our voice with those who believe that no one, regardless of location, race, ethnicity, gender, or religion, no one is left behind in the relentless pursuit of advancement. To leave no one behind in our quest for a sustainable and resilient future, we must embrace multilateralism to combat the many major global challenges we face. Madam President, we remain concerned that despite the resources and publicity given to UN Agenda 30, its outputs so far do not inspire confidence that we are on track to realize the much heralded goals. Alarmingly, the 2024 Sustainable Development Goals report indicates that far from building on the progress achieved during the first 5 years, and I quote, fully half of the 17 targets are showing minimal or moderate progress, while over 1/3 appear stalled or going in reverse. It is therefore the hope of my government and the Caribbean community, of which we are proud members, that this assembly will be known as the forum at which the United Nations family rededicated itself to ensuring that the SDGs remain central to our claim, that our civilizations are caring and progressive, and that our collective management, scientific and diplomatic capabilities will be assigned to ensuring that the well-being of the present and future generations is guaranteed. Madam President, for example, despite SDG 3, good health and well-being, the growing burden of non-communicable diseases, NCDs, is an urgent crisis that calls for unified and aggressive approach by all global leaders. The World Health Organization, WHO, concludes that NCDs such as cardiovascular disease, diabetes, hypertension, cancers, and chronic respiratory diseases account for 75% of all deaths worldwide. These diseases not only shorten individual lives, but also imperil the future of our societies, our economies, and our shared global development goals. The fight against NCDs is not one that any nation, particularly a nation as small as ours, can win alone. That fight requires strong leadership, innovative strategies, and collaboration at every level. In Dominica, we have made significant progress in enhancing our healthcare system to better meet the needs of those at risk or living with NCDs. I had the opportunity to share Dominica's perspective, vision, and action on non-communicable diseases with the global group of heads of state and government for the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases at the 3rd annual gathering held here yesterday at the UN headquarters. Dominica is proud to play its part in this global effort, and we remain committed to working with international partners to share knowledge, resources, and best practices in the fight against NCDs. Madam President, we stand today at a critical juncture in human history. Climate change, as we know, is not just an environmental challenge. It is a threat to every aspect of life as we know it. For Dominica, as for many small island developing states, this is not a distant or abstract issue. It is a daily reality. We have said it time and time again. We see it so vividly year after year that our communities are on the front lines, facing intensified hurricanes, devastating floods, and prolonged droughts. We recall our own devastation in 2015 with Tropical Storm Erica, which wiped out 96% of Dominica's GDP. And then again in 2017, against the deadly Hurricane Maria, which destroyed over 225% of Dominica's GDP in a matter of hours, mere hours. That is why this year we watched in agony as Hurricane Beryl swept through the island states of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, Barbados, and Jamaica. Madam President, these tragic occurrences embolden us to state firmly that the time for rhetoric has long passed. Business as usual simply will not suffice. We need urgent, bold, and decisive action to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius as science clearly dictates. But to do this, we must drastically reduce emissions, boldly honor financial commitments, and build critical resilience infrastructure in regions particularly vulnerable in relation to climate change. This is a moral imperative, a matter of the utmost urgency, a matter of climate justice. Our future depends on the decisions made in these halls. Excellencies, This assembly is meeting at a time when the Commonwealth of Dominica and the rest of the Caribbean direct our gaze to the east and on the storms and hurricanes that emerge in the Atlantic. There is no denial that climate change is happening. We see, indeed, we feel its disastrous impacts on a daily basis. Already, the warnings of weather scientists regarding global warming and the consequent increase in frequency and severity of storms have proved to be accurate. The government and people of Dominica stand in solidarity with our sister CARICOM nations and others adversely affected by this year's storms. Dominica, along with other Caribbean states, have already prioritized the development of national climate adaptation strategies, invested in resilient infrastructure and agriculture, invested in community education and in renewable energy. Still, the reality is that, as important as our interventions in this crucial space are, they will remain ineffective if our friends and partners in the industrialized world do not honor their commitments to reduce global warming and provide the funding that is required to enable our low-emitting states to become resilient. We therefore seize this opportunity to urge that the ethical pledges made via the Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Agreement, the Climate Action Summit, and within the framework of the Green Climate Fund be honored in the interest of the global community. Prime Minister Honorable Dr. Roosevelt Skerrit has been sounding that call at every opportunity he gets. We are sounding that call again at this assembly. The high-emitting countries need to recognize and accept responsibility for their destructive practices and do the noble thing. We will not relent until they do. Madam President, our world is at the crossroads. Now more than ever, leadership at every level matters. My delegation is of the firm view that the fundamental principles of the UN Charter must be respected, no matter which member state may be under scrutiny. Madam President, this is no source of joy to my delegation, but these critical times demand that important truths be spoken frankly. Madam President, a glaring hypocrisy clouds this august body. When right seems to pass as wrong, wrong seems to pass as right, depending on which member state is being impacted. This practice of might makes right must be discontinued. Madam President, my delegation remains deeply concerned about the ongoing conflicts, particularly in Ukraine, the Middle East, and Sudan, among others. We recognize the crucial role of peace in human development. We are convinced that war is futile. It is this conviction that impels us to urge that the fullest support be given to those entities that are engaged in promoting peace and reconciliation in the Middle East, Ukraine, and Sudan. Just a few examples of locations where war is setting back the human development gains achieved over the years. The continuing loss of innocent lives, particularly innocent lives of the most vulnerable among us, namely the innocent lives of women and children, is of dire concern. There is no winner in these conflicts. And if history has taught us anything, it is that the cost to rebuild after such terrifying and inhuman conflicts is extremely prohibitive. To this end, as long as these conflicts persist, my delegation will not cease to echo the call for an urgent end to these conflicts which have decimated the lives of so many innocent ones. Madam President, we stand in solidarity with the people of Haiti and insist with the other CARICOM member states that the current crisis being confronted by our sister CARICOM state in no way nullifies the entitlement of its people to the recognition of their sacred sovereignty and their right to be central in the search for a fair and durable peace. The government of Dominica remains convinced that the present challenges faced by our sister CARICOM state are in part related to the glorious contribution Haiti made to the quest for justice and freedom in our region and the world. Indeed, the current complexion of this august body would have been unimaginable without the heroic struggles of the Haitian people. As such, the crisis in Haiti is much more than a Caribbean crisis, even if the solution is an obligation that all of the Caribbean states accept wholeheartedly. My delegation therefore unreservedly supports the position of CARICOM on the situation in Haiti, a position that rightly calls for a Haitian-led and owned transition process to bring across systematic changes to our fellow CARICOM member state. It is high time. The heroic sacrifices of Haitian blood and treasure that opened the door to the liberation of so many of our countries, making it possible for us to be members of this august body, deserve no less than the abundant peace and prosperity of the wonderful Haitian people. It is, Madam President, in this same spirit that we welcome the installation of the interim government under the leadership of Dr. Gary Conil and the swearing in of a new cabinet of ministers on June 12. This process of normalization of life for the people of Haiti has been nothing if not daunting. However, with the support of the international community, there is a glimmer of hope, the dawning of a new day as progress is being made. We remain ever optimistic that ordinary Haitian citizens will once again be able to live, work, and feel at peace in Haiti, an outcome they so richly deserve. Madam President, no mention of this glimmer of hope for the Haitian people would be complete without recognition of the strategic support of the Kenyan volunteers, who have played a major role in bringing the security situation under some measure of control. The Kenyan people standing so closely in the struggle for peace and prosperity with the Haitian people is as natural gets, because their stance echoes the ancestral and historical connections that we share, as well as the imposition history placed upon us to struggle for our liberation. We therefore thank the government and people of Kenya for their mighty effort. We thank also the United States of America and Canada for their generous support for the effort to stabilize Haiti. We also thank the other states which have made and pledged their support to Haiti towards the restoration of an environment conducive to peace and development. Recognition is also due to those who made material contributions to this effort. We urge member states who have pledged financial support to honor those pledges so that the humanitarian gaps can be closed and the food crisis can be resolved. The Haitian people, a people as heroic and resilient as people ever were, deserve better. It is our firm conviction that we in the international community have a responsibility to ensure that the living conditions of the Haitian people are brought to the natural standards of human dignity. Madam President, the Commonwealth of Dominica is keen to underscore its commitment to advocating for unity, justice, peace, and the sustainable human development that they foster. In this regard, we continue to urge that the long-running economic embargo against the people of Cuba be set aside. It hurts the people of Cuba as well as the image of its sponsors. The trade embargo imposed against our brothers and sisters in Cuba continues to be of great concern to us in the Caribbean. Its lifting grows increasingly urgent. Therefore, the Commonwealth of Dominica once again joins the voices of the overwhelming majority of members of this global organization to call for the immediate lifting of trade restrictions and export bans imposed on the good people of Cuba. They are unjustified, they are unjustifiable, they are antiquated, they belong to a bygone era. They should cease to exist. They fall, in our view, within the grand narrative of yet another Caribbean people's struggle for liberation. It is for these reasons that the government of Dominica strongly urges a radical reconsideration of these actions. Madam President, our steadfast advocacy for respect for the United Nations norms of sovereignty and non-interference impels us as well to urge that the right of the government and people of Venezuela to resolve internal challenges without outside interference be respected. We renew our condemnation of the United States' imposition of sanctions on Venezuela. The resulting hardship forced upon the people of Venezuela needs an immediate and complete end. Madam President, in closing, my delegation is pleased to leave this august body with reference to a most valuable and appropriate gift for this forum at this point in time. My ancestors, the Kalinago people, lived in harmony with Mother Nature, drawing on nature for food and general well-being, including medicinal plants. The benefits to a life in harmony with Mother Nature are many. Their impact on the environment was minimal. The benefits to human health were long, active lives with minimal burden of chronic diseases. My ancestors also lived a communal life marked by social cohesion. My delegation recommends this way of life of our Kalinago people to this body. Madam President, I wish Your Excellency and all the delegations participating in the 79th session every success in their deliberations. In the language of my Kalinago people, Ayahara, which means thank you. I thank you for the courtesy of your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Hilda Heine, President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, I bring you warm greetings of Yahweh on behalf of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Madam President, I congratulate you upon your election and look forward to your leadership. Madam President, we cannot ignore that our common multilateral progress is failing us in the hours of greatest need. Perhaps most at risk are human rights, the fundamental freedoms which must be afforded every citizen of this planet. This accountability applies to all, without exception or double standards. The Human Rights Council must also work towards a balanced agenda, an inclusive approach to human rights within our diverse global setting. Our own unique legacy and complex challenges with nuclear testing impacts, with climate change, and other fundamental challenges informs our perspective that the voices of the most vulnerable must never be drowned out. These convictions are why the Marshall Islands is a candidate for UN Human Rights Council term 2025 to 2027, with the endorsement of the Pacific Islands Forum leaders. Madam President, for nearly a year, nations around the world have expressed grave concern regarding extreme violence in Gaza and Israel, not just the horrific events which led to this grave conflict, but also the disproportionate and devastating response visited upon an innocent civilian population. Madam President, as we look forward to next year's UN Oceans Summit in France, it is vital that the international community takes action to protect the health and biodiversity of our oceans. The youngest and future generations of islanders must not be robbed of the benefits we know today. Without sustainable ocean ecosystems, the economy, stability, and cultural identity of our region will collapse. Through regional institutions, our island nations are defining sustainable fisheries and changing the global market. Our distant fishing partner nations at the Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission, many of whom are also global superpowers, need to place long-term sustainability ahead of immediate commercial goals. Illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing is not just a threat to our own economic future, but also global food security. Madam President, the world needs to ensure that the high seas seabed is not stripped of its unique biodiversity before we even document it. Without a clear-eyed scientific understanding of impacts and risks, the world's oceans are too fragile to turn into a speculative experiment. The Marshall Islands joins the growing chorus applying a precautionary approach towards high seas mining, at least until there is adequate and meaningful agreement at the International Seabed Authority on binding environmental measures and the mining code. Madam President, sea levels have risen, and we are too late to prevent them from eating away at our shores. But we must also be clear. We will not be wiped out off the map, nor will we go silently to our watery graves. Sea level rise poses a threat to long-term ability to remain in our islands and to our fundamental security as a nation and within our ocean-locked Pacific Island region. But for small island developing states, our stability and legal identity remains fixed in the future, just as it is now. The Marshall Islands strongly supports the recent declaration of the heads of state and government of the Alliance of Small Island States on sea level rise and statehood, and we urge other nations to join us in support. The Marshall Islands welcomes this year's high-level meeting on sea level rise and the ongoing work of the International Law Commission as an opportunity to engage on complex multilateral questions, even where states have already established state practice. Madam President, we must do all that we can to prevent further melting of the cryosphere. By February next year, every nation on Earth has committed to putting forward new nationally determined contributions that set out how they'll reduce emissions to keep global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius. We need governments to show both ambition and cooperation, as we all agreed last year, to triple renewable energy deployment, double energy efficiency, and most importantly, to accelerate the transition away from fossil fuels and end the subsidies that support them. Despite this, we have seen some of the planet's wealthiest countries break their pledges as they double down on fossil fuels. This failure of leadership must stop. There must be no new coal mines, no new gas fields, and no new oil wells. The financial needs of this energy transition for adapting to climate impacts and for repairing the rising loss and damage are in the trillions of dollars. In Baku later this year, we will decide whether that money is made available to developing countries. We must see vastly increased contributions. We must also find money wherever we can. Instead of rewarding some of the richest and most polluting businesses on the planet, we should repurpose these funds to the rollout of renewables and to directly supporting the poorest and most vulnerable. Right now in the IMO, Pacific Island negotiators are leading efforts to agree on a universal greenhouse gas levy, which gives the right incentive to drive decarbonization of the shipping industry and raises revenue in the billions, a portion of which should be used to address the climate impacts from shipping pollution and help build resilience in vulnerable countries. I urge every country to join us. The Marshall Islands emphasizes the importance of the advisory opinion from the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea regarding the marine environment from climate-driven pollution. We look forward to the advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice regarding the climate obligation of states. Madam President, the Marshall Islands experienced 67 known atmospheric nuclear tests between 1946 and 1958, resulting in an ongoing legacy of death, illness, and contamination. The impacts are handed down generation to generation. These impacts continue to challenge our human rights. In our culture, our identity is our land. Testing impacts left behind deep scars, with communities remaining in exile from their home islands, billions of dollars in unmet adjudicated claims, and a social and environmental burden upon our youngest and future generations. To help ensure nuclear risk is eliminated, the Marshall Islands is working towards accession to the 1963 Partial Test Ban Treaty, as well as the Treaty of Rarotonga and its nuclear-free zone. Madam President, we did not choose this nuclear fate. It was chosen for us. UN Trusteeship Resolution 1082 and 1493 were adopted in 1954 and 1956 respectively, despite petitions to the contrary by our Marshallese leaders. These tests were undertaken by the United States, acting as the United Nations administering authority. These resolutions remain the only time in which any UN organ has ever explicitly authorized the detonation of nuclear weapons. We cannot undo the past. But as a United Nations, we owe it to ourselves to make amends through the adoption of a resolution which formally apologizes for the failure to heed the petition of the Marshallese people. By doing so, all of us will begin the process of healing and to reestablish faith and trust in this institution. Madam President, our strong work on human rights and nuclear testing impacts is a fundamental and foundational effort to address transitional human rights, and we call attention to document HRC/57/77, the report of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights on the nuclear legacy in the Marshall Islands and its human rights impacts. In particular, I emphasize my nation's unequivocal support for the High Commissioner's important conclusions and recommendations on further action for my own government, for the United States, and for the United Nations. Madam President, as a nuclear-affected state, we seek to work with other affected nations and peoples, including Kiribati, French Polynesia, Australia, Algeria, Kazakhstan, North Korea, and the Xinjiang province of mainland China, and within the United States. All should realize that the responsibility to fully address the harms resulting from the use, detonation, or testing of nuclear weapons lies, respectively, with the member states that have done so. This is the basis of UN General Assembly Resolution 78/240 on victim assistance and environmental remediation. And all must know that the scars upon our collective lands and peoples are firm lessons for nuclear weapons elimination. Madam President, the Marshall Islands welcomes this year's adoption of the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS as a companion to the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. It is vital that island-driven strategies are better addressed. We are particularly pleased to welcome the strong efforts of the new UN Multi-Country Office for the North Pacific in the Federated States of Micronesia, and we look forward to a groundbreaking ceremony for the new UN complex. Madam President, this year's Triennial Conference of Pacific Women hosted in the Marshall Islands demonstrated the region's continued commitment to advancing gender equality with a focus on the health of women and girls, gender-responsive climate justice, and gender-based violence to strengthen and uplift women and girls across the Pacific. It is important in our work going forward that we progress national implementation at scale and build intersections with UN Women and international system assistance, including as a full region and with the UN North Pacific Multi-Country Office. Madam President, we have long understood island-led security in our region, but for many, we are only starting to build formal security foundations at a time when full policy strength is needed to turn the Pacific Islands Forum Boyd Declaration on Regional Security into action. Recent UN action under the Secretary General's Peace Building Fund is a key step up to strengthen treatment of the link between climate and security. We now need to address with our own direct Pacific voices geopolitical tension to ensure that our democratic island priorities drive our future, free of external influence and coercion. Climate impacts pose a grave security challenge alone, but tackling them with core institutions under external stress, coupled with our underlying fragility, risks epic disaster. Madam President, Russia's continued aggression against Ukraine is a threat to basic democratic norms, human rights, and international accountability. As island democracies and as vulnerable nations in the shadow of changing geopolitics, the war in Ukraine is of great concern to the Pacific Islands, as though Eastern Europe was next door. Madam President, the Marshall Islands look forward to the upcoming high-level visit of the Pacific Islands Forum Troika Plus grouping to New Caledonia. In addition, we support ongoing forum engagement with Indonesia and West Papua to better understand stakeholders and to ensure human rights. Madam President, if we are truly serious that no one is left behind, the UN would not be blinded to Taiwan's efforts and partnership towards achievement of the SDGs. Only this independent, democratic government can represent its 23 million people. UN Resolution 2758 does not mention Taiwan and should not be used as a pretext to exclude Taiwan from participating meaningfully in the UN system. This resolution has been misused to threaten cross-strait and regional peace and security. This was never its original intent. It cannot serve as a sound basis to prohibit Taiwanese citizens and journalists from the UN premises. The UN Secretariat should maintain neutrality and should not be complicit in limiting media freedom. Madam President, as key risks worsen in and around the world, multilateralism must be strengthened. For small and vulnerable nations, the United Nations, despite all its faults, remains the only institution which offers us a vital platform to voice our concerns, issues, and at times seek shelter from the ravages of conflicts and climate change. The word multilateralism can be expressed in the Marshallese proverb, "Warin Kangal," meaning the coral where all the fish congregate to seek shelter and feed. Let us all nourish and maintain it for ourselves and future generations. Mr. President, the United Nations is that very coral, Warin Kangal. Let us leave no country behind. Thank you, and komoltada.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. We shall now continue the general debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Irakli Kabahidze, Prime Minister of Georgia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of my country, it's a great honor to be with you today to address so many different nations of the world. We are a government that believes Georgia inherently deserves to be a peaceful, stable, and developed country. With this in mind, over the last decade, we have ensured that Georgia develops along this trajectory. We have made some tough choices and were never afraid of the challenge. We never chose an easy path, and we always prioritized our nation and our people. As a result, we are reclaiming our nation's pride, the pride and dignity that a country with 3,000 years of history deserves. We gather here in times of unprecedented global challenges, when interlinking crises of escalating conflicts, climate change, and rising humanitarian needs remain complex. These challenges require bold actions. Georgia has never been afraid of bold actions. The last couple of years have been difficult for our region. While we should be concentrating on global challenges such as development and problem solving, the ongoing war in Ukraine has caused an unprecedented level of uncertainty and a humanitarian crisis. I would like to underline once again Georgia's support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders remains firm and unwavering. Understanding the first-hand importance of peace, we have led the effort to transform our immediate South Caucasus region from a region of conflicts into a region of opportunities. We welcome the process of peaceful settlement between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and in particular, the efforts aimed at normalizing relations with neighboring countries. We have been and are willing to provide a regional cooperation format that will support collaboration and trust building between countries to make sure differences are left in the past and that we move forward together to capitalize on all the resources and advantages our region has to offer the world. Georgia's strategic location, serving as a natural bridge between Europe and Asia, makes Georgia the shortest route between East and West. With our sea access and strong relations with China, as well as Central Asian countries, Georgia is a key player in the regional and broader Eurasian context. We are a hub not only for the exchange of goods, but also for energy transit and much more. Georgia ensures that 7 landlocked countries of the South Caucasus and Central Asia are connected with the rest of the world via our port infrastructure, which we are committed to further developing with the soon to commence Anaklia deep sea port construction. If you look at the political map, Georgia is the single safest and most reliable transit route to ensure the timely and efficient movement of goods and services. Our commitment to maintaining and enhancing our role as a reliable transit corridor ensures we are able to support our strategic partners in Europe with their energy security needs. By diversifying supply routes and investing in robust infrastructure, Georgia can offer additional predictability in east-west connectivity, especially within the framework of the Middle Corridor initiative. As we all know, the last couple of years have brought significant challenges. Despite these multiple tests, Georgia has demonstrated a remarkable resilience to such external shocks. Our average annual economic growth since 2021 has been 9.7%. Thanks to strong macroeconomic fundamentals and fiscal discipline, the government debt and the fiscal deficit declined to 39.3% and 2.5% respectively. Additionally, Georgia has maintained one of the lowest regional inflation rates, further showcasing its economic stability. Despite significant economic improvement and cutting the poverty rate in half over the last 10 years, further reducing poverty and inequality is at the heart of Georgia's socioeconomic development agenda. In 2023, the employment rate showed significant improvement, coinciding with an increase in the labor force participation rate. The positive trend continued in the first half of 2024 as well, when the unemployment rate decreased to a record low of 13.7%. Georgia's effective performance is duly reflected in international rankings from the world's most reputable agencies. The Global Competitiveness Survey by the World Economic Forum ranks Georgia 20th in the world and 11th in Europe in terms of corruption control, while in terms of rule of law, Georgia ranks 29th in the world and 14th in Europe. The International Budget Partnerships Open Budget Survey ranks Georgia as #1 in terms of budget transparency globally. Transparency in the Time of War by the European Research Center for Anti-Corruption and State Building placed Georgia 17th in its 2023 ranking, ahead of 15 EU member states and 4 G7 states. Additionally, Georgia is the 25th freest economy in the world according to Fraser Institute's Economic Freedom of the World Report, once again ahead of many leading economies. The Heritage Foundation's Index of Economic Freedom ranked Georgia 19th in Europe and 32nd globally, once again ahead of many EU countries. According to the OECD FDI Regulatory Restrictiveness Index, Georgia ranked 8th among more than 80 countries as one of the most open economies in the world in terms of attracting investments. That's the reason why Georgia's FDI to GDP ratio is one of the highest among peer countries. FDI in 2023 amounted to 1.9 billion USD, representing 6.2% of GDP. In the post-pandemic period until now, Georgia has attracted 6.2 billion USD in FDI, further supplementing Georgia's transformation into a regional multifunctional hub that serves all things business. Even so, we hosted more than 7 million tourists last year, showing a strong bounce back in post-COVID recovery. Georgia still maintains one of the lowest crime rates globally. According to Numbeo, Georgia ranks 8th in Europe and 21st globally, thanks to our law enforcement agencies and professionals. Despite the fact that 20% of our territories are under illegal occupation, we continue to thrive, continue to grow, and continue to make sure that our children live in a better, stronger, and more dignified Georgia. We are diligent and tireless in our quest to make sure Georgia is a country that every citizen is proud of. I want to use this opportunity to address our people on the other side of occupation line, in the Abkhazia and Skhin Valley regions. Whatever actions we take are done to help our people so that one day, with our children, we can live together in one happy, united, and developed Georgia. On this side of the occupation line, we will always meet you with an open heart. We have to rebuild all the broken bridges in our country. Dear colleagues and friends of my country, in conclusion, Georgia is at a pivotal point in its modern history, and we, as the government of the people, are determined to guide our country in the best interests of the nation, to make sure we overcome all our challenges and become stronger and more successful than ever before. We are optimistic that Georgia's desire to become a full-fledged member of the European Union will be achieved by 2030. As we look ahead to the future with a commitment to shaping a prosperous community together with our allies and partners, our united efforts will persist in supporting peace-building measures and sustainable development. In doing so, we will advance human dignity, not only for the citizens of Georgia today, but also for the well-being of all future generations to come. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Georgia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Pedro Sanchez Perez Castellón, President of the Government of Spain. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta, señoras y señores jefes de Estado, de Gobierno, embajadores, embajadoras, delegados, delegadas, les hablo en nombre de un país comprometido con los valores que esta institución encarna y con un orden internacional basado en las normas y en los principios consagrados en la Carta de Naciones Unidas. Un país, España, que cree en los mecanismos internacionales de rendición de cuentas, que lucha contra la impunidad desde el valor de la experiencia y la memoria histórica, un país defensor de instituciones como la Corte Internacional de Justicia, la Corte Penal Internacional, fundamentales para garantizar la paz, la seguridad y la justicia y la reparación de las víctimas. Un país, en definitiva, que practica y se conduce desde una máxima fundamental y es el valor de la coherencia, la que nos ha llevado a decir lo mismo en Ucrania, en Gaza y en cualquier otro lugar. Defensa de la paz, de los derechos humanos y de un orden internacional basado en reglas. Y que, ante las dudas de otros, responde con más confianza en el multilateralismo. Ese mismo sistema multilateral, el que el mundo levantó pieza a pieza de las cenizas de la barbarie, se encuentra hoy bajo una enorme presión. Una presión que impacta de lleno en tres aspiraciones esenciales para el progreso de las naciones: la paz, la democracia y el desarrollo. Tres aspiraciones inalcanzables por separado, la una sin las otras. La paz es incompatible con la tiranía. La democracia, a su vez, necesita proveer bienestar y desarrollo para legitimarse como lo que es, la forma de organización social y política más avanzada que el hombre ha creado en la historia. La paz sin democracia es la paz de las cárceles. La democracia sin desarrollo ni progreso es la antesala de la autocracia, como atestigua un pasado rico en enseñanzas que nunca deberíamos olvidar. Por tanto, trabajar activamente por la paz, la primera de esas tres aspiraciones, es hoy mucho más que una exigencia moral, es una necesidad existencial. Por primera vez, señoras y señores, en 2 décadas, crece el número de conflictos en el mundo. Crece el número de países involucrados en guerras fuera de sus fronteras, a niveles sin precedentes desde 1945. Aumenta el número de víctimas, de heridos, de heridas, de mutilados, de personas desplazadas. Y lo hace también el impacto económico de la violencia, hasta el 13% de todo el producto mundial, según algunos estudios. Es decir, el equivalente a toda la riqueza creada en un año por 180 países juntos. Estas cifras no solo ponen voz a un gran fracaso colectivo, que lo es, son la constatación de una enfermedad global que corroe tanto los cimientos del sistema multilateral como los de un orden internacional basado en principios y en normas. Principios que hasta hace poco parecían inviolables: el respeto a la soberanía, la independencia política, la integridad territorial de los países, como ocurre, por ejemplo, en Ucrania. A esta hora, mientras estamos aquí, se cumplen 31 meses del inicio de una agresión que la Rusia de Putin dirige no solo contra el pueblo ucraniano, sino contra el conjunto de la comunidad internacional. Una agresión que no debería prolongarse ni un día más. La reciente conferencia de paz en Ucrania, celebrada en Suiza, a mi juicio ha sentado las bases para construir una paz justa y duradera, respetuosa con el derecho internacional y con la Carta de Naciones Unidas, tal y como proclama la fórmula de paz del presidente Zelensky. Invito, por tanto, a todos los países que aún no lo han hecho a sumarse a esta iniciativa, así como trabajar también en el siguiente paso, que es la recuperación y la reconstrucción de Ucrania. Este año España aumentará su financiación humanitaria y para el desminado en Ucrania hasta 14 millones de euros, y en el año 2025 la cooperación española incorporará una línea de trabajo específica sobre la recuperación y la reconstrucción centrada en la salud, en la energía y en el agua en Ucrania. Ocurre en Ucrania, pero ocurre también en Palestina, donde desde hace casi un año asistimos a una insoportable espiral de muerte y de devastación que ya se extiende, desgraciadamente, al Líbano. Esto supone una escalada del conflicto de la máxima gravedad y, por tanto, desde España condenamos con rotundidad la muerte de civiles inocentes, una vez más, y por ello quiero hacer un nuevo llamamiento a la desescalada, a la distensión y a la vía diplomática. El derecho internacional humanitario debe ser respetado, no solo poniendo fin a la guerra en Gaza, abordando las causas profundas del conflicto israelí-palestino. Podremos resolver con éxito el resto de focos de inestabilidad en esa región tan importante para la estabilidad del mundo. Todo lo que vemos a diario en Gaza y ahora, por desgracia, en el Líbano, nos hace reflexionar sobre la vigencia misma del derecho internacional humanitario, precisamente cuando celebramos el 75 aniversario de los convenios de Ginebra. España va a seguir volcando todos sus esfuerzos en la ayuda humanitaria a la población gazatí, con la UNRWA como actor clave sobre el terreno. Y, sin embargo, todo será insuficiente sin un alto el fuego. Y, por tanto, hacemos de nuevo un llamamiento a alcanzar un alto el fuego, a la liberación de todos los rehenes y al acceso a la ayuda humanitaria. Y, en todo caso, las evidencias son ya rotundas. No podemos volver a la situación anterior. Es imperativo, es urgente aplicar la solución de los dos estados, de Israel y de Palestina, conviviendo uno junto a otro en paz y en seguridad. Es la única solución posible a un conflicto que dura ya décadas y que tantas vidas inocentes se ha cobrado. Y además, la opinión consultiva de la Corte Internacional de Justicia, pedida además por esta Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas, ha establecido la ilegalidad de la ocupación de territorios palestinos, una ocupación que debe terminar inmediatamente. Es el momento de trabajar en la fase de estabilización, que solo puede recaer en el gobierno de la Autoridad Palestina, a la que España está comprometida y determinada a apoyar y reforzar. Señoras y señores, como sabrán, España tomó la decisión de reconocer al Estado de Palestina el pasado 28 de mayo. Esta es una decisión compartida por la inmensa mayoría de la sociedad española y que solo persigue contribuir a la búsqueda de la paz en la región. Un anhelo que viene de muy lejos. Nada más y nada menos que en 1949, un español, Pablo de Azcárate, ejerció como primer representante del mediador de Naciones Unidas en Palestina. Todavía hoy emociona leer sus notas sobre aquella misión, llenas de amargura ante la catástrofe que se intuía. Azcárate era un español exiliado, un republicano español al que una dictadura impedía regresar a su patria y quizá por ello empatizó como nadie con el sufrimiento de aquella tierra. Su figura hoy cobra aún más valor, es más reivindicada en esta casa 75 años después de aquellos hechos. Y antes de que acabe este año, España y Palestina vamos a celebrar la primera reunión intergubernamental para ampliar y profundizar nuestra relación bilateral. Y asimismo quiero destacar la importancia de la reciente reunión en Madrid del Grupo Euroárabe Islámico para impulsar el proceso de paz y para materializar la solución de los dos estados. Urge, en definitiva, señoras y señores, la celebración de una conferencia de paz con las partes, con la comunidad internacional, apoyada hoy por nada más y nada menos que más de 90 países, cuando israelíes y palestinos se sentaron en una mesa. Una conferencia de paz que nos devuelva aquel espíritu de diálogo que Madrid albergó a principios de los años 90, cuando israelíes y palestinos se sentaron en una misma mesa a negociar. En un contexto tan complejo como este, quiero también reafirmar el compromiso y la contribución incondicional de España, como lo demuestran los casi 670 efectivos españoles desplegados en la Fuerza Interina de Naciones Unidas en el Líbano, al mando de un general español. La labor de las misiones de paz es instrumental en estos momentos y también en otros muchos escenarios, como el Sáhara Occidental, donde mi país, España, seguirá apoyando al enviado personal del Secretario General de Naciones Unidas para alcanzar una solución mutuamente aceptable en las normas y en el marco de Naciones Unidas. Pero está claro que, más allá de las misiones de paz, debemos abordar causas subyacentes de los conflictos, como señala la nueva Agenda para la Paz impulsada por el Secretario General, que España apoya decididamente. Y en este sentido, el Indo-Pacífico se ha convertido en un centro de gravedad y todos debemos contribuir al mantenimiento de la paz en la zona y de exigir el respeto de principios básicos del derecho internacional, como la libertad de navegación en el mar. España está dispuesta a colaborar para mantener allí la estabilidad y también la seguridad. Si bien este panorama convulso, señoras y señores, puede llevarnos al desánimo, podemos mirar a algunos proyectos como el proyecto europeo como ejemplo de esperanza. Nadie habría imaginado que en tan solo unas décadas cambiase de manera tan radical el panorama geopolítico en Europa. Y por eso, como parte de la Unión Europea, España está comprometida con esta agenda de paz. En diciembre del año 2020, España y el Reino Unido alcanzaron un entendimiento bilateral relativo a algo muy importante para España, como es Gibraltar, en el marco de la salida del Reino Unido de la Unión Europea. Seguimos trabajando intensamente desde entonces, ahora con un nuevo gobierno británico, para que dicho entendimiento siga o siente las bases de una futura relación de este territorio con la Unión Europea, confiando en que se pueda alcanzar lo antes posible un acuerdo entre la Unión Europea y el Reino Unido en torno a Gibraltar. Y este acuerdo debe ser a juicio de España, plenamente respetuoso con la doctrina de Naciones Unidas sobre dicho territorio, con la que, lógicamente, España se alinea plenamente. Y también debe serlo con la posición jurídica de mi país con respecto a la soberanía y la jurisdicción en relación con el mismo. Deseamos trabajar por el desarrollo de una área próspera, social, económica, que abarque todo el espacio de Gibraltar y también el campo de Gibraltar. Y junto a las amenazas a la paz, el mundo se enfrenta a un riesgo real de retroceso de la democracia. Es la segunda aspiración a la que quiero referirme. Derechos que se creían consolidados hoy son cuestionados o incluso revertidos. Una agenda reaccionaria global se abre paso al calor de la desconfianza en las instituciones, de la polarización y de la reivindicación de un pasado inventado tan falso como sus proclamas. La democracia, por tanto, libra una batalla por su supervivencia. Y seamos claros, no deja de ceder terreno ante sus enemigos. La democracia no puede aspirar a ganar esta batalla con una mano atada a la espalda. Y porque se enfrenta a gente sin escrúpulos, activistas de la mentira, los bulos, del odio, dispuestos a partir en dos sociedades para imponer su agenda reaccionaria. Es indispensable levantar un escudo que proteja las instituciones democráticas de quienes buscan socavar deliberadamente a las mismas. Y ya no basta con proclamar la superioridad moral de la democracia. Es necesario reconocer errores, trabajar por su regeneración interna, por ejemplo, reforzando la transparencia y la rendición de cuentas de nuestros sistemas democráticos y haciendo que los ciudadanos y ciudadanas sientan la democracia como algo cercano, como algo propio, como algo vivo. En este sentido, España impulsará esa visión a través de nuestra copresidencia de la Alianza por el Gobierno Abierto, que celebrará su 9ª cumbre global en octubre del año que viene en la ciudad de Vitoria-Gasteiz. En un contexto como este, también creo que la relación entre la Unión Europea y la América Latina y el Caribe cobra un renovado sentido. Somos dos regiones que están llamadas a trabajar juntas, con una visión compartida del mundo. Y la situación, desgraciadamente, en Venezuela, tras las elecciones del pasado 28 de julio, es enormemente preocupante. Quiero reiterar, una vez más, el compromiso inquebrantable de España con la democracia y con la defensa de los derechos humanos en este país. Condenar cualquier detención, amenaza contra líderes políticos. Es imperativo el respeto de la voluntad del pueblo venezolano, con un recuento de los resultados electorales en condiciones de total transparencia y verificación. Estoy convencido de que necesitamos más espacios comunes de diálogo. Y por eso España apoya la celebración de la próxima Cumbre Iberoamericana en noviembre en Cuenca, en Ecuador, y acogeremos la 30ª Cumbre Iberoamericana en el año 2026. Vamos a seguir practicando también una política exterior feminista. Lo vamos a hacer por coherencia, porque por encima de todo hablar de feminismo es hacerlo sobre derechos humanos. Y hoy, en ese sentido, quiero decir alto y claro que es el momento, que el momento es ahora. Tanto la Secretaría General como la presidencia de esta Asamblea, en la próxima renovación de estos cargos, deben recaer finalmente, ya por fin, en mujeres. España apoya y apoyará con firmeza la alternancia de género en esta organización y trabajará para poner fin a una situación sencillamente inaceptable. Para que la paz y la democracia prevalezcan, es imprescindible, señoras y señores, impulsar la tercera aspiración a la que quiero hacer referencia, y es la agenda de un desarrollo sostenible. La democracia como la paz se legitiman por el resultado, por su capacidad para proveer bienestar, seguridad, combatir las desigualdades en todas sus formas, de impulsar una agenda de justicia social, de promover la dignidad del ser humano. Pero no solo se trata de cubrir necesidades materiales en el presente, que también. Se trata de hacerlo sin comprometer la capacidad de las generaciones futuras para satisfacer las suyas propias. Se trata de que nuestros hijos, nuestras hijas, nuestros nietos, nuestras nietas puedan vincularse a eso que hemos llamado el desarrollo sostenible como una necesidad existencial, no solo como una exigencia moral. No voy a hacer un discurso fatalista sobre la emergencia climática. De sobra conocen su impacto, por ejemplo, en el aumento de los flujos migratorios, el precio de no actuar. Pero me niego a caer en la melancolía o en la resignación de quien da la batalla por perdida. Yo no lo voy a hacer. La ciencia, sin duda alguna, es la respuesta. Una ciencia que pone al ser humano en el centro de sus preocupaciones. Una ciencia que nos recuerda que solo hay una alternativa, y es eliminar los combustibles fósiles, que haya más energías renovables y que haya más eficiencia energética. Si seguimos esa hoja de ruta, no solo hay luz al final del túnel, hay grandes oportunidades de desarrollo y mejoras sustanciales de la competitividad global. Lo sé por experiencia. Más de la mitad de la energía eléctrica que produjo España el año pasado venía de fuentes renovables. Y a estas alturas del año, ese volumen ya supera el 60%. Detrás de esas cifras hay mucho más que energía limpia, barata y accesible para millones de hogares. Hay más y mejores empleos en sectores emergentes y hay más oportunidades en territorios que hasta ahora no contaban con industria. Por eso es tan importante reforzar la financiación internacional al desarrollo, para convertirla en una auténtica palanca de prosperidad para los países que la necesitan. Y en ese sentido, España es un país que sabe que para que sus 48 millones de habitantes puedan aspirar a un futuro mejor, tenemos que trabajar para que los 8.000 millones de habitantes de nuestro planeta tengan también una vida digna y un futuro mejor. Tenemos espacios desde los que actuar para lograr una profunda reforma y actualización de las instituciones financieras internacionales y de los bancos multilaterales de desarrollo. Pero creo, señoras y señores, que hay que ir más lejos. Es imperativo avanzar hacia mecanismos más justos e inclusivos, abordar el problema de la deuda, movilizar más fuentes de financiación y, en definitiva, garantizar más ayuda a quien más lo necesite. Debemos implementar políticas tributarias más eficaces, transparentes, justas, que impulsen la movilización de recursos domésticos, incluido el impuesto mínimo global sobre las grandes fortunas y la plena implementación de los 2 pilares de la OCDE y el G20 sobre la fiscalidad de las multinacionales como base para una futura convención marco de cooperación tributaria. Tendremos ocasión de avanzar en la 4ª Conferencia Internacional sobre Financiación al Desarrollo, que va a albergar, tenemos el inmenso honor y el orgullo de albergarla el próximo año, el mes de junio del año 2025, en la ciudad de Sevilla. Están todos ustedes invitados. Una cita clave para demostrar que somos capaces de actualizar nuestro sistema multilateral a las exigencias y los desafíos de hoy. Creo que es una oportunidad única para acelerar la consecución de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible con los cuales España está comprometido, combatir la pobreza, acabar con el hambre, erradicar el SIDA, terminar con la discriminación contra mujeres y niñas, entre otros muchos objetivos. Señoras y señores, cuesta creerlo, pero aún hoy escuchamos delirantes discursos que critican fines tan nobles y ven imposiciones ideológicas allí donde lo que hay es sentido común y humanidad. Discursos que tachan esta agenda, la Agenda 2030, tan nítidamente humana como una construcción de supuestas élites globalistas. Es la locura de los tiempos que vivimos. Y España, lógicamente, será una voz de sentido común y trabajará para que el proceso de negociación sea transparente, inclusivo, favoreciendo el consenso para alcanzar resultados tangibles. Pondremos sobre la mesa el valor de nuestra experiencia reciente en la reforma del sistema de cooperación al desarrollo en España y con el objetivo que hoy quiero hacer público de incrementar nuestra contribución al sistema de Naciones Unidas en al menos un 25% de cara al año 2025 y del año 2025 al año 2027. Y en esta visión, pues lógicamente, África ocupa un lugar preferente para España. Y además tengo la convicción de que debería ocuparlo también para el conjunto de la comunidad internacional. No solo por su condición de socio imprescindible para hacer frente a los grandes desafíos, sino porque ya no caben más excusas. Ya ha llegado la hora de que el continente africano ocupe el lugar que merece. Y ese es el espíritu que impulsa nuestra agenda estratégica para África. Se trata no solo de fortalecer vínculos con los países de la zona, sino de asumir que nuestra prosperidad, que nuestra seguridad, que nuestro progreso están intensamente unidos a la prosperidad, a la seguridad y al progreso inclusivo de todo el continente africano. Señoras y señores, termino con 2 reflexiones. La primera es que la humanidad se enfrenta a viejos desafíos como los que he mencionado someramente, pero también emergen algunos nuevos, como el que representa la expansión de la inteligencia artificial. Como tantas veces en el pasado, el surgimiento de un avance disruptivo genera miedo y desconfianza. Y si miramos al pasado, no es la primera vez. El descubrimiento, por ejemplo, de la escritura, dijeron algunos, liquidaría conocimiento a través de la memoria. La imprenta, dijeron otros, limitaría la profundidad en los pensamientos. Hasta la electricidad fue vista como un asesino silencioso en la paz del hogar por muchos otros. Toda disrupción abruma. Lo que marca la diferencia es nuestra capacidad para embridar las riendas del progreso, para conjugar el progreso con una ética imprescindible en este gran salto que, sin duda alguna, va a cambiar el mundo. Hace pocos días conocimos las 7 recomendaciones clave del órgano consultivo del Secretario General para la gobernanza global de la inteligencia artificial. Debemos apoyar estas recomendaciones, seguir adelante con ese esfuerzo común para asegurarnos de que las decisiones sobre inteligencia artificial no queden en manos de unos pocos y que su desarrollo se realice de manera ética y responsable en beneficio del conjunto de la humanidad. Y frente a los apóstoles del desastre, que siempre los hay, los datos nos dicen que sabemos cómo hacerlo. Y esta es la última reflexión que querría hacer ante esta Asamblea, señora presidenta. En poco más de medio siglo, la mortalidad infantil se ha reducido del 50% al 4% en el planeta. El número de estudiantes universitarios se ha duplicado en tan solo 2 décadas. La presencia de las mujeres con escaño en parlamentos alcanza el 27%, es decir, el doble que en el año 1990. Y el mundo ha doblado la potencia solar instalada en tan solo 4 años, mientras la energía producida por los combustibles fósiles se reduce drásticamente año a año. Por tanto, no aceptemos como inevitable el inicio de una nueva era de violencia y de guerras. El futuro es una conquista relativamente reciente para la humanidad. Tener la capacidad de mirar hacia adelante, de ordenar prioridades, de pensar en el porvenir, es un privilegio que nos ha dado la modernidad. Honremos, por tanto, esa tarea mirando al horizonte sin miedo y con esperanza. Apostemos por la refundación del multilateralismo que nos permita dejar un futuro mucho mejor que el actual presente a nuestros hijos y a nuestras hijas. Hagámoslo con creatividad, con audacia, con ilusión y con la ambición que nuestro tiempo demanda. Nada más y muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Government of Spain. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Allah Maye Khalina, Prime Minister, Head of Government of the Republic of Chad. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de délégation, Mesdames et Messieurs, avant tout propos, au nom du Président de la République du Tchad, de ma délégation et en mon nom propre, je tiens à adresser mes chaleureuses félicitations à M. Philemon Yang, ancien Premier ministre de la République du Cameroun, pour sa brillante élection à la présidence de la 79e session de l'Assemblée générale. Je lui souhaite un plein succès dans sa mission et l'assure du soutien de la délégation tchadienne tout au long de son mandat. Je tiens également à exprimer nos sincères remerciements et nos vives félicitations à M. Denis Francis, président sortant de l'Assemblée générale, pour l'excellent travail accompli au cours de son mandat. Je voudrais aussi faire part de ma très haute appréciation et de mon soutien total à M. Antonio Guterres, le secrétaire général de l'ONU, pour son leadership et son engagement en faveur d'une organisation des Nations unies renouvelée, capable de répondre aux attentes des peuples du monde. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le thème de cette session, l'unité dans la diversité pour l'avancement de la paix, du développement durable et de la dignité humaine partout et pour tous résonne profondément avec les aspirations et les défis que nous rencontrons au Tchad, en Afrique et dans le monde entier. La promotion de la paix, du développement durable et de la dignité humaine ne doit pas rester un slogan ou un exercice rhétorique. Cette session doit nous inciter à agir avec détermination et compassion pour construire ensemble un monde juste et pacifique où chaque individu et chaque communauté peut prospérer dans la dignité. Pour ce qui concerne le Tchad, mon pays, comme de nombreux pays du Sahel, la paix demeure un enjeu crucial. Bien que nous soyons confrontés à des défis, il est essentiel de reconnaître les efforts déployés par nos États face aux groupes terroristes dont les origines et les ressources restent obscures et qui menacent nos institutions, entravent nos efforts de développement et exacerbent la misère des populations. Le manque d'une réelle volonté de la communauté internationale à éradiquer le désastre terroriste dans le Sahel risquerait de faire passer l'Afrique tout entière sous le giron des groupes terroristes. Nous sommes convaincus qu'un engagement ferme de la communauté internationale est nécessaire pour faire face à ce défi. Ensemble, nous devons gagner cette lutte contre le terrorisme en renforçant notre coopération pour promouvoir la stabilité de notre continent et partant celle du destin commun de l'humanité. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, à l'échéance de 2030, nous évaluerons ensemble l'agenda des Nations Unies sur le développement durable. Le Tchad, comme de nombreux pays africains, se trouve à un carrefour où convergent des défis multiples, notamment les changements climatiques qui menacent notre sécurité alimentaire, les sécheresses prolongées, la désertification et les inondations imprévisibles mettent à mal nos économies et les populations vulnérables. Nous appelons donc la communauté internationale à honorer ses engagements en matière de financement et de justice climatique, ainsi qu'au transfert des technologies vertes. Le Tchad, sous la conduite du président Mahamat Idriss Déby Itno, élu démocratiquement sur la base d'un programme politique structuré, ambitieux et que j'ai l'insigne honneur de représenter à cette 79e session, travaille sans relâche pour améliorer l'accès à l'éducation, à l'eau potable, à l'énergie, aux soins de santé et aux opportunités économiques. Nous devons combattre la pauvreté et les inégalités, surtout celles basées sur le genre, en construisant un partenariat mondial renouvelé qui reconnaît les besoins spécifiques des pays les moins avancés et qui engage une inclusion totale. Nous demandons un accès équitable aux vaccins ainsi qu'aux technologies médicales de pointe, car la santé et l'éducation sont les fondements de la dignité humaine. Nous sommes également déterminés à promouvoir l'inclusion sociale, l'autonomisation des femmes et des jeunes et la protection des droits humains. À cet égard, le soutien de la communauté internationale est crucial. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'avenir que nous façonnons aujourd'hui déterminera le monde que nous voulons léguer aux générations futures. Au Tchad, notre jeunesse, représentant plus de 65% de la population, est notre plus grande richesse. Nous investissons dans son éducation et sa participation à la vie politique pour éviter son instrumentalisation par le radicalisme et l'extrémisme violent. Par ailleurs, Nous appelons l'Organisation des Nations Unies à soutenir un marché de travail ouvert et à garantir un environnement propice à l'épanouissement de la jeunesse. L'immigration de la jeunesse africaine trouve ses explications dans le grand fossé qui sépare nos États, alors que nous avons un destin commun. Mesdames et messieurs, dans le cadre de notre politique intérieure, nous sommes fiers de notre transition politique couronnée par les élections libres, démocratiques et transparentes qui ont consacré l'élection du président de la République, Mohamed Idriss Déby Itno, à la magistrature suprême de notre pays pour un mandat de 5 ans le 6 mai dernier. Ce tournant témoigne de notre engagement envers une gestion pacifique, démocratique et inclusive du pays, renforçant ainsi notre démocratie. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le changement climatique représente également un défi mondial majeur, avec des conséquences dévastatrices dans les régions vulnérables comme le Sahel. Les récentes inondations dans mon pays, avec plus de 1,5 million de personnes affectées, illustrent cette réalité. Devant l'ampleur de cette situation, nous faisons appel à la solidarité internationale pour faire face à cette urgence. En parallèle, notre pays accueille plus de 2 millions de réfugiés, représentant environ plus de 15% de notre population. Cette situation pèse lourdement sur nos ressources et aggrave l'urgence humanitaire. Ce chiffre s'explique par un afflux massif de réfugiés soudanais, conséquence de la crise dans leur pays, s'ajoutant aux centaines de milliers de réfugiés provenant d'autres pays voisins. Nous appelons à une solidarité renforcée de la communauté internationale pour soutenir les réfugiés ainsi que les populations hôtes. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la poursuite des hostilités au Soudan prolonge les souffrances des populations civiles soudanaises et aggrave la situation humanitaire tant dans les zones de combat que dans les pays voisins tels que le Tchad, qui continue de voir affluer chaque jour des nouveaux réfugiés. Le Tchad déplore que de nombreux appels à un cessez-le-feu ne soient pas entendus par les parties belligérantes. Mon pays est vivement préoccupé par la poursuite des affrontements au Soudan, accentuant la détérioration de la situation humanitaire et ses répercussions sur les pays voisins, dont le Tchad. Le Tchad réitère, une fois de plus, son appel pressant aux parties en conflit pour qu'elles cessent immédiatement les hostilités et facilitent un accès humanitaire sans entrave aux millions de victimes de cette guerre fratricide et renoue le dialogue politique. Le Tchad reste convaincu que la crise actuelle au Soudan ne saurait trouver de solution par les armes, mais par la voie pacifique, à travers un dialogue intersoudanais en vue d'une paix durable. Le Tchad réaffirme, enfin, son soutien à toutes les initiatives en cours pour restaurer la paix et la stabilité au Soudan. S'agissant de la crise libyenne, nous appelons toutes les parties à faire preuve de dépassement en vue de sortir de l'impasse politique dans laquelle le pays se trouve. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, les conflits ne se limitent pas qu'à l'Afrique. La situation en Ukraine, tout comme le conflit israélo-palestinien, souligne les dangers de ces violences injustifiées qui font tant de victimes innocentes sur fond de tensions géopolitiques de plus en plus vives. En ce qui concerne le conflit israélo-palestinien, nous condamnons fermement les violences et exactions commises contre des civils innocents et réaffirmons notre engagement en faveur de la solution à deux États ainsi que le droit inaliénable du peuple palestinien à l'autodétermination, tout en appelant à une solution pacifique et négociée de ce conflit. Le monde ne peut rester insensible et avoir la conscience tranquille face aux images insoutenables qui nous proviennent de la bande de Gaza et d'autres localités palestiniennes. Ce conflit s'étend désormais au Liban, ce qui aggrave la situation régionale. Cette escalade menace sérieusement la paix et la stabilité non seulement pour les pays directement impliqués, mais aussi pour l'ensemble de la région. Le Tchad plaide pour la levée de l'embargo sur le Cuba, qui nuit à son peuple et entrave son développement. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, je réaffirme l'attachement du Tchad à la position commune africaine sur la réforme du Conseil de sécurité telle qu'exprimée dans le consensus des Ulvini et la déclaration de Sirte et en appel au sens de justice et de solidarité de toutes les nations pour accélérer cette réforme tant souhaitée et attendue. L'Afrique ne demande pas autre chose que la réparation d'une flagrante injustice causée à tout un continent qui compte plus de 1 milliard d'âmes, privées injustement de sa place légitime dans la gouvernance mondiale. Madame la Présidente, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le chemin vers un avenir de paix, de développement et de dignité humaine est semé d'embûches. Mais il est de notre responsabilité collective de le tracer. Pour conclure, le Tchad réitère son attachement aux idéaux et aux principes fondateurs de la Charte des Nations Unies et exhorte la communauté internationale à renforcer le multilatéralisme afin de bâtir un monde pacifique, plus juste, plus équitable et plus solidaire. Je vous remercie pour votre bien aimable attention.
En nombre de la Asamblea doy las gracias al primer ministro y jefe de gobierno de la República del Chad. Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Péter Szijjártó, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores y Comercio de Hungría.
Permission. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, unfortunately I have to start by saying that we are living in the age of dangers. And 34 years ago, when we got rid of our communist oppressors and we shifted from a one-party dictatorship to parliamentary democracy, and we shifted from a planned communist economy to market economy, or 25 years ago when we joined NATO, or 21 years ago when we joined the European Union, we would not have thought that we will be faced once again with the phantom of Cold War. And similarly, a couple of years ago, we would not have thought that war would return to Europe. And dear colleagues, Your Excellencies, nowadays this is the reality. We are faced with the phantom of the Cold War, and war returned to Europe. I'm representing Hungary, a country which is a neighboring country to Ukraine. That means that for the last 2.5 years, we have been living in the shadow of a war. 2.5 years, almost 1,000 days. And we have been confronted with the consequences. 1.3 million refugees. Even nowadays, there are several hundreds of schools and kindergartens in Hungary which enroll the children of the refugee families. And we have been paying a price of a war which is not our war, and for the outbreak of which we do not bear any kind of responsibility. So I do believe that almost after 1,000 days, the real question is not what we do think about the war, but the real question is how peace could be made. Or even more precisely, Mr. President, the question is, which is the fastest way to peace? Because we have to pick that one, the fastest one. Because the later peace will be reached, the more people will die, the more destruction will take place, and more families will be torn apart. And we Hungarians don't want more destruction. We don't want more families to be torn apart. We don't want to see more videos about violent conscription. We don't want more people to die, especially putting into consideration the 150,000 Hungarians living in Ukraine, a community members of which have been mobilized to the Ukrainian army. Many of them have been deployed to the front line, and unfortunately, many of them have died already. And I think that after almost 1,000 days, this is high time to make an honest stock-taking and to analyze what has worked out and what has not worked out, what the international community or Europe has made as a reaction to the war. And if we are honest to ourselves, we have to say that practically nothing has worked out what international community and Europe has done as a reaction to this war. Nothing has worked out what was based on an assumption that there might be a solution at the battlefield. We have to raise the question honestly whether weapon deliveries have made any sense. And obviously they have made no sense. No sense because weapon deliveries have not changed the situation at the battlefield, and they have not brought us closer to peace either. Weapon deliveries have only increased the volume of weapons on both sides of the front line, causing more casualties and causing the prolongation of the war. And I do hope that those who are still thinking about delivering more weapons to Ukraine will consider this impact and this consequence as well. And similarly, I hope that those who are supposed to make decisions whether the weapons delivered from the West would be allowed to be used against strategic depth in Russia will make a responsible decision. Because if Western weapons will be allowed to be targeted at strategic depth for Russia, that would cause a serious risk of escalation for sure. And I do believe that in case of such a crisis situation, we really have to put into consideration the weight, the significance of words. Because in such situation, words do have a much more serious significance than in peace times. And we are seriously concerned in Hungary about the open and shameless reference of possible use of nuclear weapons. So, dear colleagues, basically nothing has worked out of those measures which have been based on the assumption that there might be a battlefield solution. That means that solution must be looked after somewhere else. And if you raise the question, where should we look for this solution, then the answer is around the negotiating table. Therefore, Hungary argues in favor of an immediate ceasefire and the start of peace talks. This would be the fastest way to peace. And with this, with starting peace talks, many lives will be saved. I know it's easy to say, but very complicated to implement. Why? Because international liberal mainstream made peace as a cuss word. And whoever argues in favor of peace will be immediately attacked and stigmatized. And it's a huge mistake as well that diplomacy is now being given a diverted definition. Many would like us to believe that diplomacy is only about talking to those with whom you agree 100%. This is not diplomacy. This is something else. This is not an achievement. Diplomacy is a capacity to talk to those with whom you might not agree, to talk to those with whom you might disagree in everything. And here I do believe, Mr. President, that the United Nations should have a great role, because United Nations was not established as a group of like-minded countries. It was established to give platform for everyone to talk to everyone about everything. And UN gives a legitimate possibility even for those countries who are at war with each other to talk to each other. Therefore, we reject any kind of federalistic efforts which would limit or restrict us in whom we would like to talk in the framework of United Nations and what would be the topic. I'm representing a small or mid-sized, depends on the level of self-confidence, country coming from Central Europe, a landlocked one. And I have to tell you that we do consider it as nonsense and unacceptable that the representatives of the big powers are not ready to talk to each other. Because the fact that they don't talk to each other, that poses a serious security risk on us. And there's another risk that they don't talk to each other. If they don't talk to each other, then the world can easily be divided into blocks again. And that's a nightmare for us. Why? Because we have already experienced it once. We have lost 40 years of our lives, 4 decades, when the world was divided into blocks. Therefore, we have to speak very clearly. We don't want such kind of period to come back. We don't want the world to be divided into blocks again. And I would like to disillusion everybody. It would not only be us to lose everything, or almost everything, in case the world's going to be divided into blocks. Everybody would lose on that. I do believe that a civilized East-to-West cooperation could bring a lot of profit to the whole world. Therefore, we Hungarians argue in favor of connectivity. We wish the next period, the next part of global history would be not about a new Cold War, but would be about connectivity. And although we are a relatively small country, but we can serve as a good example. What a big growth potential is being represented by a civilized East-to-West cooperation. We have been carrying out a pragmatic, patriotic foreign policy based on common sense and aiming at reaching the national interests. And as an outcome of that, Hungary became a meeting point of East and West. The biggest corporates of the Eastern and Western economies are meeting in Hungary. Imagine in Hungary, the top German premium car makers and the top Chinese electric battery manufacturers are not only working together in one country, in one city, they are building their factories next to each other on the neighboring plots. So therefore, I have to underline that the strategies of those corporates which have a determining impact on continental economies cannot be successful without free global economic cooperation. Dear colleagues, it has not been a long time ago that the that time Federal Chancellor of Germany, was speaking about a economic and trade cooperation zone starting from Lisbon, ending at Vladivostok. And it has not been a long time ago that European political leaders spoke about Eurasian cooperation. Unfortunately, nowadays, we are far away. But it's not impossible to return there. But there's one very important major precondition. Global politics must change fundamentally. What would that mean? It means in our reading that global politics must come back to the basis of mutual respect. And dialogue and diplomacy must return as the major tools here. And this is absolutely not hopeless, because our experience here at the General Assembly, being convened in New York, our experiences do prove that the friends of peace are in majority in this chamber. And we Hungarians are proud to be part of this global majority for peace. And we are ready to support all global initiatives which are aiming at reaching peace. And we are ready to discuss all peace plans. And we consider it as unacceptable that some countries would like to give exclusivity to one or another peace plan, acting as if the other one would not exist. We absolutely want all peace plans to be discussed. And here I would like to commend the People's Republic of China and Brazil for putting together a plan. And we do hope that that plan will be on the agenda as well. Dear colleagues, if we could reach peace, it would not only save lives of the people, but would give a big support, a big help to many countries in the transatlantic community where I'm coming from, to get rid of the huge burden of hypocrisy. And I tell you why. Many Western colleagues of ours like to say that they got rid of the energy sources of Russia, for example. This is one of the biggest fake news ever, because the Western countries continued to do business with Russia just like others. They just simply deny it. If you look at the share of Russian gas in the LNG ports in western part of Europe, you might be surprised. Or if you have a look at the oil arriving to the western countries in Europe, where it comes from originally, you might be surprised as well. And if you look at who is the #1 uranium supplier of this very country, United States, you would be surprised as well. In order to avoid your homework to look for it, this is the Russian Federation. Dear colleagues, all these prove that economic sanctions are totally useless in this regard. They absolutely don't work out. They put much more harm on some European economies than on the Russian economy. Many Western countries and Western economies do evade the sanctions. So I think it's no wonder that we cannot recall any successful sanction mechanism in history. These sanctions do not make any sense as well. Dear colleagues, the war in Ukraine puts a serious security risk on Europe. But this is not the only security risk there. We in Europe have been faced with massive waves of illegal migration. And unfortunately, Brussels made a huge mistake there, because they wanted to manage migration instead of stopping it. And this approach has encouraged a massive number of people to hit the road, to pay thousands of euros to smugglers, and take the life hazard to come to Europe. But we Hungarians, we do stick to our own right to make a decision on our own, whom we allow to enter the territory of our country, and whom we are ready to live together. And I think, Mr. President, that UN is the best place to recall international law. International law speaks very clearly. Everyone who has to escape from his or her home has the right to stay temporarily on the territory of the first safe country, but not on the second, on the third, or the fourth one. Therefore, Hungary will continue to stop the flow of illegal migration on its border, through which basically we save Europe from further huge security-related challenges. And in the meantime, this is insane that while Hungary is protecting its border, has to pay a fine of multiple tens of hundreds of millions of euros because of complying with international law. So my summary goes as follows, Mr. President. In the last 10 years, Hungary has carried out a pragmatic, patriotic foreign policy strategy aiming at national interest and guaranteeing the security of our own citizens. And we will continue to do so, as we will continue to be always honest and open. And we will do always what we say, and we will always say what we think. It might be unusual nowadays. How it is possible? It is possible because there's an unusual political stability in Hungary, which is very unique in Europe. We have won all elections in the last 18 years, the one-party right-wing government. That means that people like what we are doing, they support what we are doing, and they give the approval to continue. And the government will continue. We will not have the intention to satisfy NGOs or external actors, but we will always have the intention to satisfy our own electorate, our own citizens, because we do believe that democracy is all about that, the people. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Doy las gracias al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores y Comercio de Hungría. Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Bakhtiyor Saidov, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Uzbekistán.
Dear Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to convey greetings and best wishes of peace and prosperity from the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, to the United Nations leadership, heads of states, and delegations participating at the 79th session of the General Assembly. Let me also express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to address this esteemed assembly. I would like to thank the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his firm focus on Central Asia. This was once again confirmed by his recent visit to our region, which laid a solid foundation for further expanding cooperation with the United Nations. Our debates are taking place at a time of escalating global challenges. Wars and conflicts, triple planetary climate crisis, worsening of the world economy and technological gap are affecting all countries without exception. We firmly believe that the United Nations must remain central in addressing the challenges of the 21st century. Resolving global issues at the national level is crucial for maintaining stability and the well-being and prosperity of our people. In this context, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is very important. The consistent implementation of the SDGs has been identified by the President of our country as a cornerstone of Uzbekistan's state policy. Our Uzbekistan 2030 development strategy is fully aligned with SDGs. In recent years, Uzbekistan has made significant progress in poverty reduction, improving public access to education, transitioning to a green economy, and promoting gender equality. Our GDP has more than doubled, and the poverty rate has fallen almost 4 times in less than 10 years. We are taking solid steps to create jobs and improve the quality of human capital with the aim to reduce the unemployment rate from 11 to 7%. Full-scale implementation of the SDGs is impossible without attracting investments
and advanced technologies. Uzbekistan is actively pursuing these goals, leveraging our state resources and private sector. However, many developing countries face challenges in accessing global financial resources. We share the view to reform the international financial system to establish a modern financial architecture. Humanity's future is closely linked to the development and application of modern technologies. New scientific advancements should bring people and nations closer together, not separate them. We proceed from the principle that access to technology is not a privilege, but a right for every person and every nation. Digital technologies are especially crucial. We have adopted the Digital Uzbekistan 2030 strategy. We are rapidly advancing our IT sector. Yet, there is another side of the coin. Rise of the digital technologies presents new challenges, particularly concerning the uncontrolled use of artificial intelligence. Based on this idea, at the previous session, Uzbekistan supported and co-sponsored UN General Assembly resolutions on utilizing safe artificial intelligence for sustainable development and strengthening international cooperation. We will continue to advocate for broad international collaboration to address these issues. Last year was one of the hottest in the history of meteorological observations. We have witnessed record-breaking heat and extreme cold conditions worldwide. This once again proves the growing urgency of the climate change problem. Central Asia is among the most exposed and vulnerable regions of the world climate change. The air temperature in Central Asia is rising faster than the global average. This creates a wide range of problems which pose serious risk to food and energy security. Thus, the level of the water availability per capita in Central Asia has halved over the past few decades. The Aral Sea disaster continues to have an extremely negative impact on the ecosystems of all states in the region. We call on the international donor community to expand projects in the Aral Sea region aimed at mitigating the devastating consequences of this disaster. The Aral Sea became the first region in the world to be granted by the UN the status of a zone of environmental innovation and technology. Our best experience could benefit other countries facing similar problems. Central Asian countries are unified on climate action. Last December, at the initiative of the President of Uzbekistan, the General Assembly by consensus adopted a resolution that Central Asia in the face of environmental problems, strengthening the regional solidarity for sustainable development and prosperity. We also developed a regional climate change adaptation strategy and established a climate council to create a national climate change program. At the same time, we are aware of the need for broad international cooperation to effectively overcome these challenges. In this regard, we propose to adopt the UN Resolution International Year of Land Restoration and Increasing Drought Resistance. Ladies and gentlemen, our updated constitution sets ambitious goals for building a welfare state. Uzbekistan is committed to enhancing social protection, improving service quality, and implementing international standards. For this purpose, we have established the Social Protection Agency. We plan to hold the World Conference on Social Protection in 2025, and we invite all UN member states to this important event. Empowering women and girls is a key component of our state policy. Uzbekistan has made notable progress in ensuring gender equality, ranking among the top 5 countries in this regard. The Asian Women's Forum, held in Samarkand in partnership with the UN Women, has become a crucial platform for dialogue on gender policy issues. We propose expanding this forum to a global women's forum and adopting the UN resolution on enhancing the social, economic, and political activities of Asian women. youth represents our common future. In Uzbekistan, where over half of the population is under 30, effective youth policy is vital to build a new Uzbekistan. We are a global leader in implementing the UN Youth Strategy 2030. However, the rising radicalization and increased violence involving youth alarming. We must focus on fostering proper spiritual and moral education of young people to prevent their involvement in radical movements. We propose enhanced cooperation in this direction based on the UN General Assembly Resolution, Enlightenment and Religious Tolerance, adopted at the initiative of our President in 2018. The global threat of terrorism requires unified international action. In the fight against this evil, there should be no place for selective approach and double standards. The Central Asian states maintain close cooperation in ensuring regional security. Together with the UN Counterterrorism Office, we have successfully launched the Regional Expert Council in Central Asia on rehabilitation and reintegration. We appreciate the UN's assistance in developing the national strategy of Uzbekistan to combat drug trafficking and drug abuse for 2024-28. As a state party to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, Uzbekistan welcomes anti-corruption efforts. We support enhancing the role of the UN in fostering international cooperation against corruption. In December last year, together with the State of Qatar and support of the UN ODC, we have hosted the high-level International Anti-Corruption Award ceremony in Tashkent. In recent years, our country has become an active participant of all UN processes. For the first time in our history, we have joined the UN Human Rights Committee, ECOSOC, and the governing body of the International Labour Organization. In 2025, we will host the 43rd session of the UNESCO General Conference in Samarkand, an event that will be held outside of Paris for the first time since 1985. We invite all UNESCO member states to actively participate in this event. We have decided to run for the non-permanent membership of the UN Security Council for the 2035-2036. We count on your support of our candidacy. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Central Asia remains top priority in Uzbekistan foreign policy. The new political atmosphere in Central Asia allowed us to address many global issues regionally. We will continue to consolidate our efforts to transform the region into a zone of lasting peace, good neighborliness, stability, and dynamic development. Our region remains one of the least integrated economies in the world in terms of its transport and communication networks. Due to the geographical location of the Central Asia, the cost of transporting goods to the nearest seaports can reach up to 50% of the final value, which is 4 to 5 times higher than the global average. Today, our region is firmly focused on connecting to major global markets and revitalizing the Great Silk Road. Uzbekistan is taking strong steps to establish effective transport corridors leading to international markets. We are implementing an ambitious project to build the Trans-Afghan Railway, which will provide access to global ports and have a positive effect on the economic development of our vast region. The key to ensuring the stability and sustainable development in our region lies in addressing the Afghan problem. Afghanistan is an integral part of Central Asia. Unfortunately, the international community has been unable to implement measures capable of reversing the challenging situation in this country. Uzbekistan is pursuing a pragmatic policy towards Afghanistan. We will continue to contribute to Afghanistan's economic reconstruction and the development of its transport and energy infrastructure. We are ready to expand the educational center for Afghan citizens in the Uzbek city of Termez into the Global Training Center. Recently, we have established the Termes International Trade Center, designed to foster a favorable business environment and enhance logistics. In order to achieve stability, it's crucial to uphold the UN's central role in resolving the Afghan issue and developing coordinated strategies to ensure sustainable development. Your Excellencies, in conclusion, I would like to once again emphasize that the challenges and threats we face today can only be addressed through comprehensive international efforts. Uzbekistan remains committed to actively participating in shaping the agenda for multilateral cooperation, achieving common goals, and supporting measures to reinforce the Central Asia role of the United Nations. I thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Uzbekistán. Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Iván Gil Pinto, ministro del Poder Popular para Relaciones Exteriores de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela.
Distinguidas jefas y jefes de delegación, ministras y ministros, embajadoras y embajadores, señor presidente, a lo largo de estos últimos días hemos escuchado en esta Asamblea General dos narrativas. Una, el discurso de los oligarcas y sus satélites que pretenden gobernar el mundo, y otra, la de los pueblos dignos que luchan por su soberanía e independencia. Los oligarcas, dirigidos por el gobierno de los Estados Unidos de América, arremeten contra la Carta de las Naciones Unidas con el objeto de destruir esta organización, desde afuera y desde adentro, lo cual casi han logrado. Para ello, promueven la participación de corporaciones privadas, organizaciones no gubernamentales y otro tipo de estrategias para desconocer la soberanía de los Estados. Esto lo han denominado un orden basado en reglas. No conforme con ello, las oligarquías recurren a expresiones políticas que creíamos ya superadas, como el fascismo y el nazismo. Estas corrientes políticas de imposición y dominación impulsan el supremacismo blanco, el racismo, la xenofobia y otras expresiones, normalizadas con el apoyo de grandes monopolios de la mediática internacional y por las redes sociales, que se encuentran al servicio del imperialismo y el neocolonialismo, apoyando sus planes para crear tensiones, fabricar conflictos y enfrentar a los pueblos. Mientras hablamos en esta asamblea, caen bombas en Gaza, donde Israel ha asesinado decenas de miles de niñas, niños, mujeres y hombres inocentes, con la complicidad de los gobiernos de los Estados Unidos de América y la Unión Europea. Se comete el mayor crimen de exterminio y genocidio desde aquel perpetrado por Hitler en la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Hoy pretenden exportar su odio y destrucción a toda una región, bombardeando y asesinando inocentes en el Líbano, en Siria y tratando de desestabilizar la República Islámica de Irán. Esto es una verdadera amenaza para la humanidad y la paz mundial. Una nueva forma de terrorismo se ha aplicado sobre el Líbano, con la complicidad de las empresas privadas que manejan las cadenas de suministro de las tecnologías de consumo masivo. Esto sienta un grave precedente que pone en riesgo la seguridad mundial. También bombardean infraestructuras civiles en este país, asesinando inocentes, tal cual hacen en Gaza. Israel se ha convertido en una maquinaria de muerte que debe ser detenida de inmediato. Pero, en lugar de parar la masacre y juzgar a los responsables, los poderosos insisten en expandir la guerra a Europa y a otras partes del mundo a través de bloques militares como la OTAN. Después de la derrota de Ucrania en su aventura nazi, pretenden ahora llevar la guerra y el terrorismo a la gran Rusia, la cual, como nos ha enseñado la historia, siempre saldrá victoriosa. La expansión de la OTAN también amenaza la paz de América del Sur, con la instalación de bases militares, contando para ello con la complicidad de los gobiernos lacayos de la Argentina y del Ecuador. Los discursos de odio estimulan y promueven el terrorismo en sus distintas manifestaciones. Desde el territorio de los Estados Unidos de América, por ejemplo, se planifican atentados, intentos de magnicidio, desestabilizaciones y agresiones contra los pueblos soberanos, como el de Venezuela. Para ello, han recurrido al uso de tecnologías de la información y las comunicaciones, especialmente las redes sociales, controladas por los testaferros del imperio, quienes fabrican guerras psicológicas dirigidas a explotar los sentimientos de odio y destrucción sin ningún tipo de control. A esto se suman ataques cibernéticos a la infraestructura crítica vital, incluyendo servicios públicos, sistemas bancarios, petroleros y electorales, como ocurrió en mi país el pasado 28 de julio. Señor presidente, ¿cómo avanzar en los temas de paz y seguridad mientras el órgano encargado de velar por su mantenimiento se encuentra secuestrado por los Estados Unidos de América, cuyo gobierno insiste en brindar un marco de impunidad a los violadores del derecho internacional? Desde esta tribuna reiteramos nuestra inquebrantable solidaridad al hermano pueblo palestino, a quien respaldamos con determinación en su justa causa y en todo su esfuerzo encaminado a preservar un horizonte político claro, que preserve la viabilidad de la solución de los dos estados sobre la base de las fronteras previas a 1967. Saludamos que, por primera vez en la historia de esta Asamblea, la delegación de Palestina se sienta junto a nosotros como un Estado más. Hoy más que nunca es urgente que garanticemos su inmediata incorporación como miembro pleno derecho en esta organización. Nos preguntamos también cómo concluir la agenda de descolonización si se insiste en preservar un status quo que solo favorece a las potencias ocupantes y administradoras. Vaya desde aquí toda nuestra solidaridad y nuestro firme apoyo para con todos los pueblos que luchan por su derecho inalienable a la libre determinación, para alcanzar su independencia plena y ser verdaderos dueños de su destino, de sus tierras y sus recursos. Es hora de que los anhelos de libertad de nuestras hermanas y hermanos del Sahara Occidental, de Puerto Rico, de Nueva Caledonia, de la Polinesia Francesa, de Bonaire y de tantos otros territorios sean finalmente realizados. Venezuela es un país con una profunda vocación anticolonial, heredada de nuestra gesta independentista y del legado de nuestro libertador Simón Bolívar. Y por ello abrazamos con determinación todas estas grandes causas que hemos asumido históricamente como propias. Estamos decididos a contribuir hacia el fin del colonialismo en todas sus formas y manifestaciones. En este mismo sentido, seguiremos reclamando por la restitución de los derechos de soberanía sobre el archipiélago de Chagos y las Islas Malvinas a sus legítimos dueños, como lo son la República de Mauricio y la República Argentina. A pesar de la traición a la causa de las Malvinas por parte del inefable Javier Milei, el hermano pueblo argentino podrá contar siempre con la solidaridad y el pleno apoyo de Venezuela en este justo reclamo histórico. Señor presidente, todavía hoy los pueblos del mundo siguen pagando el precio de las desgracias que dejó el colonialismo de imperios como el del Reino Unido, que cometió crímenes en todos los continentes y ahora intenta borrar de nuestras memorias de manera impune. Uno de ellos, cuyo efecto nocivo aún persiste, es el despojo de los derechos soberanos de Venezuela sobre nuestra Guayana Esequiba. Ese robo tuvo su origen en la política expansionista y violenta ejercida por el Imperio Británico en el territorio venezolano durante todo el siglo XIX, la cual buscó imponerse de manera fraudulenta en 1899 mediante un arbitraje amañado entre las potencias de la época. El pasado 3 de diciembre de 2023, el pueblo venezolano se expresó con claridad y contundencia en un referéndum consultivo, mediante el cual otorgó un mandato ineludible al Estado venezolano para recuperar la Guayana Esequiba, territorio que representa una herencia sagrada de la lucha de nuestros libertadores. En ese referéndum, el pueblo venezolano ratificó la posición histórica de nuestro país de no reconocer jamás la jurisdicción de la Corte Internacional de Justicia para este caso, ni ninguna decisión que pueda adoptar en este asunto. El presidente de Guyana ha mentido en esta tribuna sobre este aspecto. Venezuela solo reconoce el Acuerdo de Ginebra de 1966 como única vía para alcanzar una solución que restablezca los derechos de Venezuela sobre el territorio de la Guayana Esequiba. En la actualidad, los Estados Unidos de América y Guyana vulneran la Declaración Conjunta de Argyle, poniendo en peligro la paz, la seguridad y la estabilidad regionales, mediante la presencia militar de actores extrarregionales y el ilegítimo otorgamiento de concesiones petroleras en un área marítima no delimitada. En ese contexto, aprovechamos para reiterar nuestro firme compromiso con la proclama de paz de la CELAC, de América Latina y el Caribe, como una zona de paz. Es momento que Guyana demuestre su compromiso con esta proclama, con el diálogo, con el respeto mutuo, con la tolerancia y el entendimiento, volviendo al Acuerdo de Ginebra. Señor presidente, la ilegal aplicación de medidas coercitivas unilaterales contra pueblos enteros por parte de Estados Unidos de América y de la Unión Europea representa una flagrante violación de la Carta de Naciones Unidas y de toda forma de norma de derecho internacional. Estas medidas se constituyen en violaciones en masa de los derechos humanos, incluyendo el derecho al desarrollo, así como en verdaderos crímenes de lesa humanidad. Reiteramos nuestro llamado al levantamiento completo, inmediato e incondicional de todos los regímenes de mal llamadas sanciones y bloqueos que hoy son aplicados contra más de un tercio de la humanidad, incluyendo 30 millones de venezolanas y venezolanos. Nuestra solidaridad con las hermanas y hermanos de Belarus, de la República Popular Democrática de Corea, de Cuba, Eritrea, Irán, Nicaragua, Zimbabue y a tantos otros que sufren día a día los efectos de estas políticas criminales. Señor presidente, los pueblos dignos que luchan por su soberanía e independencia también han levantado su voz en estos espacios y deben ser escuchados. Venezuela enfrenta hoy los embates de novedosas formas de colonialismo y es desde hace varios años que el gobierno de Washington ha puesto en marcha un experimento neocolonial que busca destruir por todas las vías posibles nuestro sistema democrático, nuestras instituciones, nuestra soberanía, nuestra independencia y el derecho inalienable de nuestro pueblo a la libre determinación. Se trata de un gran plan de recolonización que busca, a partir de un golpe de Estado continuado, destruir nuestra república. Para la ejecución de ese plan, todas las opciones han estado y siguen estando sobre la mesa. Desde la cruel e inhumana aplicación de un feroz bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero, con casi 1.000 sanciones que han costado a nuestra nación 642 millardos de dólares tan solo en los últimos 7 años, a los que se suman las pérdidas de nuestra estatal petrolera PDVSA, que ascienden a 232 millardos de dólares, y el robo de 31 toneladas de oro depositadas en el Banco de Inglaterra, así como de otros importantes activos propiedad de la República en el extranjero, sin olvidar el robo por parte de Argentina y la República Dominicana de aeronaves al servicio del Estado venezolano. Venezuela no es la única que padece el intervencionismo, profundamente arraigado en la tradición colonialista de la doctrina Monroe, que continúa acechando cualquier expresión de independencia política en nuestro continente, como es el caso de la valiente Cuba y de la bendita y siempre libre Nicaragua. También promueven golpes de Estado como en Bolivia. También promueven golpes de Estado como en Bolivia en el año 2019 y en el año 2024. Y atacan sin clemencia, con el apoyo de las oligarquías locales, al gobierno del presidente Gustavo Petro en Colombia y de la presidenta Xiomara Castro en Honduras. Todo nuestro apoyo y solidaridad. Señor presidente, el pasado 28 de julio, tal como es costumbre en nuestra democracia revolucionaria, el pueblo venezolano se expresó de forma consciente, pacífica y masiva para elegir con plenas garantías, transparencias y libertades al jefe de Estado del gobierno venezolano para el periodo 2025-2031. El presidente Nicolás Maduro resultó reelecto con un apoyo claro y contundente. Luego de esa gran victoria popular, la oligarquía de mi país apeló una vez más al desconocimiento de las leyes y de las instituciones, generando una violencia criminal que dejó como consecuencia 27 muertos, cientos de heridos y la destrucción de propiedades públicas y privadas. Con el uso de bandas criminales instalaron barricadas, quemaron escuelas, hospitales y sedes de instituciones públicas y asesinaron a ciudadanos comunes solo por sus afiliaciones políticas. Nada de esto lo verán en los grandes medios. Peor aún, tampoco habla de ello el alto comisionado de los derechos humanos de las Naciones Unidas, quien, a pesar de haber recibido toda la información sobre estos hechos criminales y sobre la responsable actuación del Estado venezolano, ha preferido convertir las víctimas en victimarios y a los victimarios en víctimas. A lo largo de estos últimos días se han alimentado desde esta tribuna esa campaña fascista y de desinformación contra nuestro país. El gobierno de los Estados Unidos de América y sus gobiernos satélites y serviles se han dedicado a mentir, a atacar y a amenazar nuestro pueblo, desde este recinto que es símbolo de paz y entendimiento, intentando imponer una falsa narrativa. Pero aquí venimos una vez más a presentar la verdad de Venezuela y de nuestro pueblo. Hoy venimos a desenmascarar a todos esos farsantes. Señor presidente, al frente de esta gigantesca operación se encuentra, como ya de costumbre, el gobierno de los Estados Unidos de América y sus agencias, como parte de su fracasada política de golpe de Estado continuado contra la revolución bolivariana, iniciada ya hace más de 25 años. Desde su territorio, específicamente desde el estado de la Florida, se planifican ataques terroristas contra funcionarios e instalaciones públicas. También utilizan las redes sociales con impunidad y pleno apoyo de la Casa Blanca para promover incursiones mercenarias, como ya sucedió en mayo del año 2020. Aunque Washington niega estar involucrado, en esta oportunidad fueron capturados infraganti. Las investigaciones sobre los últimos planes de agresión han arrojado que detrás de la violencia postelectoral se encontraban varios mercenarios norteamericanos y europeos, incluyendo un militar activo de los Estados Unidos de América especializado en operaciones terroristas y de desestabilización. Estos criminales han confesado que pretendían asesinar al presidente Nicolás Maduro, a la vicepresidenta ejecutiva y a varios altos funcionarios del Estado venezolano, además de atentar contra la infraestructura fundamental de servicios como el agua y la electricidad. Informamos que todos han sido capturados, incluyendo 2 personas vinculadas al Centro Nacional de Inteligencia de España. También han sido incautados más de 400 fusiles de distinto tipo, algunos de ellos de uso exclusivo de las Fuerzas Armadas de los Estados Unidos de América. En las próximas semanas, nuestro gobierno presentará más pruebas de lo ocurrido, mucho más contundentes, las cuales sorprenderán al mundo. Señor presidente, una fase adicional de este plan criminal de agresión se ha desarrollado en los últimos días a través de otro grupo de mercenarios que abrieron una página web en este país para abiertamente recaudar fondos para atacar Venezuela y ejecutar magnicidios. Esta iniciativa cuenta con el respaldo público de agencias gubernamentales y parlamentarios de los senadores estadounidenses. La hipócrita narrativa oligarca no condena tal aberración. En este orden, es pertinente subrayar la obligación que tienen los estados de garantizar que su territorio no sea utilizado para financiar, planificar, facilitar o cometer actos de desestabilización a través del recurso a mercenarios y terroristas. Y, en este sentido, exigimos al gobierno estadounidense que cumpla sus obligaciones internacionales en esta materia. Asimismo, tenemos que enfatizar que estos planes terroristas, planificados durante meses, ocurrieron en simultáneo a las negociaciones y la firma de acuerdos entre Venezuela y los Estados Unidos de América, en Doha, en septiembre del año pasado, a través de los cuales se buscaba avanzar hacia la normalización de las relaciones entre ambas naciones. Una prueba más de que no se puede confiar en la palabra y la supuesta voluntad del imperio. El pueblo venezolano exige el inmediato cumplimiento de todos los acuerdos, todos los compromisos acordados en Doha, de levantar todas las sanciones, todas las medidas coercitivas unilaterales que ilegalmente pesan hoy sobre nuestro país, y agradecemos al gobierno del Estado de Qatar por sus buenos oficios como facilitador en estas negociaciones. Por otra parte, y así tenemos que decirlo, todo esto ocurre también mientras el gobierno de Estados Unidos de América, que fomenta y financia acciones criminales alrededor del mundo, incluye a Cuba sin fundamento alguno en una lista espuria de países que supuestamente patrocinan el terrorismo. Exigimos también el cese de ese ataque contra la patria de Martí y de Fidel, que profundiza aún más los impactos del bloqueo. Señor presidente, esta nueva agresión contra Venezuela, que continúa en desarrollo, tendrá exactamente el mismo destino que todas las anteriores, un estrepitoso fracaso. A pesar de las operaciones psicológicas con las que se busca generar confusión, de las operaciones abiertas y encubiertas desde Washington, en el marco de una denominada política de máxima presión, en Venezuela hoy reina la paz social. Los planes para generar violencia han sido derrotados gracias a la firmeza de nuestro pueblo por defender su derecho a vivir en paz. Hoy, además, Venezuela viene experimentando un crecimiento que le permite insertarse con fuerza en la dinámica económica mundial, aportando su fortaleza en la producción de energía, de alimentos, de bienes y servicios de primera necesidad. Esta épica ha sido posible gracias al empeño del pueblo venezolano y a un liderazgo firme que ha logrado enfrentar el bloqueo. Señor presidente, en medio de esta coyuntura, nuestro llamado a los pueblos libres del mundo y amantes de la paz es a fortalecer la unidad frente a quienes intentan dividirnos para lograr así sus planes de denominación neocolonial. Es la hora del sur global, es la hora de ese anhelado nuevo orden mundial, es la hora de consolidar este nuevo mundo pluripolar y multicéntrico de paz y prosperidad económica, libre de hegemonías. Es la hora de rescatar los principios fundacionales expresados en la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y hacer honor a que esta organización esté al servicio de nosotros los pueblos, como reza su preámbulo. Venezuela pone al servicio de la humanidad su diplomacia bolivariana de paz para avanzar en esa dirección, tal como lo demuestra su liderazgo frente al grupo de amigos en defensa de la Carta de la Organización de Naciones Unidas. Estos son los principios que constituyen la narrativa de los pueblos libres, que expresan en las nuevas formas de asociación basadas en los principios de solidaridad y complementariedad, como la alternativa bolivariana para los pueblos de nuestra América, ALBA-TCP, los BRICS y otros horizontes esperanzadores del nuevo orden mundial emergente en el que nuestro país se viene insertando a paso acelerado. Señor presidente, permítame concluir enfatizando que en Venezuela seguimos de pie, dando la batalla de la mano de nuestro pueblo, en permanente organización y movilización popular, en la lucha por seguir consolidando nuestra independencia. No importa quién sea el jefe del imperialismo estadounidense que hable en esta tribuna dentro de un año, tengan por seguro que la voz clara y rebelde del pueblo de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela seguirá presente en este foro bajo la firme conducción del presidente Nicolás Maduro Moro. Con Bolívar decimos: Dios concede la victoria a la constancia. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Muchas gracias al ministro del Poder Popular para Relaciones Exteriores de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela. Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Frederick Makamur Shaba, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores y Comercio Internacional de Zimbabue.
Your Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the 79th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you, Your Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, on your election as President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We are confident that under your astute leadership, significant progress will be made on the critical global agenda that is before us. Please be assured of Zimbabwe's unwavering support throughout your tenure. I would also like to pay tribute to your predecessor, Ambassador Dennis Francis, for his exemplary stewardship of the 78th session of the General Assembly. As the General Assembly had to contend with a number of delicate issues, Ambassador Francis worked hard, so hard, to promote compromise and the collective resolution of issues anchored on the principle of multilateralism, understanding, and mutual respect. Mr. President, in an increasingly polarized and insecure world, dialogue and diplomacy are indispensable. Our world is besieged by numerous global challenges, both natural and man-made. The interconnectedness of our world means that events in one region inevitably affect others. In this regard, the theme of this session, therefore, and I quote, "Leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations," unquote, is so relevant and timely. The theme is a reminder of our shared responsibility to build a world that is inclusive, a world that is just and sustainable. It is through collective action, grounded in solidarity and mutual respect, that we can advance peace, foster sustainability, and strengthen multilateralism, as well as uphold human dignity. In this spirit of unity, we must prioritize the most vulnerable and marginalized populations, ensuring that no one and no place is left behind in our pursuit for progress. Sustainable development cannot be achieved without peace, and peace cannot be sustained without addressing the root cause of conflict, chief among them poverty, inequality, intolerance, scarcity exacerbated by climate change, and unwanted and unwarranted external interference in internal affairs of some states. By investing in education, healthcare, and sustainable economic opportunities, we can create resilient societies that empower individuals and communities to thrive. To attain this, we should commit to a renewed sense of global partnership, where every nation, large and small, continues to and benefits from our collective efforts. Mr. President, as the 2030 deadline for the Sustainable Development Agenda goals, SDGs, approaches, the global community is at a crossroads and needs to make a critical choice on how to advance these ambitions and ambitious targets. Climate change, geopolitical conflicts, and economic disparities continue to pose substantial barriers to the achievement of the 2030 agenda. It is therefore essential to accelerate action, enhance funding, and foster innovative solutions. The next 6 years are pivotal if achieving the SDGs is to remain within reach. Zimbabwe fully supports the proposed SDG stimulus so as to reinvigorate the implementation of these crucial goals that we set for ourselves. In this regard, the just held Summit of the Future was an opportunity and indeed an opportune moment for the international community to come together to forge robust frameworks and innovative strategies to address the complex and interwoven challenges we face. We must leverage this moment to reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism, sustainable development, and the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. It is imperative, therefore, that we adopt a holistic approach that integrates economic, social, and environmental dimensions, ensuring that we are all inclusive as we navigate the path towards a more resilient and equitable world. The devastating impact of climate change is our common challenge that requires collective action to enable vulnerable communities to adapt while at the same time mitigating the impact. Our SADC region has been affected by the El Nino-induced drought that has created a serious food and nutrition security. In that context, the SADC heads of states and government launched an international humanitarian appeal amounting to US $5.8 billion at the end of May 2024. That figure will go up as more countries of the region complete their own national assessments. The overreaching and overarching objective is to meet the immediate needs occasioned by the El Nino-induced drought, while at the same time building resilience for future shocks, including through the establishment of early warning systems. Excellencies, I wish to reiterate our steadfast commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, spearheaded by our transformative Vision 2030. This national blueprint sets forth our aspirations to propel Zimbabwe to upper middle income status by the year 2030, focusing on robust economic growth, sustainable development, and holistic societal transformation. Our strategic thrust encompasses substantial investments in critical sectors that include infrastructure development, education, modern heritage-based education 5.0, model healthcare, and modernized agriculture, pivotal for ensuring the inclusive prosperity across all strata of our society. In earnest pursuit of the SDGs, Zimbabwe has recorded commendable strides across various domains. We have implemented rigorous policies such as our Agricultural 6.0 model aimed at bolstering food security, enhancing access to potable water and sanitation facilities, and investment in renewable energy. Our comprehensive and social protection frameworks and healthcare systems have yielded tangible reductions in poverty levels and disease burdens. Furthermore, we remain unwavering in our commitment to empowering women and youths, recognizing their pivotal as architects of sustainable transformation and development. The government of Zimbabwe is advancing a devolution policy driven by our mantra, which I quote, leaving no one and no place behind. The focus is on promoting grassroots development through empowering provincial and district authorities to lead the way in fulfilling their development aspirations. Our goal is to ensure that no community, no village, no town center or province is left behind in our development efforts. As a result of this policy thrust, we have witnessed a life-changing and transformative impact driven by this bottom-up approach. Our valiant developmental efforts notwithstanding, Zimbabwe is confronted by formidable challenges
in its quest to attain the SDGs. The adverse impact of the punitive, illegal, unilateral sanctions, compounded by the exigencies of climate change, present real threats and barriers to our development strategy. In this regard, we call upon all those that have maintained illegal and unjustified sanctions on Zimbabwe to remove these unwarranted measures immediately and unconditionally to allow us to continue with our noble efforts to uplift the lives and livelihoods of our citizens. And in the same spirit, Zimbabwe stands in solidarity with the government and people of Cuba in their struggle against the harsh economic, commercial, and financial blockades. We call for the immediate lifting of this stifling embargo to enable the people of Cuba to pursue their aspirations without hindrance and interference. Mr. President, my country remains committed to supporting the self-determination of both the people of Palestine and Western Sahara. The time for mere rhetoric has long passed. The international community cannot continue to turn a blind eye or be numb to the systematic injustices and suffering of the Palestinian people. We call upon the Security Council to fulfill its mandate by implementing robust measures that ensure the protection of civilians, the upholding of international law, and the facilitation of a just and lasting peace. Most importantly, we need to continue supporting efforts towards a two-state solution which will help resolve the question of Palestine and the resultant peace and security challenges in the Middle East. In the SADC region, we are working tirelessly towards the achievement of peace and security in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, and in the Cabo Delgado province of Mozambique. Excellencies, the international financial architecture as it stands today is an anachronistic construct that no longer meets the needs of the global community, particularly those of developing nations. Our economies, which are the livelihood of the global market, are disproportionately affected by the rigid and often inequitable policies imposed by dominant financial institutions. The current system, steeped in historical power imbalances, has failed to provide the necessary flexibility and support required for sustainable development. It is therefore imperative that we reform these structures to ensure that they are more inclusive, more equitable, and more reflective of the diverse realities that are faced by all member states, particularly in the global south. In a world facing all manners of insecurities, the current paralysis of the Security Council on crucial topics is unconscionable, as it negates its very important existence. Reform of the Security Council is not just an aspiration, but a present-day necessity. This reform is not just a matter of fairness. It is essential for ensuring that the Council's decisions are all-inclusive, are credible, and truly reflect the global community's diversity. In this regard, Zimbabwe stands by the African Union's Ezulini Consensus and the SETI Declaration, which advocates for at least 2 permanent seats with the veto power for African countries on the Security Council. Excellencies, information communication technologies have transformed our lives for the better and can be harnessed for fast-paced development. Yet, the same technology has also been employed to commit crimes and destabilize societies. It is therefore prudent for us to come up with a global digital governance framework in order to guard against the harmful consequences of this otherwise transformative technology. Zimbabwe is fully committed and will contribute positively in all negotiations aimed at global cooperation in both harnessing the good from the digital world and also combating the negative aspects and abuse of the same. Mr. President, as I conclude, I wish to reaffirm Zimbabwe's commitment to the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. The challenges we face are immense, but not insurmountable. By acting together, we can advance peace, we can promote sustainable development, and uphold human dignity for the present and future generations. Zimbabwe stands ready to collaborate with all member states to ensure that our shared aspirations for a better world are realized. Let us work in unison, guided by the spirit of multilateralism, solidarity, and mutual respect in order to address the pressing issues of our time and to build a more inclusive and just and sustainable future. I thank you for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias al Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores y Comercio Internacional de Zimbabue. Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Ramadhan Abdallah Mohamed Gok, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores y Cooperación Internacional del Gobierno de Transición de Unidad Nacional Revitalizado de Sudán del Sur.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, at the onset, allow me to extend warm greetings and congratulations on behalf of His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, to Your Excellency Philemon Yang on your election as the President of 79th Session of United Nations General Assembly. His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, would have loved to be here, but could not due to competing demands back home. Republic of South Sudan stand ready to support you during your tenure as at the helm of the General Assembly. Allow me also to warmly bid farewell to His Excellency Ambassador Dennis, who was the President of the 78th Session of the General Assembly of United Nations, for his stellar work in service of the ideals of the UN Charter. We are especially grateful for his proactive leadership as illustrated by goodwill visit to the Republic of South Sudan in June this year, which he undertook in support of the ongoing efforts to consolidate peace, security, and development in our country. Mr. President, the theme of the 79th session, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancements of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations,
speak directly to the present state of global affairs. The ideals and value envisioned in the UN Charter are as important, relevant, and crucial now as they were at the founding of this noble organization on October 24, 1945. They remain essential to addressing serious global challenges from conflict, nationalism, geopolitical competition, food insecurity, climate shock, natural disasters, pandemic, and threat to the international peace and security. Mr. President, distinguished delegate, the revitalized government of national unity in the Republic of South Sudan, as repeatedly stated by the President of the Republic of South Sudan, His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit, is fully committed to consolidating peace in our country. The implementation of the revitalized peace agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan is primary vehicle for ensuring peace and stability in our country. Thus far, we have made tangible progress in our quest for durable peace and political stability in the country, but we have been constrained by resource challenges to fully meet key benchmarks of the agreement. Nonetheless, all the signatories to the peace accord remain steadfast in consolidating the gains made so far in the form of relative stability and joining hands to complete the rest of the outstanding elements. This unity of purpose was illustrated in the recent endorsement by the Cabinet, the revitalized Joint Monitoring and Evaluation Commission, the RJMEC, and the revitalized National Legislature of 24th month extension or 24 months of extension of the transitional period, paving the way for the organization of free and fair general election that will be conducted in the Republic of South Sudan by the end of December 2026. The decision to postpone the elections, as previously scheduled for, was justified by the fact that essential security sector mechanisms and election-related institutions require more time to fulfill their mandate. Mobilization of funds to complete these important tasks that are critical to the conduct of free, fair, and credible election in the Republic of South Sudan also demands more time. Most importantly, the process of constitution making covers a series of activities and require an adequate time frame for effective consultation with all stakeholders to ensure that a broadly accepted constitution is adopted in South Sudan. We therefore call on the United Nations and the broader international community to join us in ensuring that this new roadmap for peaceful transition in South Sudan is met by availing the required financial and technical support for the process. Furthermore, I am pleased to report that the revitalized government is currently engaged in robust and promising negotiation with the All-Out Group through the Tumaini Initiative under the auspices of the government of the Republic of Kenya to address all grievances and guarantee the return of those opposition leaders to the Republic of South Sudan. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, over the last year, the conflict in Sudan is the country neighboring to South Sudan, has created one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world. As stated by the United Nations and other United Nations agencies, as an immediate neighbor, we have been impacted by this conflict with about over 800,000 refugees and returnees crossing our borders on a daily basis, coming to South Sudan, fleeing from the war and settling in South Sudan. While we profoundly appreciate the efforts of the United Nations and humanitarian agencies working to elevate the suffering of the victims of this conflict, we strongly encourage support for the IGAD Peace Initiative to bring about peace to Sudan. Furthermore, we also believe that the international community's support for the victim of the war remain inadequate and unresponsive to the impact on the host communities that are also grappling with serious humanitarian challenges. Therefore, we are calling on the international community to expand their support and closely engage with the government of the Republic of South Sudan to mitigate and navigate impact of war on all victims. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, it's worth mentioning that the conflict in the Republic of Sudan has also directly impacted the economic situation in the Republic of South Sudan, with oil production significantly reduced since April this year, given the fact that our economy is entirely reliant on revenues that we collect from the sale of oil that pass through Port Sudan. We urge the international community to double its efforts toward resolving the conflict in Sudan. We further call for more solidarity with South Sudan as it is struggled to overcome and withstand the dire economic impact created by the conflict in neighboring Sudan. Mr. President, in the last 70 years, 500 million people in Africa also have been affected by the impact of the climate change. As a result, South Sudan battled and suffered from devastating impact of the flood and the drought. Millions of people have been displaced and many lives have been lost due to the flood and the drought. Therefore, there is a need to scale up adaptation action and support to ensure an adequate response in context of the climate crisis. Moreover, we strongly urge developed countries to exercise greater leadership by expanding their financial contribution to the required global mitigation and adaptation interventions, as trillions of dollars are needed annually to tackle the crisis, restore trust in multilateral system. Mr. President, South Sudan recently conducted its first voluntary national review on the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and the recommendation emerging from the findings are informing our immediate interventions. Moreover, our revised national development strategy and annual budget are crafted around a commitment to the SDGs. Furthermore, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning and the National Bureau of Statistics, with support from the UN agencies and our development partners, are working to strengthen the capacity of the national statistical system to collect quality and analyze timely and reliable data. The government is actively mobilizing resources to conduct the national population and housing census, thus ensuring evidence-based planning and delivering of essential services to the people. As South Sudan capacitates its statistical system and bolsters its analytical capabilities, the government is using the multidimensional poverty index measuring to guide related policies, designing multi-faceted intervention to improve the life of the disadvantaged group and track progress. Mr. President, in recognition of the role of the women in public life in South Sudan, I am delighted to report to the Assembly that South Sudan is making great strides and improvement in gender equality. The government of South Sudan believes that the active engagement of women in governance and decision-making is crucial and critical to ensuring that implementation of commitment contained in the peace agreement that was signed in 2018 and the Mobutu Protocol, the Action National Plan on the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 and the SDGs 2030 Agenda and African Union Agenda of 2036. UNCSR 1325 is practically powerful advocacy tool for equal representation in national governance. As a reflection of our commitment to gender equality, South Sudan Transitional Constitution enshrined 35%, which is affirmative action provision for women in all structures of our government. The peace agreement also mandated the establishment of Women Enterprise Fund to support our women, which shall serve as a vehicle for availing resources that can leverage the entrepreneurial and innovative energies of our dynamic female population. We strongly believe that all these initiatives align with the theme of leaving no one behind. Mr. President, distinguished delegate, South Sudan is a young country in terms of its population, with young people constituting over 70% of the population of our country. This demographic reality can be harnessed for a better future through proactive and progressive investment in the youth. The Republic of South Sudan aims to develop a robust education policy that is focused on unlocking this potential through job creation and innovation, and benchmark under the provision enshrined in the African Youth Charter and United Nations Resolution on Youth-Related Empowerment. The Ministry of Youth and Sport in the Republic of South Sudan and our National Assembly are jointly working on legislation for the National Youth Service and Youth Enterprise Development Fund that will enhance the capacity of our youth. Once these two documents are adopted, these two laws shall create the necessary condition for the empowerment of our youth. Therefore, we call on the United Nations and international community to augment our efforts to enhance the level of technical and financial support to the government in the spirit of government agenda and better future envisioned by the Pact for the Future agreed to at the recently concluded Summit of the Future here in New York. Mr. President, South Sudan Universal Health Coverage Service Index is among the lowest in the region and globally. This is attributed to conflict, economic crisis in the country, and consequence of climate change, resulting in a fragile health system. Maternal and infant mortality rates remain the worst in the world. As such, Government of Republic of South Sudan commit to invest in a durable, accessible, and standard strengthening health care system. We are committed to optimal health and well-being of our citizens via a primary health care approach as the most inclusive, equitable, and cost-effective path to universal health coverage. Provisions of preventive health service through national programs such as malaria, HIV/AIDS, TB, routine immunization, and maternal and child health programs, including nutritional health service, is crucial for the reduction of the economic burden of health care expenditures for households and the health care system in South Sudan. Pandemic preparedness and response through a multi-sector approach but put us on a path to tackle public health emergencies such as responding to the current mpox pandemic and other diseases epidemics in the country. Most importantly, our commitment to address the burden of both infectious disease and rising burden of non-communicable disease as we aim at reducing mortality rate remains our top priority. Succeeding to achieve all the above will promote sustainable development goals of health target of 2030, which will enhance the strategies for Africa we want by 2063. Mr. President, as part of our commitment as a country to transforming education and government of South Sudan recognize every child's right to quality education as well as addressing the issues of access, equity, and inclusion. Based on this premise, the government commitment has been translated into several actions or interventions. Primarily, His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit reiterate that government policy of universal basic education for all children regardless of their background or gender in February 2023. This has made a considerable impact on not only in improving enrollment and retention in school, but also in combating early and forced marriages that have been compelled by many girls to drop out of schools. Consequently, we have achieved enrollment and retention of almost 3 million learners at the primary education level, almost attaining gender parity. Mr. President, as you are aware, His Excellency President Salva Kiir, President of the Republic of South Sudan, is the incumbent chairperson of East Africa Community, has consistently emphasized that need for maintenance of peace and security in the East African region. The Great Lake and the Horn of Africa is his role that is playing. The President effort aligns with the theme of this 79th session of the General Assembly and the Secretary General called in the Summit of the Future. Mr. President, one of the main impediments of South Sudan's full realization of sustainable peace and security is the fact that the Security Council continues to maintain sanctions, individually target sanctions, and the arms embargo despite our call and the call from the African Union and IGAD for this sanction to be lifted. These punitive measures have created a negative impact, restraining South Sudan's full potential by preventing the government from maintaining effective deterrence against negative non-state actors that foment violence and insecurity in our country. Furthermore, potential investors in various sectors believe that South Sudan is under broad sanction and as a result refrain from investing in our country. As a country, we have experienced relative peace and stability for the last 6 years, and continued imposition of these punitive measures is not reflective of the progress we have made so far. Mr. President, for any meaningful peace and security to prevail in the world, we urgently call for reform of the Security Council to be fit for purpose in today's global dynamic and realities. The United Nations has been an integral element in this effort, but it has to evolve in its processes and structures to more optimally address contemporary problems. It is in this context that we join the call for expansion of the UN Security Council to incorporate the voice of the African people in an equitable way that reflects the continent's weight and relevance in maintaining of global peace and order and security. Therefore, I want to hereby state that South Sudan supports the African position and equivocally that most optimal way to restructure the Security Council. The reform proposal announced recently, which grants Africa 2 permanent seats at the Security Council without veto powers, is counterproductive and falls short of the spirit of inclusive and equitable global governance that we have been calling for. This only exacerbates that current inequalities and equities and fail to achieve the elusive consensus and cooperation required at the Security Council. South Sudan therefore called for a text-based negotiation which is more viable and will lead to the Security Council with enhanced credibility and acceptance. Mr. President, in conclusion, I wish to reiterate that our appreciation for your leadership of this 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, as well as express our commitment to advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias al Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores y Cooperación Internacional del Gobierno de Transición de Unidad Nacional Revitalizado de Sudán del Sur. Doy ahora la palabra a la excelentísima señora Celinda Sosa Lunda, Ministra de Relaciones Exteriores del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia.
Muchísimas gracias. Es una alegría muy grande participar de la 79 periodo de la sesión de la Asamblea General, saludar al vicepresidente. También al inicio de mi intervención quiero saludar al presidente de la Asamblea General, al señor Filimón Yang, como también saludar al hermano secretario general Antonio Guterres y a todas las delegaciones presentes. Presidente y distinguidos y distinguidas colegas, hoy nos reunimos en un momento desafiante para la humanidad. Enfrentamos una sino múltiples crisis de amenaza de nuestro presente y el futuro de las próximas generaciones. El cambio climático, las desigualdades, pasando por la pandemia, los conflictos geopolíticos y la crisis de la democracia, estas crisis se alimentan mutuamente, profundizando las vulnerabilidades y planteando retos que exigen respuestas urgentes y coordinadas de manera colectiva. La economía global actual está agudizando las desigualdades y el modelo de acumulación de capitales basados en la concentración de riquezas en manos de unos pocos. Han incrementado la pobreza, la marginación y la inestabilidad social de muchos lugares del mundo, mientras que los mercados financieros continúan generando enormes ganancias para el 1% de las élites globales. Y millones de personas luchan por acceder a los recursos más básicos. Esta crisis no solo es económica, es también una crisis ética y social, que pone en manifiesto las profundas fallas estructurales del sistema capitalista y prioriza el lucro por encima de la vida y el bienestar y la madre tierra. Las guerras, la producción de armas, el inmenso gasto militar y la proliferación de las armas no solo desvían enormes recursos que podrían destinarse al desarrollo sostenible, sino que también alimentan los conflictos que agravan el sufrimiento de humanos. Miles de millones de dólares se destinan a la producción de las armas, mientras que millones de personas carecen de acceso al servicio básico como la educación, la salud, la alimentación y el agua. En lugar de buscar soluciones a los problemas comunes, aumenta la inestabilidad global y obstaculiza el cumplimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. La crisis ambiental es una de las mayores amenazas y aún nuestras acciones son insuficientes. El calentamiento global, la deforestación, la contaminación y la pérdida de la biodiversidad están devastando nuestro ecosistema, pero también tienen un impacto directo a la vida de millones de personas a través de fenómenos extremos como sequías, inundaciones y los huracanes que cada vez son más intensos, que afectan a las comunidades locales y a los pueblos indígenas. Presidente, la transformación de las tecnologías sin precedentes con el desarrollo de una nueva tecnología y la inteligencia artificial son avances que están redefiniendo la forma en que interactuemos, trabajamos y enfrentamos nuestra cotidianidad. Sin embargo, esta revolución tecnológica también plantea profundas preguntas sobre el papel de la gobernanza global en un mundo donde el poder tecnológico se concentra en manos de unos pocos corporaciones y naciones. La gobernanza global debe adaptarse para asegurar que estas tecnologías se utilicen de manera equitativa, ética y al servicio del bienestar de la humanidad, en lugar de profundizar las desigualdades o generar nuevas formas de exclusión y control. Hermanas y hermanos del mundo, frente a esta crisis debemos actuar con decisión para enfrentar colectivamente los desafíos globales. Es tiempo de responder nuestros modelos de desarrollo y fortalecer las instituciones multilaterales, de proteger el planeta para las futuras generaciones y de garantizar que la justicia, la equidad y la solidaridad sean los principios que guíen nuestras acciones, respetando el derecho internacional y la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. El sistema que ha regido el orden mundial desde el finales de la Segunda Guerra Mundial ha demostrado ser insuficiente para abordar la crisis contemporánea como el cambio climático, las desigualdades, los conflictos regionales, la pandemia y las nuevas formas de interdependencia económica, por lo cual un nuevo orden mundial basado en la corporación multilateral efectiva, el respeto a la soberanía de todos los países y la equidad en la toma de decisiones globales es imperativo. Para ello es necesario una reestructuración profunda de las instituciones internacionales como el Consejo de la Seguridad de las Naciones Unidas para que sean más democráticas y representativas. Debemos avanzar hacia un sistema donde las decisiones globales se tomen de manera inclusiva, representando la diversidad y las visiones y necesidades de los países en desarrollo. En este sentido, se hace necesario también una profunda reestructuración de la arquitectura financiera internacional que esté centrado en la justicia económica, la sostenibilidad y la inclusión, creando mecanismos más justos para la reestructuración de la deuda soberana, el aumento de la participación de los países en desarrollo en las instituciones financieras y la promoción de flujos de financiamiento que apoyen el desarrollo sostenible y las acciones climáticas. También es esencial rediseñar los mecanismos de cooperación fiscal internacional, de manera en la que las economías más vulnerables tengan acceso a recursos que les permita enfrentar las múltiples crisis. La reestructuración del sistema financiero internacional no es solo una cuestión técnica, sino una exigencia técnica y política para construir una economía global más equitativa, resiliente y solidaria. La Agenda 2030 y los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible continúan vigentes y representan una hoja de ruta fundamental para enfrentar los desafíos globales más urgentes. Nos proporciona un marco claro para las acciones y la cooperación internacional, a pesar del retraso que los mismos tienen en su implementación. Debemos redoblar nuestros esfuerzos y fortalecer el compromiso colectivo para garantizar que este ambicioso plan se convierta en una realidad tangible y cambie la vida de nuestros pueblos. El Pacto del Futuro debe constituirse en una oportunidad histórica para plantear nuestros rumbos como humanidad. Nos comprometemos a una agenda que no solo aborden los problemas inmediatos, sino también impulse soluciones sostenibles, inclusivas y equitativas para las próximas generaciones. El Pacto del Futuro no debe terminar en una reunión diplomática, sino ahora nos toca llevar estas decisiones, estas letras, para darle un impulso a los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible y cambiar la vida de cada una de las comunidades, las ciudades de nuestras naciones. El desarrollo sostenible y el cambio climático representan dos caras de un mismo reto que determina el futuro de nuestro planeta y de las generaciones que están por venir. Actuar no solo significa reducir las emisiones, significa transformar nuestro modelo de producción y consumo, proteger la biodiversidad y garantizar el progreso económico sin dejar a nadie atrás. Distinguidos colegas, Bolivia reconoce a la comunidad internacional como un espacio de solidaridad y cooperación bajo los principios del derecho internacional y la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. En ese contexto, rechazamos las medidas coercitivas unilaterales que violan los derechos humanos más elementales y retrasan el desarrollo de muchos pueblos. Expresamos nuestra solidaridad con Cuba, con Venezuela, con Nicaragua y con todos los países del mundo que sufren injustamente estas sanciones unilaterales. Asimismo, expresamos el más enfático rechazo al bloqueo económico, financiero y comercial por parte de los Estados Unidos contra el hermano pueblo de Cuba. 60 años de injusticia no han sido suficientes para castigar a un pueblo que con valentía han enfrentado los intentos de sometimiento y dominación del poder imperial. Estamos seguros que más temprano que tarde la justicia y la verdad triunfarán. Esta injusticia aún se agrava cuando de manera unilateral Estados Unidos incorpora a Cuba en la lista de los países patrocinadores del terrorismo. Cuba debería encabezar la lista de los países más solidarios del mundo, ya que su mano solidaria ha llegado a todos los rincones del planeta con lo mejor que ha sabido compartir con la humanidad. A todos los presentes, durante décadas, Palestina sufre un conflicto prolongado que ha socavado la estabilidad regional y han impedido el sueño de paz justa y duradera. La ocupación, los desalojamientos forzados y el genocidio han llevado al pueblo de Palestina a la devastación y destrucción, creando una cárcel al cielo abierta para miles y miles de personas, principalmente niños y mujeres. La paz y la seguridad en Palestina no se alcanzará sino sin un compromiso verdadero con el respeto a los derechos humanos y el fin del genocidio. Bolivia reitera su apoyo pleno al ejercicio de la autodeterminación e independencia de Palestina con las fronteras de 1967 y Jerusalén Oriental como su capital, y esperamos que a la brevedad se constituya en un Estado pleno de la Asamblea de las Naciones Unidas. Hermanas y hermanos del mundo, en esta asamblea quiero reafirmar el compromiso de Bolivia con los principios fundamentales de las cartas de las Naciones Unidas y el derecho internacional. Reconocemos a la ONU como el principal organismo multilateral creado para la humanidad, para el desarrollo, la paz y la seguridad, no solo dentro de nuestras fronteras, sino también en el ámbito internacional. En ese contexto, Bolivia reafirma una vez más su firme intención de cumplir todas las decisiones y las resoluciones de los órganos judiciales del sistema internacional. En esas líneas, Bolivia acudió a la Corte Internacional de Justicia de La Haya en un proceso relacionado con el acceso soberano al Océano Pacífico. Al respecto, la Corte insta a Bolivia y a Chile a continuar el diálogo e intercambio en un espíritu de buena vecindad para abordar asuntos relacionados a la salida soberana del Océano Pacífico, cuya solución ambas partes han reconocido como un asunto de interés mutuo. La Corte hizo un llamado para que ambos países podamos resolver sobre la base del diálogo una solución que sea favorable para ambos pueblos, con la finalidad de otorgar a Bolivia una salida soberana al Océano Pacífico, del cual gozaba durante su declaración de independencia, con la misma Corte reconoció en el fallo que corresponde. Mi país está dispuesto a entablar el diálogo cuando así lo decida nuestra contraparte. Creemos que el mar es un derecho del pueblo boliviano y de los pueblos. Bolivia hace un llamado a la comunidad internacional para proteger y apoyar a los pueblos indígenas, quienes han sido los guardianes de la biodiversidad y el conocimiento ancestral. Actualmente, enfrentamos vulnerabilidades agravadas por las diferentes crisis. Es importante reconocer su contribución para las acciones climáticas, sus conocimientos y sus prácticas son fundamentales y nos proponen un nuevo modelo de desarrollo para vivir bien en armonía con la Madre Tierra. Asimismo, en este ámbito me permito compartir con ustedes nuestras preocupaciones por la calificación negativa de la hoja de coca, que para los pueblos indígenas originarios campesinos representan parte de nuestra identidad y de nuestra cultura. Por otra parte, proponemos que continuemos avanzando y profundizando las políticas de género y las relaciones sociales, incorporando el enfoque de la descolonización y despatriarcalización que permitirán transformar las estructuras de poder y las relaciones sociales que han perpetuado las desigualdades de género, la opresión de nuestras compañeras y hermanas. Hoy, a nombre del pueblo boliviano y el presidente constitucional, Luis Arce Catacora, reafirmamos nuestra convicción democrática y de bienestar del pueblo boliviano para lograr a la brevedad la Agenda 2030 y el vivir bien en armonía con nuestra Madre Tierra. Lamentamos que intereses internos y externos hoy conflictúen el país e intenten desestabilizar a un gobierno democrático, pero que estamos seguros de que con el apoyo y el acompañamiento de todos ustedes mantendremos y vamos a fortalecer nuestra democracia y la institucionalidad de nuestro país. Bolivia es un pueblo que ha demostrado a lo largo de su historia que su espíritu democrático es incrementable para fortalecer nuestras instituciones y garantizar un futuro de paz, estabilidad y progreso para todas y todos. Es nuestro único objetivo que tenemos como gobierno. Quisiera que me ayuden a decir ¡Jayaya a los pueblos del mundo! Muchas gracias, hermanos.
Muchísimas gracias a la ministra de Relaciones Exteriores del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia. Hemos escuchado la última intervención en el debate general de esta sesión. Continuaremos el debate general mañana a las 9 horas en este mismo salón. Se levanta la sesión. Thank you very much.